the evidence that there is no need. And those who see something come up that makes it such that they feel they need more time can maybe be given more time. So I'm going to be a little more flexible than normal in the circumstances, because we don't really know what's going to come out and to what degree it will affect one or other party more than what was expected. So I'm just setting that out. The times are challenging this week. They will be big days rather. So I will still be somewhat strict about timelines, but flexible if there is movement available, given that some people I suspect. And
the commissioner is saying that he's going to be giving other people more time if he needs to question the witnesses.
People may have
really.
Yeah, he's going to give some parties more time that they might need.
That's just as a preliminary, and that would apply, I think, for
somebody get to him or what?
Because they're worried about some of the things that might come out.
Have we got a?
They're like, we don't know what's going to come out.
The next witness is Chris Barber.
Okay. Yeah, let's go!
Let's go.
The chat, Big Red in the chat. Look at him walk up, with all the confidence in the world. He's a giant. There he is.
Boom.
Yeah.
And if I could ask, I realize there's a fair amount of
applause
by some parties and maybe some emotional investment in some of the testimony, but I would ask that we keep it the way it normally is in a courtroom and in a
no clapping.
This is good.
So that we can.
I just sent you a message there, John. I'm going to jump in and out here for a few minutes, but I will be back to join you shortly. And I'm listening.
Go ahead.
Mr. Barber,
this is amazing.
Sorry,
amazing.
Mr. Barber, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear on the Bible, please.
There he goes. There's the man.
That's right.
Swear on the Bible, please. Was she wearing a mask the other days?
I've noticed certain people wear masks at times. Like the commissioner was wearing a mask when he wasn't on camera, but the camera came on.
Interesting.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Christopher John Barber, Barber.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good work, Chris. Yes. We love you, Chris.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Barber. Morning. My name is John Mather. I am Commission Counsel. Before I begin my questions, I believe your counsel wants to make a statement.
Good morning, sir. For the record, Brendan Miller, Counsel for Freedom Corp. As I believe you already know, we've made invocations under all Evidence Act provisions, both federally and provincially, as well as Section 13 of the Charter. That's been done in writing. I'm wondering if I have to do that each and every time the witness testifies, or if the commission has accepted the written invocation I've already provided, sir.
I think we can deem that the witness has objected to answers each and every question, and that on the grounds of the answers may tend to incriminate him or may tend to establish liability in a civil proceeding. So I think that's taken as a given and has been filed in the
Thank you very much, sir. That's all. That's my statement.
Okay.
So good morning again, Mr. Barber. Just so you're aware of the process today, I'm going to ask you questions for approximately the next 90 minutes. When I'm complete, the parties who have requested time will have time to ask you some questions themselves, again, for depending on how things go, roughly 90 minutes, and we will have a final opportunity to ask you some follow-up questions if that proves necessary. Okay? I want to start with some basic information about yourself. So I understand that you're from Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Is that correct?
I am correct.
How long have you lived in Swift Current?
My life, 47 years.
And I also understand that you operate a trucking business called CB Trucking Limited. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe the nature of that business?
Long haul, short haul. We haul agriculture equipment across the prairies and into the United States.
And what's your role with the business?
I'm the business owner and a driver.
And how many other drivers do you have?
I employ my son and a couple of the lease operators, contract employees.
How long have you been in the trucking business?
Since I was 18, so just 28 years roughly.
And were you operating CB Trucking in January 2022?
I was, yes.
As the commission understands it, Mr. Barber, you were one of the original organizers of the Freedom Convoy that arrived in Ottawa in January 2022. I take it you agree with that? And you just have to make sure you speak audibly when you give your answers,
Correct.
just for the transcript. Thank you.
Being compatible, ready.
How did you get involved in the convoy?
I was contacted by Brigitte Belton, another social media follower, via the app TikTok. Communications started from there, speaking about possibly slow rolls to protest the mandates for the border crossing coming into effect January 15th for cross-border travel for commercial vehicles.
Do you recall when Ms. Belton first contacted you?
I believe it was the beginning of January sometime. Dates might be fuzzy. January 8th, January 7th, somewhere in there.
And did you know Ms. Belton before?
I did not, no.
What did you come to know about Ms. Belton?
She's just another trucker, cross-border driver that was facing her job to be lost on the 15th of January unless she complied with the mandates.
And what did Ms. Belton, what was she asking you to do?
Get involved, to start something to try and speak out against the government going too far in some of these mandates.
And when you say government going too far in some of these mandates, can you explain at that point in time what mandates were concerning you?
The cross-border travel specifically.
And are you talking about the decision of the federal government to no longer exempt truckers from the requirement that they be vaccinated, otherwise they would have to quarantine?
Yes, sir.
We've
You
got the
mentioned
most
that,
combative
Ms.
counselor out.
Belton, communicated with you on TikTok. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Perhaps for the benefit of the commission and maybe people who aren't as familiar with social media, can you explain what TikTok is?
TikTok is an app, a social media app, short videos under 3 minutes.
Well, it's up to 10 now.
My
Chris.
daughter got me into it about 3-4 years ago, approximately. I surpassed her in followers right away, so that made her quite anxious.
And prior to getting involved in TikTok, were you using any other social media?
Yeah, I was on Facebook.
And you noted that you attracted a lot of followers in January 2022. Do you know how many followers you had on TikTok?
Prior to the convoy?
Yes.
I would have roughly guessed around 30,000 maybe.
30,000. And, by the time, in mid-February 2022, which we'll get to, but how did your followers grow at that point in time?
Quite significantly. We're up, I don't know the numbers, over 170,000, somewhere in there.
That puts our combined
So
27
again,
Ks
prior to
again.
Ms. Belton contacting you, can you give us a sense of the sort of content you
Love
were
you, Chris.
posting
Thank
on
you
TikTok?
so much for this.
A lot of trucking videos, hauling videos, I'm generally a smart guy on social media, a lot of humor.
Were you posting at
Smart ass.
all about COVID-19
Yes.
and public health measures?
Yes.
How would you describe the nature of those posts?
Angry, very angry.
Why were you angry?
Well, why
The
was
mandates,
everyone
the
angry?
provincial mandates, the federal mandates, they just keep tossing more on. It seemed like it was just an overreach or they went too far on a regular basis, and it was very frustrating.
How did the COVID-19 public health mandates affect you personally?
We lost a lot of drivers. What freight I can't handle myself for my company, I share with other fellow drivers and other company owners. The government likes to say 10% of cross-border drivers. I didn't see that. I seen it more 35 to 40%. We lost a lot of drivers, like a tremendous amount of drivers, where freight was backed up both sides of the border and caused some significant trouble.
When you say you lost a lot of drivers, what about, and I understand when we're talking about public health restrictions, we're talking at various levels of government, but what about those restrictions led to you losing drivers?
The lack of the drivers getting the vaccination to be able to cross the border as of the 15th.
And when you say as of the 15th, do you mean as of the 15th of January 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what I understand you to be saying is that the government's decision to no longer exempt truckers from vaccination from vaccination requirements, that was your concern projecting forward.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Had you lost drivers prior to that in relation to COVID-19?
No.
Yeah,
Is there any other ways
lost
that
people's jobs.
that, again, doesn't matter the level of government for the purpose of the question, is there any other way that the public health restrictions relating to COVID-19 affected you personally?
Personally, when the COVID vaccine passport came in, made things a little tricky. We weren't allowed to enter restaurants anymore. I trucked throughout the whole pandemic. I never stopped. I was eating
You're
in my
talking
truck.
to an honest
I
guy,
had a
you
coffee
shark
pot, a
villain.
coffee maker in my truck. The restaurants were closed, gas stations were closed, bathrooms were closed. It was really tricky. I remember about 2 weeks into the pandemic thinking this isn't worth it and going home. And then the customer demands kept climbing, so I stayed.
Did you yourself get vaccinated?
Yes, sir.
Why did you make that decision?
I've spent the better part of 16 years running my company, keeping the big carriers away from my customer base, and I was at risk of losing all that hard work to not being able to cross the border anymore.
When you say big carriers, it's my understanding that CB Trucking Limited is an independent trucking company. Is that correct?
It's a small company, yes.
Can you
I'm on,
explain to the
Paul.
commission what it means to be an independent trucker as opposed to a big carrier?
Independent carriers, 3 trucks on my
You
fleet.
hurt people, and that's what
It's
this
a lot harder
is.
to run a smaller company like that compared to the big companies. Most of my competition is up around the 50 to 200 trucks.
Chris is honest.
So
And he's telling you the story of
indicated in
Canada.
your earlier response that your TikTok following grew as you participated in the Freedom Convoy. In terms of discussing the Freedom Convoy and planning the Freedom Convoy, did you use any other social media other than TikTok?
I did Facebook, yes.
Any other social media?
Snapchat,
Anything else?
a little bit on Instagram, I'd say, but not much.
And the commission has seen in some of the documents relating to you that at times you would refer to yourself as an internet troll. Is that accurate?
Unfortunately, yes.
And can you explain to the commission what it means to be an internet troll?
A troublemaker, online troublemaker.
And can you maybe give an example of what that means, when it comes to TikTok, for instance?
Well, on TikTok, I deal with trolls on a regular basis. They constantly attack me. Usually they're faceless. Some of them, you can see their profiles. I engage with them like I always have. I fight back and forth with them on a regular basis, and I've done that for many years.
When Ms. Belton reached out to you and began discussing the possibility of a convoy or a slow roll, I take it that was something you were interested in participating in?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
To speak my part, to do my part, to protest, to try and get the government to start listening to us.
And picking up on that last part, at the outset, what were you hoping to achieve by participating in the convoy?
I primarily wanted the government to listen to our concerns.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Were you politically active before COVID-19?
I was not.
Were you an active member of any political party?
No, sir.
One final question about TikTok. We've seen information that suggested that in January 2022, you had multiple TikTok accounts.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why did you have more than one TikTok account?
The internet troll that I would like to be would constantly become banned for posting inappropriate things or things that went against community standards. So your punishment for that would be 7 days, 3 to 7 days off the device.
This is great.
So you would log into another account.
So when you were suspended, you would then open another account so you could continue
Yes,
posting?
sir.
Did you find it hard to gain the followers you had when you started with a new account?
No. I've always ran a couple different accounts. Right now, I think I post on 3 different accounts.
So Ms. Belton contacts you and you said you recall was perhaps early in January 2022 and begins asking you about slow rolls and potentially a convoy. What happened next?
Discussions started. We will then move forward with planning. other people, other members, other teams became involved really fast. We realized that there was a lot of support behind us. The more we got into the logistics of it all.
Hold on, I have to.
Who were
take a
involved in the
call.
early discussions?
Early discussions, Brigitte, Belton, and I, a male called Dave Steenberg. And with that, Brigitte introduced me to people like James Barber with Canada Unity, Patrick King, online social media guy.
And we'll have some questions about them in a moment.
Sure.
But I think what would be beneficial to the commission is to understand how, to the extent you can explain it, how you go from Ms. Belton contacting you, raising this idea, and then getting to the point where you're organizing what becomes a large event. Can you explain sort of how that progressed?
It was completely organic. Everything just literally fell right into place. I believe it was about
organic.
2 weeks from the time we started talking about it to the time we actually left. It was extremely fast.
Who was organized in planning the convoy?
All of us. There wasn't one necessarily a leader. It was a group of organizers per se. We had people in every province that stepped up. We had helpers in every province. It was everyone just came together.
Was there
You can't
people who
handle
were
that.
more involved in planning than others?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And who was that?
Well, myself, Tamara Leach, Brigitte Belton, James Barber, and Patrick King.
And in those 2 weeks, how was the convoy promoted?
Via social media for the most part.
Can you provide some more information?
Yep. Tamara Leach and I were in contact, I believe, the middle of January, specific date, maybe around the 13th, maybe the 10th. Tamara started a Facebook page and a Twitter account for Freedom Convoy 2022. And the word started to spread from there. We kept up on our TikTok videos. We all did Facebook Lives. We all promoted it via our independent social media apps.
And we understand that Ms. Leach started the Facebook page, as you indicated, in
Yes,
or
sir.
around January 13th. Prior to that, what promotion had been done about the convoy?
Very little, very little.
Had any promotion been done?
Just little things on social media, just getting the word out and finding out who was willing to help and who was coming to the plate.
It's Commission's understanding that you participated in a Facebook Live event on January 13th, 2022. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Correct, yes.
And in that Facebook Live event, in attendance were yourself, James Barber, who you've referenced, Ms. Belton, who we've spoken about, and Pat King. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And there was other individuals there who were assisting in planning. Is that fair?
I believe so, yes.
And I understand that video took place prior to Ms. Leach's involvement. Is that correct?
I believe Miss Leach was involved at that point. I believe that she was busy that night and couldn't attend that, if my memory serves me right.
And have you reviewed that video prior to your testimony?
I have, yes.
Okay. And it's approximately an hour and a half long, and subject to any comments from the parties.
This
what
is
I
the
suggest that you
commission
just read out
counselor,
the document ID
Wendy,
and have it entered
as is the standard
showing
operating
the video
procedure
itself, because I
at
would
the
run out
beginning of a
time if that
witness
happened.
coming to the commission. The
So it
commission
is
counsel.
COM 50829. And the commission has also asked a transcriptionist to prepare a transcription of that video, which I may ask you about later. But again, I'm just going to read out the document ID right now, which is COM 50838. So, Mr. Barber, I can take you to portions of the transcript if it will assist, but in reviewing the video, it strikes the commission that at that point in time, both Mr. Barber and Mr. King were already actively involved in planning routes and promoting the convoy to the people that they were already connected with. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And do you know how Mr. Barber and Mr. King were promoting the convoy?
Can I add? I can add that Canada Unity became involved, and Canada Unity was actually planning. I learned later they were planning some sort of a route across Canada to Ottawa for a protest. They had the stops and everything already planned. They had a website ready. They had everything was all in place, to my recollection.
So yes, the commission's understanding is that Mr. Bowder had a website through Canada Unity, and on that website there was already route maps and stops and locations. Is that your understanding?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Bowder is expected to testify, and we can ask him more questions about that. So I just want to clarify what you said there. Is it your recollection that planning was already in place by the time you were connected with Mr. Bowder?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know how Mr. Bowder got connected to you and Miss Belton?
I believe through Brigitte Belton.
In the video from January 13th, 2022, which I've already referenced, Mr. Bowder presented a document that he referred to as a memorandum of understanding. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you aware of the memorandum of understanding before January 13th, 2022?
No.
Sorry, and just for the sake of the transcriptions, just if you could wait till I'm finished my question before I answer, just cleaner transcript.
Okay.
So were you aware of that?
There we go.
memorandum?
There we go.
No, it was not.
Combative.
Okay. What do you recall Mr. Bowder saying about the memorandum of understanding?
I reviewed the video just a couple days ago, and I remember it again. I believe he just explained how the document worked and that it had already been sent to the Governor General and to the government, I believe.
Do you recall if at that time, and when I say at that time, I mean January 13th, if you had an understanding then what Mr. Bowder was hoping to do with his memorandum of understanding?
I'm noting that the
I believe
commissioner, commission council is a lot more aggressive. Are you noticing that, Chris?
And again, we're
Little bit,
expect to hear
little
from
bit.
Mr.
This is,
Bowder,
we
and
haven't seen
we'll
this
hear
yet.
his
We knew
evidence
this
on
was
it.
coming. The commission's
The
biased.
commission
as fuck.
understands that one of the things that the memorandum of understanding
Yeah,
presented
we'll see how it goes.
was a notion that in respect of the COVID-19 mandates, that there will
Sweat more,
Mr. Bowder
monkey
believed that there
dance,
was not
dance for
enough time
Trudeau.
for lawsuits to challenge those mandates, and that in fact through a piece of law called
Look
the
at this guy.
Helsinki Act, that a group of a
This
citizens
guy is
committee could come
stuttering
to an
so
agreement with the
much.
Senate and any mandate
Chris just waiting patiently.
would stop. Is that
Yeah,
your
well, this
understanding
guy spits out
of
his
ultimately what
propaganda.
the memorandum of understanding meant?
Not to my knowledge. To this day, I still have yet to read the memorandum of understanding. I have no clue what's in the document, and I will never read it.
In January 2022, did you have any understanding of what Mr. Bowder's goals were with the convoy that he had organized?
Very antagonistic.
No, I did not. Like I said before, it was a matter of a whole bunch of different groups coming together at the perfect timing and having an input into the planning of it, and everyone had their
Grassroots.
And we
Hey
were
guys, just so you know, this is a
unorganized for the most
commentary
part. We
stream. It is in
used
the
whatever we
title
could,
of the
whatever
stream.
means, whatever tools we
So
could find.
don't comment aggressively or insultingly in the comments, or you might not be
In
able to
the
stay
early
around.
planning stage, what was Brigitte Belton doing?
Sorry, it's literally in the
Same
title
as
description.
myself.
It's everywhere.
She was posting
Read,
TikTok
use
videos
your
and promoting
literacy.
through her
It's
Facebook.
right there, right there.
And Mr. King, who was on the January 13th live stream, what was he doing?
I believe the same thing. Patrick had a quite large following on social media, especially Facebook. So he promoted and did videos on his platform.
And prior to January 2022, did you know who Pat King was?
I did not know.
And
They're
how
so
were
bad.
you first introduced to him?
Fish.
Via the Zoom call on the
No,
13th,
talking about-
I believe.
And can you tell me what
So
TikTok
hard.
At
is?
this point, prior to the
Can you tell
January
me
13th
when did you meet
Facebook
Patrick
live
King and
stream,
when
had
did you conspire
participated
with
in
him
any
to destroy the
calls or
government?
meetings with Mr. Bowder or Mr.
Yeah,
King?
I'm fired
I
up, but
don't
it's
believe
unrelated.
So there might have been one in there earlier. I
You look
don't
revved
recall one personally.
Do you recall how you were introduced to Mr. King?
I haven't even had my coffee yet.
When you first came to understand that Mr. King was promoting the convoy, what did you come to learn about him?
Just another helping hand, another person with a large following that would help.
Did you come to learn anything about his background prior to January 2022?
Not until probably 2 days into the convoy itself.
When you were meeting Mr. King and Mr. Bowder and Miss Belton, did you ask any of them about their backgrounds and why they were participating in the convoy?
I believe so, yes. I understand Patrick King had children that were unvaccinated. I believe and Brigitte was the fact that she was going to lose her job on the 15th of January.
At that point in time, did you have any questions yourself about who am I organizing with and And who are these people who are going to assist me in this?
I think I was just so excited and so overwhelmed right from the day one. I don't think I really had time. Very busy time.
Not getting the
That's a-
sound bites he wants. and he's
That's a good
pissed, and
answer. That's a very good answer.
He's looking really frustrated. He's like, "You were supposed to tell me about how they were conspiring to take down the government. Trudeau's promised me a
The
sandwich
commission understands
if I do
that
well here."
Many people stated goal
I
in
want
terms
my
of the
sandwich.
convoy was to end COVID-19.
I want my sandwich, please.
Correct.
Were you aware of anyone who participated in the early organization who had a different goal than that?
No, sir.
Please give me my
Perfect.
sandwich. Trudeau really, he promised
As
me a
the convoy
sandwich.
began
Please,
traveling to
please,
Ottawa, and then after it
please.
arrived in Ottawa, do you believe there were people who participated who wanted something more than
Bookend sandwiches.
COVID-19 mandates?
Yes.
Please, I need my
And can you
subway.
describe the basis of that belief?
There was different organizations that came and went. For the most part, we stayed as a close group. Tamara and I and myself, and Brigitte. The core group of actual truckers stayed together. Organizations kind of came in and tried to set camp up, and we either found a way to keep it under control or keep in the. It was a power struggle a lot of the time.
Can you provide some more details about that power struggle? What organizations, what they were trying to do, and what you did in response?
Well, we had a little bit of conflict between Canada Unity. That was one. Not necessarily conflict, but taking back our freedoms was involved there. No conflict, but the war vets joined us. They were beside us the entire time. We had retired police officers, OPP.
So Canada Unity, that's Mr. Bowder's organization, is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain to me what the conflict was with Canada Unity?
Power and control. Simple.
What was Canada Unity doing that you didn't agree with?
I didn't like the MOU, I believe, even though I still have yet to read it.
So at some point, I take it you came to understand what Canada Unity was trying to achieve with the MOU. Is that fair?
I still believe that they were after the same things we were. I believe it maybe was more mask mandates, more COVID restrictions in general.
So you indicated that the conflict with Canada Unity was about the MOU, and I'm just trying to understand what about the
This is
MOU
badgering the
gave
witness.
rise to conflict.
Isn't it asked and answered, Chris?
Yeah, improperly
What happened to asked and
written
answered, eh?
MOU, according to
We
the
knew that this
people
was
I
gonna
spoke to
come.
about it. It wasn't something on our agenda. It wasn't
So for
something
everyone
we
who hasn't
were
been paying
pushing for.
attention, the
It had
commission
nothing
has
to
a
do
policy
with
asked
the
and
reason
answered.
why
No
we
matter
actually
what the
came to
witness
Ottawa.
says, the
Who
council
did you
moves
speak
on.
to about the MOU?
Miss Leach,
But that's not
And
happening
what did
all of
she
a sudden
tell you
now,
about
is
the
it?
MOU?
we had the same opinion.
You notice that, Chris?
But what did she tell you
No
about
more
what
asked
was
and
in the
answered.
MOU?
I can't speak for what Tamara said. I'm not sure if she's read it or not. She
Did you
wasn't a fan.
Did you have any concerns that the MOU advocated or provided for an undemocratic change of power in Canada?
I heard rumors about it being that way. I heard rumors on both sides that
That's what he's after here.
it could be interpreted that way. and then it
Badgering the
couldn't be
witness.
interpreted that way. It was kind of a
Badgering the
mixed-
witness is what's happening.
Did you take any steps to figure out what exactly Mr. Bowder was trying to achieve with the MOU?
Badgering
Not
the
necessarily.
witness.
We,
Totally
we,
different
we
than
I
the other
remember
days of the
calling on
commission.
Mr. Bowder and having him renounce the MOU partially.
Perhaps we should ask Mr. Bowder.
The convoy.
Do you recall roughly when that occurred?
I do not.
And what led you to ultimately make a phone call to Mr. Bowder and ask him to renounce it?
I believe it was Tamara that made the call. Just too much. There was too much highlight in it. There was too much spotlight in this document that we didn't have anything to do with.
And when you say too much highlight and too much spotlight, are you talking about, I think you'd characterize as the rumors that it called for something undemocratic?
Correct.
Memorandum of Understanding. It's a letter that was written and drafted to
What
give to the
happened
government.
after, to your understanding, Ms. Leach called Mr. Bowder and asked him to rescind it?
I believe it was rescind. I believe they removed it.
Did you continue working with Mr. Bowder throughout the convoy?
James was around, not necessarily worked with him. He was around. We've seen each other from time to time.
Another group you mentioned in terms of there being, and maybe this isn't your words, but I understand a power struggle. Is that fair among groups?
Yeah.
Yeah. Another group you mentioned was taking back our freedoms.
Yes.
Who is taking back our freedoms?
I don't know names. I know Roy and James were the ones that came out. They tried to help us out, create structure inside the meetings and the day-to-day planning.
Do you know what taking back our freedoms goals were with respect to the convoy?
To this day, I do not. I believe mandate freedom. Government gone too far.
And I think you described there was a level of friction with them. Is that fair?
From times, yeah, there was, yes.
And did you take any steps when you had this group that there was some friction or conflict with? Did you take any steps to figure out what their goals or what they were trying to do?
I believe so, yes.
And what did you do?
I wasn't personally part of those. I found my role outside walking the streets a lot. So the inner meetings, I tended to skip out on quite a bit.
And we've spoken already a little bit about Miss Leach, who as I understand it, your recollection is that she was likely involved around the time of the January 13th live stream. She just did not participate. Did I have that correctly?
I believe so.
How did Miss Leach become involved in the Freedom Convoy?
Miss Leach called me on my cell phone, I believe, like I said, somewhere before the 10th of January, and told me she had a little bit of experience in the Department of Protesting and Convoy. She was part of the 2019 United We Roll tour. We needed help, and I acknowledged that. It was just a phone call out of the blue. Tamara got my phone number and the friendship and continued.
Did you ever find out how Miss Leach got your phone number?
She said the name before. I don't remember what the name was. She's a friend of a friend had my contact.
And you mentioned that Miss Leach had participated in the 2019 United We Roll convoy.
Correct.
When Miss Leach phoned you, did you know what that was?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and could you explain to the commission what the 2019 United We Roll convoy was?
Oil and gas. I believe they came from Alberta.
Yeah, Mike asked
Ottawa.
Miss Leach. This guy is
Protesting
totally combative.
pipeline,
This is not what we've seen.
Shut down.
We haven't seen this in the past
and
couple
Miss
of
Leach,
weeks at the
was
commission.
your
Completely
understanding was
different
involved in that convoy?
attitude,
She was involved with some of
combative,
the-
asking the same question
did you
multiple
understand
times,
that
which
Mr.
the
King was
commissioner
also
in
involved
the
in that
past would
convoy?
Yes,
interrupt and
afterwards.
stop someone from asking
What
the
about
same
Mr.
questions.
Bowder?
It's usually asked
I
and
don't know
answered.
about James.
Not happening anymore. So this guy is allowed to do whatever he wants. Completely different treatment
When
from
Miss
the
Leach
past,
called you, had you
past
heard of Tamara
15
Leach before?
witnesses that we've seen. Quite a few witnesses.
No, I had not.
And what did you come to know?
He's
about
allowed
Miss
to
Leach?
ask the same question over and over and over
She's a mother.
again.
She's a
The
grandmother.
commissioner has never
She's
allowed
a
that
regular
previously. He's allowed.
Albertan,
He says stop it. After you
good-hearted,
ask the question once, you
strong
move
person.
on, no matter what the person says. So very different approaches.
Did you become aware in your early conversations with Miss Leach that she had been participated in the Wexit movement in Alberta and been involved in the Maverick Party?
I believe I was told about that en route to Ottawa.
And is it Miss Leach who told you that, or did someone else tell you?
Yes, it was Miss Leach, yes.
Did you have any concerns that in participating in the convoys, Miss Leach would be pursuing goals other than mass mandates and maybe pursuing political goals of either the Wexit movement or the Maverick Party?
That was not my... No,
Just waiting to hear
I
Wexit
didn't
come
feel
up.
that at all.
Is that something you discussed with Miss Leach?
I don't know if I've discussed it, but it wasn't really an issue. We never discussed anything in detail. It was noted that she was part of that in the past. I believe she wasn't. I don't think she was, or she is.
I think
now.
this is a very
She
black and
was,
white
and,
explanation of the
it
bias
was
of
never
the
an issue
commission
after that.
that they're allowed to do
We
this.
expect that there may be.
You're allowed to have
evidence
political
that,
views in Canada, as far as I know.
Whether it be Miss Leach or other.
Yeah,
Even
but
dissenting ones.
involved in
The
convoy
procedural
organization,
way that they're handling this,
that,
asking the
there
same
was an
question more than
attempt
once,
to
the commission
use
has stopped
convoy
that
as an
multiple
opportunity
times.
to pursue political goals
So
that weren't
all of a
just
sudden,
about
very different.
ending the COVID-19 mandates.
Yeah,
including
rules for thee.
political goals that may exist within the Maverick Party or within the Wexit movement. Is that a concern that you have now, looking back?
No, it was never brought to my attention that they were a player in the situation, and that wasn't the reason why we came to.
This guy is
Ottawa.
really wanting his free
I would
sandwich
have
from
fought
Trudeau.
that.
And why
Trudeau's
would
going to
you
give
have
him a
fought that?
sandwich.
That wasn't the reason why we came to Ottawa. We came to Ottawa for border mandates.
Now I'm going to ask you some questions about
He's a really good witness.
process
Calm.
of having.
Yeah, and
trucks
this guy's
in
badgering the-
British
and this guy's
Columbia and
badgering
drive
the hell
across
out of him.
Canada
And he's
arrive in
on.
Ottawa.
He comes across as honest and forthright and genuine in
First
his
question,
testimony.
do you have a
It's good.
sense
And
of
this-
how
and
many
the counselor
trucks
comes across as
participated in the
frustrated and
convoy
personally
that you had
invested.
organized with Mr. Bowder, Mr. King, Ms. Belton, and Ms. Leach?
So the tricky
We're
part
good- we're
was
getting good at
trying to
reading
get a
people here,
solid
Chris, and
number. There
he's-
would be a
this
certain amount of
this guy
trucks,
here for the
cars,
sandwich is
buses,
as
campers
readable as a book.
that would come into the convoy for
He's
a
an
short
agent.
period of time. Let's say from Regina
Might
to
as well say
Winnipeg.
Trudeau
to take part
supporter
in it, and would
right
exit
here.
off, and
Trudeau
at that same
supporter, give
time,
me a free
more
sandwich.
people would come in from Winnipeg to go to Kenora. I know for a
And
fact some
the
people
double
left
standards of the
with their
procedure all of a
children in
sudden,
semi
like
from
this,
Saskatchewan
what's
flying
happening
on
right now is
to
exactly
Regina
why people showed up in
and went
Ottawa.
home 3 weeks later.
We see how you treated the
We
previous
ranged anywhere
witnesses,
from
and then
500 to
suddenly a
2,500
very different
vehicles
approach
is
to
what
this
I was
witness.
told.
Like night and
Looking in
day
the
difference
mirrors,
in
it
the
was
approach,
incredible
procedurally,
to see the
attitude,
lights behind
everything.
you and the long lines and watching the videos. It was approximately 25 kilometers long at sometimes.
That's
Did
true.
you ever expect that level of participation?
No, not in my wildest dreams.
What was your reaction when you saw the level of participation?
Well, there was a lot of tears,
Can you expand on that?
emotions. We were the
Hey,
things that we seen
John-
out the windshield
John
of the truck
Chatty,
as we
however
crossed
you
the
say your
prairies
name, this is a
and into
commentary stream. It's
Ontario.
literally in the
Overwhelming
title
support.
and
People
everywhere
standing
else.
on the side of the
You don't
highway.
And
like
don't tell me to
Flying
shut up on my own
overpass.
stream or you're out of here.
We were often
You're outta
late
here.
by around 2 hours.
You can
We
go
were
vote
never
for
really
Trudeau
on
in the corner.
schedule.
You're the only one.
And people stood in frigid temperatures minus 20 to minus 30 just to get a chance to see us come through.
Could you explain to the commission how the convoy organization was able to coordinate that movement of trucks to come to Ottawa? How did people know when they where they were supposed to be, where the convoy was, what was going to happen to them when they joined the convoy?
Absolutely.
We had code of ethics. We had rules to follow. We had speeds to endure. We had constant communication on either VHF FM radios or CB radios. Cell phone interaction with other people too. Constant communication. Safety was number one priority. When you're leading that many vehicles, the error was what could have been at any minute. So we managed to successfully make it from the west to Ottawa without a single issue, to my knowledge.
During that travel, who was primarily responsible for all of that coordination you're talking about?
I was at the lead of the pack. We had 2 escort pilot trucks leading us. Patrick King was in his motorhome halfway back, looking after the back pack. It was constant communication on the radio, constantly upping our speeds, lowering our speeds, trying to keep the convoy at a steady pace together. If I was going too fast, people would start to lag and there would be a distance. We would have to then slow down and catch everybody up.
Was there any point on the journey to Ottawa where you were concerned that the convoy, might not make it or something may interfere in the trucks arriving?
No, everything was well orchestrated. We had police communication right from my role began from Swift Current to Medicine Hat, Alberta, where I picked up Miss Leach and joined the West Convoy. And that was where my part started. We were in communication with the first police force would have been Medicine Hat. We were in contact with Swift Current, Regina, Moose Jaw, all the way across the country for police escorts. If there was a traffic light, we actually called for traffic control at those intersections so we could proceed through the intersection safely.
Right, and it's the commission's understanding based on some of the documents that your counsel has produced that people were in contact with the police on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes,
And were you one of those people?
I was, yes.
This isn't what I heard.
Again, based on the documents.
I'm not
the
gonna get a
commission's
sandwich
received,
here.
We also understand that when the convoy arrived in Ontario, that an OPP escort was there to meet the convoy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you just provide some more explanation about that?
I don't know his last name. His name is Marty. He met us at the Westhock Scale, which is a scale that borders Ontario and Manitoba. He met us there. He jumped out in front and led us. I believe Marty led us, I believe, to Thunder Bay-ish area, where then he got us into Kenora. He led us downtown Kenora to the rec center parking lot where we staged for the evening. We had a funny story, not a funny story, but coming into Headingley, Manitoba, the Hutterite communities from around the Winnipeg
Oh, they
area
were great.
came into Headingley with food trailers. They had hot food,
Nice.
burgers, everything you could think of.
They did.
RCMP had called me and said the amount of people in the Headingley area was too great. It was a huge risk to safety to get in and out of the parking lot for the truck stop. So we had to abandon the plan to stop. So we carried on around Winnipeg, and 3 Hutterite vehicles with trailers followed us to Kenora.
Thank you, YouTubers.
And fed us in the parking lot at the rec center that night. It was cold as can be, and they had the barbecues out and the slow cookers. It was quite amazing.
Beautiful. Beautiful. The
So
spirit of
when you get
Canada
into Ontario,
makes Trudeau very angry to see Canadians
I
supporting
assume
each other. He's
daily
like,
contact with
where's my
did that
lights?
include daily
And my
contact
money?
with both the OPP
Where's
and
my
the
lights
OPS?
and my
Or
money?
You got the
can you
Hutterites
just
out.
explain
He's like
what police
Commissioner,
services you
Commissioner
were-
Council. You're not
Contact
earning
was
your free
was made
sandwich.
with,
Do you
I
want a
believe her name was
footlong or not?
Isabel from OPS. Isabel was in constant contact with, I believe, Chris Guerra with Adopted Trucker,
Adopted.
and things were planned on our arrival.
This
And
is a
were you
commentary
in
stream.
contact with Isabel or anyone from the Ottawa Police Service?
I spoke with Isabel a few times on the phone.
Chris,
I've
you're
been
gonna have to
very well
moderate-
on the
prepared.
ground here.
Chris,
I
you're
didn't
going to
have
have
a
to
lot of
moderate your
logistics
side of
with
the chat.
Isabel. That was already being looked after.
Only you can do that.
And did
I
you
can only
speak
do
with,
my
Isabel prior
my
to
chat
the
room.
convoy's
You have to do
arrival
your
in
chat
Ottawa?
room.
I
I don't have
believe I did. I
moderators.
made contact with Isabel, but
No,
I'm
you
not
moderate.
sure
You
exactly.
click-
Moderate
There
this.
was a phone call made
Okay,
to
click on
say,
it.
I'm Chris. Here's my contact.
Je
When you were
m'appelle Chris.
speaking with either the OPP or the OPS, and I'm talking about you personally, what were you telling them about the convoy's plans when they arrived in Ottawa?
Exactly what it was. We were there to protest border mandates. And our main priority was safety and working with law enforcement, whatever it took.
Nice.
Do you recall having any discussions with any police officers about how long the protest might last?
I think the discussion started after the first weekend with OPS, I believe, and we had a couple OPP officers in constant contact too. I know his name was Andrew.
So prior to
was
that,
Andrew.
prior to that point you referenced, so after the first weekend, did you discuss the potential length of the protest with any police
Boom, you
officials?
nailed
I
that.
believe not.
That's
At what
actually a
point did
really
you
good comment.
realize that the protest may continue for an extended period of time?
I don't know if I ever really thought much into it. Everything moved so fast when we arrived.
Prior to arriving in Ottawa, had you personally turned your mind to how long you would stay?
There's no leading this witness.
Well, my business would suffer a little longer I was away from it. So that in the back of my mind, I really didn't know. It was a movement of its own, and it continued to grow, and you mentally had to try and keep up with it, I guess.
Perhaps
In
it was a
your discussions
grassroots
with
movement.
either the OPP or the OPS as the
Exactly.
convoy was approaching Ottawa, did any of the police services give you direction on where you could park the trucks once you arrived in Ottawa?
Interesting story. All the way to Ottawa, my understanding via people in the Convoy Canada Unity was that we had two major staging areas. One was Major Hill Park, and the other one was Confederate Park, I believe Confederate. And that was, to my understanding, that's where we were allowed
Confederation Park.
to park and protest peacefully.
Well, we are a confederation.
Is that where you ultimately parked?
That was not, no.
And I understand that you parked your truck on Wellington Street, is that fair?
We had a police escort down Sir John A. Macdonald off the 417. My understanding, I didn't know this till afterwards, police blocked the convoy after myself and another tractor trailer went through. They shut the convoy down around the War Museum on Sir John A. Macdonald. They then led myself and Tamara and the pilot trucks. We made it to roughly the Supreme Court on Wellington, and that was as far as we could go. There was a ton of vehicles that come in the night before, apparently, wanting to be there for the arrival. So there'd already been tractor trailers lined up in front of Parliament down to approximately the Supreme Court.
Did that surprise you to see that there was already large commercial vehicles?
Yes.
And why did that surprise you?
I was unaware of it. My understanding was we were going to come in, police were going to escort us right to the two parks. we would park safely out of the way and it would be fine.
Did anyone from any police service ever explain to you what had changed?
I believe not. No, I don't
Yeah,
know
that's-
if I ever asked
Look at
that
his look.
question.
Look at his look on his face. How you missed it. His
Did
mouth
anyone
was
else ever
agape.
explain to you what had
His mouth
led
was
to
agape.
the park, the vehicles being parked in the downtown core as
I'm
opposed to the
multitasking.
parks you identified?
Apparently, we caught
Oh,
them
look at
off
that anger.
guard.
Did you catch that?
We overwhelmed
Did
them
you catch that glare?
right off the bat with the trucks coming in the night before that we were unaware of. Our main convoy.
Stop
as far as
answering
I know, had
reasonably.
nothing to do with
Slip
those
up here,
prior
man.
arrivals,
Come on.
so-
There's sandwiches on
Have
the
you
line.
since learned
Parking.
who was the early arrivals?
I was there Thursday and Friday.
They're all semi-operators. I knew a couple from my home province. They were in the area. Apparently, they weren't part of the convoy, but they were in the area and they took part in the protest.
That would describe me well. I was not part of the
So-
convoy, but I was in the area and
I
took
think
part
you've
in the protest.
Confirmed it, but you parked your vehicle on Wellington Street. Is that
Until they
correct?
denied your sustenance of McDoubles and Tim Hortons.
After you parked
Those
it
guys
there,
tried to starve me
at
out.
any point in time up until
Surround my
say,
McDonald's.
February 14th, were you given any indication by any police services that you shouldn't be parked on Wellington and you'd need to move?
I was not. No.
Did that come as a surprise to you?
Did that come out as this is all about feelings. It's not about facts.
It was so fast paced.
It's like, was that a surprise to you? Was the police incompetence a surprise? to you?
Was it surprising when the police came and beat civilians with sticks? Was that surprising?
And
The
shot Rebel News
commission
reporters
has
point
heard
blank with
evidence from
grenade launchers.
several police witnesses who have been asked questions essentially about whether more could have been done to limit or
We will
control
never
the size
forget.
and scope of the protest in Ottawa in the early days. I've heard your answers, but I'm just going to ask you one more time. Was the police response to the convoy what you were expecting or anticipating when you arrived?
The police response is not
It's
his
a hard question to
prerogative.
answer. I believe they
I
did
sleep
the
okay.
best
Just say
they
I'm not.
could.
Just say I'm not a police officer.
The
Just
scope
say
of
I'm
the
not
amount
a
of
police
vehicles that
officer. It's
came
none of
in,
my business.
I
Seriously,
don't know
forget
how
about
things went so wrong when we first arrived. We were, they did what they could. They did the best they could. We were all 90% of the trucks were stuck out on Sir Johnny MacDonald, I believe, with pretty much abandoned. Nobody knew where to go. Nobody had direction.
In
Lawyer is
retrospect,
not
do you
getting
think
the
it would
answer
have
he
been
wants at all.
better had the trucks parked where they were initially designated to park?
Oh, absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, if it was staging areas we were allowed to take, Major Hills Park and Confederate Park, I understand.
Where were they going to park
now
the
that
transports
that
in there?
was never part of the deal, apparently, although I don't know. That was all I was
There's no
told.
there's no room to park transports there.
No, you could stage supplies there, like as a staging
been
place
off.
to bring them
You
in
could
and
park
out,
like
maybe.
two semis. So I don't.
Yeah.
or
It would need a loading
parking all
zone
over the
to,
city was
and
never
you couldn't have vehicles stay
part of.
You couldn't
because
put
they're
them on the
closed
grass.
parks. No, not
So
in
where
those
would they go?
parks.
There's like a tiny roadway there. Like where would they park?
No, I don't
four
think that would have
semis,
worked.
let alone no, that was a stupid idea.
It would have worked if you were staging food and supplies there. You could have had like a
You
drive-through
can't park
drop-off, maybe.
semis.
That both
No.
you
You
and
can't
I
park
are speaking
semis
real
at Confederation
quickly for the
Park.
interpreter, so I
Or
will try to
Major's
slow
Hill.
down.
Definitely not
I'll
Major's Hill.
Try to slow down. No, that's
Exactly.
okay.
So it's
We're both to blame, so it's okay. So I'm now going to ask you, and we've already touched on it a little bit, but about
CPAC and Maverick News and a whole bunch of other people are
Who
streaming.
were originally involved in organizing the convoy.
yeah.
And
There's
we've
a lot of
spoken
other
about Mr.
places you can
Barber
go,
already,
guys.
but
This is a commentary.
I'm going to now ask
stream.
you about Pat King. And as I understand it, that in or around January 22nd, 24th, in or around that time.
It literally
period,
says it like in 3
you
places,
and
I
Miss
think.
Leach began having
I don't know how your
discussions
eyes are
about
missing that,
concerns
but
relating
it's
to
kind of
Mr.
sad.
King. Do you
And
know
I
what I'm
pray for
Quiet,
your
John, I
literacy.
can't hear.
Okay. Can you
Quiet,
please
Dacey, I
explain to
can't
me
hear.
the nature of those discussions and what the concerns
I get the
were?
last one.
I believe the first episode was a CBC article, came out of some past prior social media posts that Pat had been a part of, and we met with Pat, discussed our concerns. I believe we smoothed the waters over and we carried on at that point.
Lawyers aren't.
So do you
His
recall
testimony
what
isn't weak. His
concerns
testimony is
what had been
amazing.
reported in
He's
that
not being
CBC article
baited.
that caused you concern?
Look at this. Look at this.
I
Look at this
I didn't ever
concern
read
troll here.
the article. There
Look at
was
this
something
concern
about
troll.
something Pat said years ago.
His
according to
testimony
Pat.
is a fucking amazing. It's fucking
article
A1.
was
Perfect.
edited, or what
He's
said
not
was
being
edited.
baited by this government
Can
goon.
confirm
Go
or
cry in a
deny
corner,
that.
concern troll.
So I'm going to pull up the documents HRF
Fucking losers.
400122.
They're just speculating about stuff he doesn't know about
While
anyways
this
right
document
now.
comes up, Mr.
Ask him
Barber,
about police
this is a
procedure. Go
document that
cry
has
in the
been
corner,
provided
concern
by
troll.
the Convoy organizers
Fucking
group.
losers.
It's a timeline of events that has been provided. So this was provided to us by your counsel. And if we could go to January 24th at the bottom of page 2, and would it be possible? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Clerk. So you can read the entry that says concerns
The
read Pat
losers are
King. Do you
sad
see
that
that?
he's doing so well as a witness. He's doing amazing.
So
He's doing
this here
absolutely
says Tamara
amazing.
and Chris discussed concerns about Pat King after viewing a tweet with a video making reference to bullets. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this conversation being described here the same conversation we were just talking about?
I believe so. Yes.
Does this refresh your memory at all about what the concerns were?
Yes.
Okay, can you please explain?
The article was made to sound like bullets would be flying. Apparently, according to Mr. King, when we confronted it on
Bullets
him,
would
he
be flying.
stated that the article was taken out of context, edited to make him sound like he was planning violence. Where I believe what he was trying to convey in that article was different than what was portrayed by the media.
And the commission has seen reports that at some point in time, Mr. King made a comment along the lines of this is going to end in bullets. Do you know if that's what was being discussed?
That was, according to what I was told, that was a previous post 2 years prior.
Officially, we
something
are
to
being.
do
They
with
see
an
we are being
indigenous
trolled.
Standoff.
This is you know who.
During this conversation,
We are
you're
being
also aware
brigaded.
that the media is reporting on a video.
I am
guys,
rubber.
which Mr. King,
You are glue.
had
Guys,
made a
ignore the
suggestion
people in the
that,
chat. It's a brigade. It's a troll
that at some
brigade.
point,
Ignore
Justin
them.
Trudeau may
They're
catch a
trying to
bullet
detract
one
the
day.
conversation.
Were you aware of
I
that?
They
recall
know what they're
something
doing.
about
Okay.
that, yes.
Do
You ignore
remember
them
if
too,
that
John.
was something you knew about during this discussion, or after this discussion, did you
I'm the
learn
greatest
more
at
about what
avoiding
Mr. King had
brigading.
posted?
I believe it might
I'm
have
the
been
king
after.
of the brigadier general of brigading.
So it says in here in the second sentence, Chris agreed perhaps Pat should be sent home, but there was concern about the trucks.
Actually, you know what?
Pat
Keep
brought
arguing with the
him. Do you see
brigaders.
that?
Yes.
It's perfect.
What was the concern
great.
about the trucks?
Possibly division inside the convoy. Pat brought a certain following with. I don't remember the extent of anything after that. We discussed sending him home, and obviously he didn't.
Was the concern that if Mr. King was sent home or asked to not
agree, that's-
participate, that his supporters would also stop participating?
That would have been a good guess, yes.
So if we can continue on, the next sentence talks about it says, talked to Pat about the tweet on the
Interesting,
roadside.
as
Do you see
always.
that?
Yes,
Was that the conversation you had already described to us?
yes.
And were you a part of that conversation?
I believe so, yes.
And then it says, following this, a captain's meeting was held in Kenora, and at the end of the day, where everyone expressed concern about Pat King's involvement,
Slow down. Thing.
Slow down. You're getting too excited with the government
the
narrative.
decision was made
Relax
that someone
yourself,
would
please.
talk to Pat within the coming days and request that he not attend in Ottawa. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question about these two sentences, but before I do that, can you just explain what a captain's meeting is?
We had road captains involved in approximately 2 road captains per province to organize the trucks. Those were the people that the people from that province could go to with concerns or issues. So we had a number of road captains within the convoy.
And it sounds in here like after your initial conversation with Mr. King that concerns continued to be raised by other members of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know
he's doing an
if
amazing
someone
job.
ultimately
Absolutely.
spoke with Mr.
Brilliant.
King and asked him not to attend in Ottawa?
Yeah, his energy is calming for me.
Possibly I wasn't involved in that conversation.
And it's driving the counselor crazy.
At any point,
He's insane.
hear from Ms. Leach or anyone else about whether that conversation had occurred?
Not to my recollection, I don't.
And Mr. King continued on to Ottawa?
Yes, he did.
Were you aware of any resolution having been reached between the people who had concerns and Mr. King?
I believe whatever happened, it worked itself out to the point where Pat stayed with the convoy.
Were you personally concerned about what Mr. King had said previously?
Freedom
on
George
social
getting the
media?
love in the comments. Welcome.
I don't believe it was a concern. He explained to me that it was taken out of context and then edited to make him sound worse than it was. I took him for his word on it.
So you accepted the explanation at the time?
Yes.
Do you today still believe that, do you still accept that explanation?
I believe Pat had all the right all the right reasons and a good heart.
So I'm going to pull up another document. This is COM 50902. And while we're waiting for the document to come up, Mr. Barber, this is a news article, and we can go to page 3 of the document. This is a news article, and it reports on text messages between yourself and Ms. Leach. And as I understand it, and we will get to this later, when you were arrested, the police seized your phone and you no longer have access to the messages on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I also understand that we expect to hear from Ms. Leach that she also no longer has access to her text messages. You don't need to comment on that. We can ask Ms. Leach about it. But I'm showing you this news article, and as we go through, if there's anything in the article that you think is not accurate and
Ooh, global.
you don't have your phone with you anymore, you can let me know, okay?
So, look at this!
If we
Look at
go
this
down,
dribble,
it says,
boosting
on
the.
January
Look at all these,
22nd,
a lot of
Leach
rainbow
told
language
Barber
in there, a
they
lot of colorful
needed to
language
have a
in there.
very
Hate,
frank
hate, hate.
discussion with King, raising concerns about
Yeah,
past
global
allegations with
is
him.
an arm
Despite
piece.
these concerns, Leach also said he was needed by the movement, in an apparent contrast to later statements in which the convoy tried to distance itself from King.
If I just read
We
this,
need him,
if
and
I
I
was
don't
Chris,
care
I'd
about
just be
his
like, this is a
past,
news
but
article.
it
Do you
only
have
takes
any
one, she
like
said.
actual source?
We have to control his rhetoric, not even threatening to throw snowballs at Parliament. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Control your myocarditis,
Um,
Darlene.
Do you recall if this is
Stop boosting.
something that Ms. Leach text messaged you?
My phone was very busy. I'm assuming it's here, so it had to be.
No reason to.
Is that not all
say
hearsay?
this was
There's,
not a message she sent you.
Yeah, it is.
it's like hearsay
Ms.
of
Leach
hearsay
said,
with an unknown source.
I thought yesterday
the
that it mattered
movement
when slowly
needed
was going
Mr.
on about
King.
fifth-hand
Do
information
you know what she meant
from
by
people
that?
who were directly at a meeting.
I can't. I'm not sure.
Do you agree that the movement needed Mr. King?
The
He's trying to-
best
he's
thing
trying
to-
about
Relevance?
the movement was it was inclusive to everyone.
Yeah,
regardless of any beliefs, I guess. Everyone had a place. Everybody had a spot. It was just managing how.
That's a good answer.
So I take it from
twist
your
that.
answers, and
If you like.
I just want to make sure I'm
Yeah,
fair
everyone's
here, is
welcome.
that
Even
you,
this one
from what
person.
you had learned about what Mr. King
No,
and
they're
maybe
going to
said
take
in
that
the
and say,
past,
they're going to say,
the
Freedom
content of
Convoy
those
welcomes
statements didn't
Nazis.
concern you
Yeah,
because
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
explanation.
Yes,
Mr. King-
headline.
News as a
Global news headline.
Propaganda industry.
I guess
Here they go.
Pat and I had a power struggle between each other. That was pretty evident right from day one. It was a power struggle.
But
back
Chris
and
is built
forth
like a
over
tank.
Control.
Dude, he's
It wasn't
heavy. He's
anything
taller than
that
me and
couldn't be
100 pounds
managed.
heavier. I'm skinny though.
He's a tank. Oh, he's
Maybe not 100
He's a
pounds,
tank.
but he's got some weight on me.
Did you have any concerns separate and apart from your own views about what Mr. King may or may not said? Did you have any concern about the public image of having Mr. King associated with the Freedom Convoy movement?
I guess there would have been some concerns at times, I guess. The bad media posts and releases on a regular basis definitely caused some concern.
And can you just explain what you mean by, did you say the
media?
yeah, and what was concerning you about the media's coverage?
They attacked him on a regular basis, I believe.
Did you think those attacks were fair?
I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know Pat previous to the convoy. I met him on the 13th for the first time, and things were so busy after that, it was hard to keep your head around all the different moving parts.
Exactly.
Other than being busy, is there any reason you didn't do more to look into the people who were associated with your convoy?
My primary goal was to get those trucks to Ottawa safely. So phone conversations and that were hard to have. Everything that we did was logistics. It was myself on the mic, on the CB mic or the FM radio mic all day long, making sure the trucks were safe. I kind of left that up to other people in the organization.
You say, this media report says that you texted to Miss Leach, "I know he's had issues. I've got skeletons in the closet too." Do you see that?
Yes.
So do
Do
I.
you recall texting that to Miss Leach?
Yes.
Okay. What were the skeletons
He's
in your
not
closet?
6'2". He's like 6'5" or 6.
I've been an internet troll for
Yeah, I'm
many
6'2".
years.
He's taller than me.
At this
Yeah.
point in time, was
We're
there
6'2".
something was there anything in
We are
particular that
6'2".
concerned you about what you had done on the internet?
Nothing that was related to the convoy.
What about things that were unrelated to the convoy?
Yes.
Look at
What
all this
concerned you?
I
speculation.
used to post nasty, distasteful memes, be it share memes or just posting online in a negative way.
And it's the commission's understanding that some members of the media identified certain Facebook posts that you had made and had reported on them or tweeted about them. Is that something you were aware of at the time?
Yeah, they've been circulated for quite some time.
And these include Facebook posts that contained racist and anti-Muslim comments. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
And I expect you may be asked questions about those by some of the parties, and I wanted to give you an opportunity now, if you wanted it, to speak to some of the racist or anti-Muslim things you posted.
Well, I can honestly say that if anybody learned anything or grew more during the convoy, it was me. I was a different person 9 months ago, whatever it was, 10 months ago. Coming out here and seeing the amount of love and the people of all different colors, all different race, everything. It was such a diverse crowd of people here. There was, there were so many tears. There was so many hugs. There was so much laughter. There was so much. It changed the person. It changed me.
How did you change?
It humbled me. Yes, it made me realize that a lot of those stuff that I used to post on the internet before was very distasteful, and there's a better way to do it.
Amazing. Humbled us all, brother.
I mean,
My
there's
my
something to
hair
be
is
said
standing
about
up, dude. My hair is standing straight up.
there's something to be said about being wrong and then to learning from it, which is
One of
more than the
things
Prime
that
Minister could ever
media
say.
reported on during the convoy was that you had
Or
a
the media.
Confederate flag in your shop in Swift Current. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And
This is a complete.
you posted
You
at
had a
least one or
Confederate
two
flag.
TikToks addressing that issue. Do you recall?
That's not what this is about.
One of those TikToks, you said that the Confederate flag was, you explained that I believe you purchased it in the United States. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
And then you described it as a piece of cloth and get over yourself.
Yes.
Is that a sentiment you continue to have?
I believe there's two different contexts to look at the Confederate flag. I've got a good friend that lives outside of Atlanta, Georgia. She's an African-American lady. I had an in-depth conversation with her many times on this occasion. She's explained it to me quite well. She said the way the two different contexts is how you look at the flag was the area of the General Lee and the Dukes of Hazzard via like Kid Rock, Leonard Skinner music. When we grew up in our hometown, we called it a rebel flag or a Dixie flag. We didn't really call it a Confederate flag. It was on license plates. It was on back windows. It was everywhere. And at that time, it was more accepted apparently. So in my travels in the Deep South years ago,
Yeah.
I'd come across a flag store. I seen the Dixie flag there. I purchased it. I hung it up on the wall of my shop, not thinking anything of it. My African-American lady friend in Georgia explained to me that if you wore that flag over your shoulders to a Confederate battlefield, I would probably call you a lot of names. But she said, being the way you're displaying it now, and the fact that you loved your childhood watching the Dukes of Hazzard and seeing that flag on the roof of the General Lee, it's a different context.
Yeah,
Do you still have
intention
the flag
matters.
in your shop?
What I did with the flags in the shop was I zip tied them. So they were hanging on the wall of the shop. I went up on a ladder and I zip tied them together. They're still there, but they're not displayed in the correct manner. Out of respect for.
Yeah. Live and learn. Live and learn. That's what we all want to do.
Talk about how you've changed. Is that an example of something you're doing differently?
That would be, yes.
Humble beyond belief, this man.
About Mr.
Takes
King
a big man to admit the things that he
once
said.
you
he did.
arrived in Ottawa, did you?
He's not making excuses. He's just telling the truth.
Did you continue to work with Mr. Bowder in terms of the protest activity that was going on in Ottawa?
No, I hardly seen James the time I was here.
And we've spoken a bit about Miss Belton. Once you arrived in Ottawa, what was Miss Belton's role in the convoy?
Same as myself. She was more centralized around the hotel area where we had.
Good question. Are they going to ask Trudeau about his blackface, this commission lawyer?
Things were looked after. My job morphed
They
into
should.
more of a outside walking the streets, making sure the trucks were well looked after, making sure the concerns were well. Working with law enforcement on a day-to-day basis, making sure that we had emergency lanes open wherever the trucks were parked. We had a couple different hotspots, not hotspots, but places in the city that we'd lost. We couldn't get the emergency lanes open, and they weren't, looking back now, they weren't the trucks that came with us from the west. The one issue was Rideau and Sussex. We spent many days down trying to get an emergency lane open with law enforcement, OPP, and OPS.
And then we're going to have some questions about Rideau Sussex in a moment. We expect that Miss Belton may indicate that there's been a falling out between you and her. Is that true?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that falling out?
Just difference of opinions.
What are the different opinions?
I don't even, just difference of opinion, different direction. I just chose to stay on a path. My criminal charges have left me to be a lot more silent. I can't speak with like what I used to be able to speak about the convoy. I've had to remain silent. So I've, instead of fight with anybody there, I've said my piece and went my different ways.
If we could pull up a video,
So he took a calm, measured, and mature approach to the problem.
And again, I'll give you some context while it comes up. So this is one of your TikToks, Mr. Barber. And we're going to watch it in its entirety, and then I'll have some questions flowing from it.
Okay. Hey guys, convoy related issues right now, and I just want to get this out there. This convoy to Ottawa next week on Sunday is a peaceful protest. Anybody that joins this protest or this convoy from either coast to coast is to adhere to the rules of the convoy. And I am dead serious. If anybody fucks with them, they're out. Emergency vehicles have the right of way. When the lights are flashing, we pull over and they are the utmost attention. Law enforcement is to be respected. Never, ever not respected. We are working with law enforcement across the country in big cities, and we have their approval 100% until we fuck that up. Convoy rules. There's a code of ethics we're going to have to follow. We want this done properly. Right now, the public is 100% on the truckers and this mandate, removal of mandates side. We do not want to lose that. When we start acting like assholes, we lose that. Let's keep our eyes on the prize and hit the federal government where it hurts. We want the mandates gone. Mandates need to be removed, and we're not leaving until they are. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can pull that down. So I have a few questions arising out of that video. One of the things you say early on is that you want a peaceful protest. And the commission has seen many instances, and we don't have the time to take you to them all, of where you insist on the protest being peaceful, and to the extent there's any sort of suggestion of violence, you immediately step in and say, this needs to be peaceful. Why was that important to you?
We had the public on our support. That was, and I'll apologize for the language there, Commissioner. That was another thing that I've worked on in the last number of months.
I've heard worse. Don't
That's good. You can take the trucker out of the truck, but yeah.
Chris is just a likable
That was
guy.
the utmost importance. We had, the world was watching us. We had, there were so many people and safety was utmost. And we were told by the lawyers flew out, I believe it was the end of the month, the first part of February, something like that. And we were told by the lawyers on a daily basis that we were a legitimate protest. We were allowed to be there. We were doing the right things. And the last thing I wanted to do was wreck that for the people that we were trying to represent. And there was a ton of support all across, all over the world, really.
And to put that video into a bit of context, you say that this is a message for the convoy that's coming next week. So we're arriving.
Okay. I have to go for a second.
That
I'll be
video
back.
was taken probably sometime in the week
I'm
of
here
January
still.
23rd. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
So that would have been before the lawyers had gotten involved and you were
Yes.
beginning to get direction from them. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at that point in time, when you're emphasizing the importance of a peaceful protest, did you have a concern that the people who were participating in the convoy might not be peaceful?
I'll give you a little example of truck drivers. They're like herding cats. You've got every different style of driver, and I've always said you put 200 truck drivers in a room and somebody's going to get a black eye and a broken nose. Knowing that going into it, I was worried about that because of the differences of opinion with all truck drivers. I can honestly say that was something that surprised me. There was none of that. The drivers were well, in what I seen, they were extremely well behaved. They listened to the rules of the road. I didn't have a single incident to my recollection, that went bad.
So they listened to the rules of the road. I assume you mean on the way to Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes.
Once you got into Ottawa, was your observation that the protest was peaceful?
I believe it was loud, but it was peaceful.
Did you see any acts of violence?
I did not, no.
And we'll get to the noise in a moment.
Yeah.
In another TikTok video you posted, and this would have been during the protests in Ottawa, you say that the last thing we need is a January 6th style insurrection, and that was one of your biggest concerns. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Why was that one of your biggest concerns?
I believe the federal government was backed into a corner, not wanting to speak to us. And I personally believe that was the only way, I guess, out of it for them to demonize us to the point where they could say insurrection when that wasn't the case. And so I pushed that message constantly, daily: peace, love, unity. Like I said, it changed me as a person listening to myself daily saying that.
When you were saying that, what sort of activity were you contemplating that might give rise, either correctly or incorrectly, to the impression that this was going to be some form of insurrection?
The police buildup. We had daily meetings with police, whether it be OPP or OPS, and everything was positive. But it seemed like the police presence built on a daily basis.
Was there anything that other protesters were doing that were concerning you? And I'm not just talking about protesters within your group. I'm talking about of all the people who are in Ottawa.
Not that I've seen, no. The trucks that I looked after on a day-to-day basis were excited. They were excited. We were 2 years outside of lockdowns and mandates, and people got to live again, and we've seen that on a daily basis.
So another thing you mentioned in the video that we showed was that there was rules of the convoy. You talked about clearing the way for emergency vehicles and that law enforcement need to be respected. Was there any other rules of the convoy?
Basically, that was it. Yes, there was a code of, I don't remember if we actually did a code of conduct up or not, or we just, mornings we had tailgate safety meetings with the drivers to make sure that everything was well. There was constant communication with everything. I had no concerns with the trucks. The trucks were always well behaved. And like I said, law enforcement was always open and honest. We worked really well with every law enforcement that I ever spoke to.
But at the same time, you recognize that it was important to have rules and try as an organizer to at least try to have some sort of order over the people that were in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes.
As an organizer, did you believe that you had responsibility for the conduct of the protesters in Ottawa?
I took it upon myself to do everything in my power to make sure that the drivers were notified if things weren't right. I can't say it was my responsibility. I don't act on behalf of someone else, but I definitely did what I could to try and make sure things were done properly.
And what motivated you to do that?
Just the sheer size of it, and the support. We had support, like I said, all over the country, all over the world, and there were so many people watching. It was exciting to see the general public. And one of the biggest things for me was excited to see the young kids get back involved with trucks that were excited for the horn honk, the standing on the side of the highway. Kids wanted to be truck drivers again, and I haven't seen that since I was a child.
So from what I'm hearing, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, is that you liked what you were seeing, you felt it was positive, and you wanted to try to keep that atmosphere because you wanted to continue the positive experience. Is that a fair sort of summary? Perhaps not the most articulate?
Correct.
When you were in Ottawa, what were your views on the police's responsibilities with respect to peaceful protest?
They seem to respect. I dealt with quite a few on a daily basis, and I can't say I had a harsh conversation or anything with any of them. Maybe police were always respectful. I would walk up to random officers standing on the side of the street and or sitting in a police car patrolling a barricade and say, "Everything okay? Have you seen anything that was a concern?" And I never once got a reaction bad.
In the video we showed, you mentioned that the public is on our side, and when we start acting like assholes, we lose that.
Absolutely.
Do you
correct.
recall that?
Yes.
What did it mean to you to be acting like an asshole?
Disrespectful. Not playing by the code of conduct or the rules.
Can you give me an example of something that you believed would be disrespectful?
Being disruptive, I guess. Like I said, we tried on a daily basis to make sure everybody was looked after. So the police had free lanes through all ambulances had free lanes. I know it was pretty tricky. We worked diligently on it. I lost about 20 pounds in the matter of 3 weeks with the amount of walking I did working with law enforcement. I had a vehicle here, but it was hard to get around with a vehicle. So a lot of times it was walking, and it was frigid. It was 20 to 30 below. I had 2 t-shirts on, 2 hoodies on, and long underwear and 3 pairs of socks at times.
I won't ask you if you put the weight back on, so because I wouldn't want anyone asking me that question. So you say acting like an asshole included conduct that was disrespectful or disruptive. Did you see anything that was disrespectful or disruptive when you were in Ottawa?
Personally, I didn't know.
And when I say that, I appreciate that not everyone in Ottawa was necessarily someone who had come with your group or who might listen to you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So with that in mind, at any point, did you see anything in Ottawa that, that might not be the person who came with you, but you wish they weren't doing it?
I never seen anything that really concerned me. If somebody was there that wasn't part of the original group that I brought in, I would try really hard to negotiate with them or work with them to open that lane if they were parked in a spot that wasn't where it should have been. Sometimes it was successful, sometimes it wasn't. I really struggled a lot with, like I said before, when it comes to all truckers are different. That dynamic really played in certain parts of the city where.
What was your view on how the protest was portrayed in the media?
It was a negative light right from day one. Yeah.
What do you think was being missed?
Everything. I had numerous occasions where people came up to me and said they had to come down and see it for themselves because the media wasn't portraying it properly. And it was a different thing when they got here.
The commission has heard and received heard evidence and received written evidence from various residents and municipal officials, several complaints about the protesters' conduct. I expect you'll be familiar with them, but some of the things that the commission has heard is that there was excessive noise due to air horns. There was harassment and intimidating behavior, including people yelling racist or homophobic slurs, and that there was just a general disorder and unsafe conditions, including open fires, propane tanks near buildings and cars. Is this sort of evidence or concerns? Are you familiar with that?
I can honestly say I never encountered a single episode of that. Obviously, there was fires with people trying to stay warm. There was propane tanks for heating things. No different than I have a propane tank on my porch with a portable barbecue. So as long as it was looked after safely, I guess.
In your mind, who
They're
was
reaching
responsible
so hard
for
here.
making sure
Reaching
that
so hard.
taking with the propane
Oh, I
tanks
know.
or other
I know.
or other
He's
flammables,
answering
who was
wonderfully.
responsible for making sure
Just
the
telling the
protest was
truth.
safe? And not that anyone was going to do anything intentional with a propane tank, but something bad could happen and people could get hurt. Who was responsible for avoiding that outcome?
We left things up to the road captains. Like I said, there was usually 2 road captains per province, but that morphed into usually a couple road captains per block. And we would hold, not myself personally, I stayed out of most of those meetings, but the people would hold meetings every day to go over certain things and issues and safety concerns.
I now ask you about the horn honking. The commission has heard evidence, and I'm sure you're aware that at different times in the protest, there was a lot of horn honking. I assume you'll agree with me about that.
Yes.
Did you consider the horn honking to be a form of peaceful protest?
I consider the horn honking to be a form of excitement more than peaceful protest. I'll be the first to admit the horns annoyed me. I did everything in my power to try and get the horns to stop. I've put out multiple videos on a regular basis saying stop, especially after the court order came in on, I believe, whatever day that was, the 7th.
So let's pause there for a moment. The horns bothered you, and prior to the court order, which was an injunction to stop the horn honking, what steps did you take to limit the horns prior to the court order?
Speaking to the drivers, it was getting everyone orientated, trying to get them situated in a place where they were safe and their needs could be met, I guess. Seeing as our entry was so messed up, I'll use the words. It was organized chaos, unorganized chaos. There was trucks everywhere. There was vehicles everywhere. The only thing I could do was put my videos out stating, like, we're not here to disrupt residents of Ottawa. They didn't ask for this. It was the federal government is why we came and did what we could.
So I'm going to show you a video and then a post from your Facebook. So we'll start with the video. This is HRF 192.
This is literally
this
just
is one of your
character
TikToks.
assassination. It proves nothing and has no relevance to the convoy or anything. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
They've already filed a $4 million civil lawsuit against us for horns. You guys shut up over there? Am I doing my part?
And then if we could pull up COM 50s.
There was barely any horns in that one.
89.
Barely any horns.
Do you
Very
get an idea
confused
what kind of
horns.
guy I am on social media by that?
I'll add, well, we pull up, but would that be an example of you being a troll?
No, that's me being a funny guy.
All right. So now I'm showing you, if we could zoom out so we can see this. We understand this to be a Facebook post that you made on February 12th, 2022. To assist, I believe that is the character Buffalo Bill from the movie Silence of the Lambs.
It is.
And this is a joke about how that if the government doesn't get rid of the mandates, the horns are going to come back. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you one other Facebook post that's
Oh, good God. The horns.
COM 50888. And so in this one, this appears that you're sharing on February 13th a photo. I would guess this would be described as a meme of a boy blowing a bugle or a trumpet, being symbolized as the rest of Canada, and then the Ottawa plugging their ears. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And first, I'll ask you: are these two posts that you made on Facebook?
It's my name. Like I said, things were so busy. I'm assuming I shared that one. Obviously, I would have probably shared the first one too. It was scrolling Facebook and seen it, and just hit
Meme
the
police.
share button. That was probably more like, found it humorous at the time, I guess.
So when you look at the video,
No
we
telling
showed in these
jokes.
two Facebook posts, could you see why someone would question your sincerity when you say that you did everything in your power to stop the horns?
Absolutely, yes.
And what would you, again, you have an opportunity to speak to that. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I can't take about what I posted. I guess it was the excitement of the day on social media, flipping through social media and seeing the post, and it's a click of a button to share it and put it out. Seeing it now, I'd say it's distasteful.
We can take that down. Briefly, I'm going to ask you some questions about efforts to move trucks onto Wellington Street, and I understand there was a few different attempts, and we're going to hear more evidence about it this week, but I have some questions for you. So we've heard the evidence that on February 14th, after an agreement was reached with the mayor, you were involved in moving 4 large trucks up to Wellington Street. Is that correct?
It was more than 4. Yes.
Sorry, I said 40.
40. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's more than 4. Yeah, thanks. Nice try
And
there.
prior to that, we understand that the Freedom Convoy group had made an effort to have the trucks on the Rideau and Sussex intersection moved onto Wellington Street. Do I have that correct?
We made an attempt. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what happened with that attempt?
I was successful with one truck. There was there was a load safe. It was a tractor trailer. He was parked
Eric.
near right by the War
Talking about
Memorial. I
it.
remember
Yeah.
the story on it. He
watched
was parked
the,
sideways across the complete intersection, and law enforcement had tried to get him to straighten his truck out for quite some time and failed at it miserably. I remember it was easy. I walked over to the truck. I stepped up on the running board and I said, "Hey, buddy, you're in the way really bad and you're causing us some grief. Could you just back it up against the curb, please? And you'll save us all a lot of trouble." And he literally put the truck in gear and backed it up against the OPP, and the OPS officers were amazed it was that easy.
Were you able to move the other trucks on Rideau Sussex?
Was not, no. Those were a different group there. It was harder to talk to them.
And what was your understanding at the time of who was in the Rideau and Sussex intersection?
I remember there being a language barrier. There was a lot of Quebecers in that corner, right in the Rideau Sussex corner. So that, yeah, I didn't have much interaction. I remember being there maybe twice to try and work something out to get some lanes open as per OPS and OPP asking. I was unsuccessful every time.
So as I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. In your conversations with the OPS and OPP, you were trying to get a lane open for emergency vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you made an effort with the people at Rideau Sussex. It was unsuccessful.
Yes.
And other than the language barrier, was there any other reasons that was unsuccessful to your mind?
They were there and they just refused to move. So I did what I could. I worked with law enforcement. I said maybe it was twice. Miss Leach and I were there with OPS one day, and I believe I was there by myself with OPS another separate time. So probably twice I was there.
And did you have prior at the time? Were you familiar?
I've asked
with
that
the
question
name
a lot
Farfadaz?
throughout this process,
I
Kelly.
was not, no.
Do you know when the first time you heard the term Farfadaz?
About a week ago, under a week ago.
In the context of this commission?
Yes.
You clearly weren't listening to the testimony then,
I
if you think
understand it
that.
means leprechaun in French.
Nothing
or
was
in
admitted.
English, apparently,
That's
according
like
to
that.
Well, we'll have a witness testifying later today who I'm sure can shed more light on the Farfadaz.
more than me, yes.
I'm going to now ask you some questions about the other protests that occurred outside of Ottawa in January and February 2022. While you were in Ottawa, did you have any communications or interactions with anyone who was participating in protests in Windsor?
I don't believe I don't believe so. If there was messages on my phone, they would be for people with no contact information, just phone numbers. I received so many text messages from so many different people. I don't want to say that I didn't.
I would say more
because I
ignorant
may
than
have.
racist,
I
but
never
it's up
endorsed
to
it. I
interpretation.
never
Regardless, it changed.
communicated openly with anybody from Windsor at all.
Do you recall whether anyone asked you?
And at least he
or
faces his
anyone that you were working with in
his
Ottawa
demons
for
instead of the
assistance
prime
with
minister
respect to
who's
the
done
protests in
blackface. How
If
many
anybody
times has
asked
our
me,
prime
I
minister done
declined.
blackface?
We
5,
were
6,
never
7 times?
associated.
How
We
many
had our own-
times until
we
it's
had
a
enough to deal
problem?
with here. We
Until
weren't
people
worried.
Too many
demand
to count.
accountability?
Did you have
Like
any
seriously,
interactions or
you guys don't even
communications
realize the
with
hypocrisy
anyone-
of that
anyone
massive
participating in
nonsense.
any of the other protests
It's a
anywhere
joke.
else in Canada? And I can give you
There's no
examples
moral
if it
authority
helps,
to
but
hold anyone else
I'm going to ask
to
you
anything when
generally
you do
to
that.
start.
I got text messages from some friends at Coots. Never.
The
any,
media redefined the word
just
blackface
saying
to
how
defend
things were
Trudeau
going. Never
and coined the
any
term
advice or
brownface
never
as
asked
if
any
that's any
questions,
better.
to my recollection.
Like, let's be
They
real
had
here.
their own
Prime
thing
Minister
going
has
on there, and it
problems.
wasn't
He's a
involved
racist.
with us in the city here.
Who are
He's
your
got some
friends at
issues.
Coots?
You
There's
know,
a couple
he-
guys that were down
if
there.
anyone has
Just
issues
some local drivers that I've been
with
friends
that kind
with
of
for
thing, it would
years.
be the prime minister,
Who
the
were
person doing that kind of thing
one
5
man,
or
his name
6
is
or
Dan
7 or how
Somerville.
many
He
other
was
times
off
he
and
did
on.
it.
He was never
You know,
an
wearing that
active
as a Halloween
participant. He
costume.
went
Come on,
down
let's be real.
just to check it out and come back. There was another guy. I don't know his name. I'd have to look at my phone. I know what truck he drives. I know what he hauls.
And do you know this individual whose name you don't recall? Do you know if he was participating in the organization of the Coots protests or if he was a participant?
I think he was just a participant. Yeah, I don't know the organizers at Coots or Windsor. So.
Did you have any communications with anyone who was protesting in Emerson or Surrey?
I would imagine text messages on my phone, but not people that I'm familiar with.
Did you ever interact with Jeremy McKenzie while you were in Ottawa?
I did
Oh,
not know.
here we go.
Did you know who Mr. McKenzie was during the protests?
I became aware of Mr. McKenzie during the protest. Just know that he was a veteran, and we did a lot of work with the veterans when we were here. Although I never seen Jeremy that I know of. I met a lot of people but I don't recall meeting him or seeing him, or I've never spoke with him too.
Were you familiar with the group Diagolon during the protests?
Yes.
What did you?
Well, not during the protest. Afterwards, my knowledge of
familiar with
Diagolon, it's a
Diagolon?
fictional. It's a meme. It was something that Jeremy made up to online troll.
Have you spoken with Mr. McKenzie since the protests?
I have not.
Oh no, my number
Coming
one
near to
card.
the end of our time, so I just have a few more questions for you. It's our understanding that
Thought I
after the
had you there.
Emergencies Act was invoked. You were one of
What
the
a
people who had
desperate
their bank
reach
accounts frozen.
attempt.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the commission what that meant for you and what that was like?
Well, my bank accounts were frozen, I believe, on the day I was arrested on the February 17th. My corporate accounts, as well as my joint accounts, were frozen for the weekend, unfrozen, I believe, the Monday. My Toronto Dominion bank account was frozen for upwards of 3.5 months.
And how did that impact you?
I learned how to use cash again.
And you mentioned already that you were arrested on February 17th. Is
I
that
was,
correct?
yes.
Okay. How has the arrest affected your life?
I guess they kind of caught us off guard. They were really professional and really good to work with. I can't say a bad thing about anyone. I was walking with my son and 3 other of the road captains. So if you Google my name in the arrest, you'll see a photo of me grinning. My son was there. He was 18 years old at the time, and I looked over at him and seen him. That look he had as a 6-year-old or 7-year-old kid, where the tears were welling up. He was scared, and so I simply just said, "Hey, bud, you're good," and grin like that. And they caught me on camera, of course, and everything's been good since. It's changed quite a bit.
What's changed?
Well, I've got criminal charges now, and I've never had criminal charges. I've never been in trouble with the law before.
And one final question for you. Is there anything that you think it's important for the commission to hear that we haven't touched on?
I think we've touched all the bases. The truth is here, I have nothing to hide. As far as I know, we were doing everything within the law, according to legal counsel. And that was my main primary goals.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Here we go for cross.
Okay, so we have the cross-examinations to go ahead. The Government of Canada, I think, is up first.
The Government of Canada gets first bat, of course. Well, they were just on the stand. They were just asking all their questions. That was the Government of Canada. Like, make no mistake, the Commission is the Government of Canada. Did you hear that, Chris? Chris, we can't hear you. You're muted.
This applies to all of us, I assume.
Muted. I'm muted.
A note about the translators.
Yeah, you were
the
muted.
Reminder for the translators.
Can you hear me now?
Good morning.
Yep.
Good morning,
Oh, never
My
heard
name
this
is
guy.
Andrew Gibbs, and I'm
Never seen
part
this
of
guy
the
before.
council team for the Government of Canada.
Mr. Gibbs.
Oh, Government of Canada. Here we go.
So we've heard a fair bit of testimony this morning about the start of the convoy and the general organization and the factions or divisions within the groups that preceded. Is that fair?
Correct.
So the spark, as I understand it, was you and Ms. Belton
Yes.
meeting over TikTok.
Yes.
And you eventually organized with others to come to Ottawa to drop the border mandates.
Yes.
And that was your sole objective.
That was my personal sole objective. Yes.
So to be clear then, the others that eventually joined or started participating may have had other goals and objectives.
Quite possibly, yes.
And you're aware of some of those goals and objectives?
There was a lot going on, but yes, for the most part.
For example, Canada Unity was seeking to sign the MOU that Commission Council spoke to you about.
Yes.
And others were seeking to, I'll say overthrow, but replace the Government of Canada.
My understanding when it comes to the MOU, and I think that was the only thing that ever came up was the fact that there was something in the MOU that said, and not necessarily overthrow, but hold the government accountable, apparently. And like I said before, I've never read the MOU. That was never anything that we came to Ottawa for. That was not even on the cards. And if anybody came to me stating that, I would have promptly told them to go home.
There is a very big difference between replace and
You
overthrow.
mentioned you attended a Facebook Live interview.
Yes.
The Government of Canada trying for their desperate Hail Mary.
Pat King was hosting it.
Yes.
And I believe the MOU was presented during that.
Yes, correct.
And do you recall Pat King saying that the objective was to tell the government who's in control
You could
Well,
have,
the people
yes.
are in
and to
control of the
give them
government.
pink slips?
Possibly.
To give them pink
And a
slips.
pink
What the hell does
slip
that
you
mean?
would understand as removing them from their jobs, firing them essentially.
I can't speak for Mr. King, but possibly.
Okay. Now, as the groups started
pink
joining
slips.
you, I think we saw one TikTok video where you mentioned that this is, and I believe your testimony as well today was that never expected this level of participation in your wildest dreams.
No.
So many, many people joined this protest.
Yes.
And in fact, it became a multi-purpose protest.
I guess so. I stayed with my original beliefs of the border mandates. That was the one that affected me the most. That was the reason why I got involved. All the other mandates in place that I had issues were provincial mandates, so really had no relevance here in Ottawa.
But some people in the group seem to think they did.
I guess so. Like I said, I can only speak for myself, and then my primary goal was border mandates.
Okay. And so during the Facebook Live, Mr. Barber suggests that there will be a number of events that occur. And in fact, in addition to the Facebook Live, which was referenced at COM 50829, there's a separate video where you and the other organizers, Ms. Belton, Mr. Barber, and Mr. King, are interviewed by Benita Peterson. you recall that interview?
I don't recall that.
Okay. It's in the record at COM 50838. And during that interview, and we can bring it up if you like. It again is a lengthy interview, over an hour and a half long, but it does speak to the activities or events that Mr. Bowder proposes to have. He also shares the MOU again and suggests that one of the events will be to present that MOU to the Government of Canada or representatives thereof. Okay.
Invoke the Emergencies Act. They're going to hand us a piece of paper.
The last point that I would make.
What a
just with
useless.
respect to that video, but I'll move on to the
yeah,
basic idea here.
Move on. Like, pointless.
There were, as you say, a number of factions or groups that were involved.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but see,
Okay,
that's the
and
difference
you
between
didn't
Chris
have a
and
vetting procedure to
that's a difference between Chris and Slowly. Like Chris comes up front as comes across as 100% upfront and honest and literally not playing any kind of games. So he's not going to do that. He's honest.
the convoy that was planned with Mr. Bowder's logistics started to catch fire.
Yes.
And you'd mentioned that all truckers are different,
Yes, very much so.
and it's a bit like herding cats.
Yes,
And if you put 200 in
Herding
the room,
cats.
somebody's
BB's on
going to
it.
get a black eye or a broken nose.
primarily, yes.
How many did you bring to Ottawa?
Oh, many. Like I said, there would have been 2,500 vehicles in the west convoy. There was convoys from the east, convoys from the south. There was convoys. I don't know the numbers on how many people were here. It was a lot. On the weekends, it was.
The police
very,
didn't
very
even know the
busy.
damn numbers,
Very
apparently.
busy.
And is it fair to
heard-
say that you couldn't control them all?
Absolutely, I could not control them all.
Is it also not correct that you had a large flag on the back of your truck?
It was a billboard sign, I believe.
And what did it say?
I don't remember. It's hanging on the wall in my shop right now, but it's something about mandates, I would imagine. I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory if you have it.
Well, I believe that perhaps you'll agree with me that there were many flags around town with the message F Trudeau.
Yes. I didn't have on the back of the bunk of the truck, I have a decal there that says that. I did not have a flag on my tractor that had
Come on,
that
get it
on
right. Get it right,
Okay, so
Government
there
of
was a
Canada.
decal
Come on.
your truck with that slogan.
Yeah, a smaller decal up on the back of the bunk.
And would you agree that that became a bit of a rallying cry?
I was surprised to see how many it was. Yeah, there was a lot all the way across the country, yes.
And were there other messages against the Liberals?
I think it was just that as far as I remember.
Okay.
I seen a better rendition of it the other day. By the way, my thoughts have kind of changed on that a little bit. I seen a young kid a couple days ago that said hi to me, and he had a truck Trudeau shirt on.
Same underlying message?
But probably a little more politically correct.
Right, but understood by
Yes.
the crowd as being the same message.
I would have said.
Yeah, we hate the Prime
And
Minister. He's a
encouraging children to Share
dictator.
that message.
Fuck
There's
Trudeau.
a child that had it.
He's a
so-
dictator.
Okay.
He's a dictator who took the rights of millions of Canadians away, and you're up on the stand defending that motherfucker for destroying our country, taking people's livelihoods away, their jobs, everything. You're a terrible person.
You had
You're a terrible
mentioned,
person, and you're
to
defending
Commission
that
Council that
the guy
you
who wore
were
blackface 5
frustrated
times.
with the mandates,
yourself.
Correct.
and you were, I believe your testimony was that you were very angry.
Yes.
And
Understandably.
Your government
this
laughs at us, says that we
protest and
take
convoy
up
and general,
space. Get the Prime Minister on the
sentiment
stand and
that
ask the Prime Minister
you
what he
and
meant
Ms.
when he said
Belton
that people who are
started.
unvaccinated
Did that
take up space.
inspire
Get that
others?
fucking motherfucker in front of
Yes,
a
it did,
sworn
of course.
testimony to explain that. Huh? How about
Truck
that,
you,
Mr.
Trudeau.
Slimeball?
As part of your
Huh?
group.
That's the leader of our country.
When
Speaking to
I say
Canadians
your
like
group,
that.
I'm
That's the leader of our
referring specifically
country.
To the Freedom
That's the leader of
Convoy
our country saying that we
2022.
take up
I think
space.
it's
Go
you and
yourself.
Ms. Belton at one
Thanks,
point,
John
and
Jones.
Ms. Leach,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
Mr.
Smoothie's fired up
Belton
this
by,
morning. Smoothie is fired
Barber,
up.
sorry,
Limeball
by that point
counselor.
is
Get the prime minister
outside
under
of the
count.
group?
Get the
He
prime
was
minister
always
under oath in the
Canada
first 30
Unity.
minutes.
I
You're
don't
going to have
believe he was
50
ever
counts of
part
perjury.
Freedom.
Yeah, breathe smoothly. We got all day. We got all day, man.
And Mr. King has been kind of
was-
pushed to the
Only,
side
only
of
two
it.
separate,
counts with the
yeah.
government
Yeah.
council. The
Okay.
biggest
He still has a
biggest
large following.
weenies in
Yes,
the world.
I believe so.
Okay.
No, no, he doesn't.
and
Mr. King doesn't have a large
I think
following. They made him delete all of
we
his social
heard
media
reference
accounts.
to the video.
He doesn't have any following.
And nobody has
social
phones
media
left anymore.
Where Mr. King.
Excuse me,
was
government
attributed
lawyer.
as saying
Excuse
that
me,
Mr. Trudeau was going to
order,
catch a
objection,
bullet. Recall that?
objection.
I heard about it, yes. I
Objection.
Don't think I'm not sure if I've
Mr.
ever
King
seen
doesn't
it
have
or not.
any social media
Okay,
following.
perhaps
He's not
I
allowed to
can,
have social
show
media.
it to you now.
Objection.
If we,
Point of order.
were to bring up
Fucking
Mr.
get your
Clerk,
facts straight, you slime
OPS
ball. Holy shit.
407967.
These people are snakes.
And I'd like to just play the first 20 seconds of it. It goes on.
Trudeau, someone's gonna make you catch a bullet one day. To the rest of this government, someone's gonna fucking do yous in. You sons of bitches.
The only way that, and I'm gonna say it out loud, the only way that this is gonna be solved is with bullets. And yeah, I said it. That's the only way something's gonna happen. A massive revolution on
Thank you.
So that was 2 years ago,
Now,
right?
I believe you suggested that Mr. King
That
had
video was
told
2
you
years ago?
previously in a conversation that this was edited and taken out of context.
He did, yes.
And you will agree that it came to light during the protest.
Yes, I believe the second part of that video, my understanding with Pat was that that was from a previous post, something to do with Indigenous lockdowns or Indigenous protests somewhere else in the country where that bullet comment came from.
Right, but it was posted during the convoy.
It was, yes, I believe.
Okay. And you yourself admitted, I believe, to Commission Council that being a bit of an internet or troll
Yes, sir.
and having previously posted nasty, racist, and anti-Muslim content.
Regretfully so, yes.
And you have a significant following now?
On the TikTok, I do, yes.
Yes. And Mr. King also has a significant following.
Mr. King, I believe, due to his conditions, isn't allowed on social media.
At the time?
At the time, I think he had a significant following on Facebook. I don't think he was on TikTok.
And we saw a discussion between you and Ms. Leach referred to by Commission Council, where you and Ms. Leach discussed the need to keep him around if possible because of his following.
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
And those videos are edited out of context. That's not the
So-
entirety of what Pat King said. Made it sound like he was
You're
threatening the
aware that the
government.
Freedom
That's-
Convoy group, this
that's
would be
e-
your group,
That's malicious
put out
evidence. That's
daily
there's no
briefings.
context to that.
Yes.
And
Somebody
these
should have
daily briefings,
objected to that
did you have
because the
input
context
into
is
them?
missing. There's apparently a lot
Not
of
very
context
often,
around
no.
those quotes that were
My
not
job
included in that evidence.
Was literally
Just
out
submitted to
with
the
trucks
commission.
on a regular basis.
It's a joke. Point of order.
Come sit
Joke.
in at the end
Context.
of the day and have
Objection.
conversations with other people.
You're
in the group
manipulative.
to
Objection.
get, but I don't remember being. I remember being at the first news
Sustained.
conference. I remember telling
Thank
Ms.
you.
Leach that I didn't want to be the one in front of the camera, but I would be the one that stood beside the one at the camera, and that was the only time I was. I think I did a couple, but I was always sitting off to the side. My job was truck
Yeah,
safety.
you wouldn't really
truck
know, Shauna,
issues,
what's
making
going
sure
on here.
everybody was looked after.
And this is not
Looked
how the
after
commission.
in
This
terms
is
of fuel and mechanics.
this is
and-
not how the
Yeah,
commission's
fuel
been run up to this
mechanics,
point.
If any issues arose,
This is not how the commission's been run up to this point. This is totally out of control. The commissioner would have stopped this kind of questioning against any of the other witnesses, but he permits it and encourages it against a witness that obviously the narrative's against. So very telling.
Your group of the daily events
I believe so, yes.
were circulated each day,
I believe so, yes.
and it would be circulated in the morning, presumably,
That I
with the
can't
weather
tell.
for the day?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we can turn to HRF 709, and this should be
Stay here.
dated January 28th, if I'm not mistaken.
Vivi, you stay close.
Does this look like one of the updates that the Freedom Convoy 2022 group would have circulated?
It could have. I don't really remember reading any of them.
Okay, well, we'll just walk through it briefly because there are a few of them that I'd like to
Vivi?
bring to your attention.
Here.
This
Vivi,
one is dated
Vivi,
January
here.
28th. It provides that the Saturday weather is sunny, low of -21, etc. for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then it's giving the general
Vivi.
update on the overview.
Vivi, here.
You see the overview paragraph there will be the biggest
Vivi.
protest movement in Canada
Here.
ever. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Vivi, come here.
And
Come, girl.
if you scroll to item 8, I just
Vivi.
want to bring this to your attention because I believe you said earlier that the only purpose of this, your group, Freedom Convoy 2022, was to end the
Good girl.
border mandate.
I noted that was mine.
You got the
Chris,
squirrels.
you're on-
Good.
That was
you're on the hot mic,
myself.
Chris.
I don't speak
You
for
got the
everyone in
squirrels, you're on the hot
group,
mic,
so
Chris.
I didn't have
Oh,
anything
sorry.
to do with these drafts on a daily basis. I was purely here for the mandates.
Okay, so is there somebody we should
Apologies.
be speaking to with respect to these daily updates?
I'm not even sure who produced these on a daily basis. I can't speak to that. Like I said, I was out. I literally got out of bed at 7 o'clock in the morning every morning, if not earlier. Was out with the trucks
Butt bots.
the entire day.
Butt bots, Jerry
I
butts.
was,
They are butt
I
bots
was
for sure.
on the ground the entire time. At the end of the day, if
That's
something
hilarious.
urgent arose, I didn't take part in any of these updates.
So you'd agree that you were one of the faces of the Freedom Convoy 2022
Agreed, yes.
with the largest social media presence
That could be contested. I'm not sure. Yeah,
by others in the power struggle, presumably.
could have been, yes.
Okay.
In the
So-
power struggle.
Item 8 states, of note, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland is on the Board of
I'm
Trustees.
trying to
for
deflect
the
from
World
OPS's power
Economic
struggles,
Forum.
maybe.
She
Which
is a
he
key figure there, along with President Xi of China,
She
Bill
is.
Gates, and other globalists.
This is very true.
It was the Global
Factual.
Economic Forum that started. It is 2030. You will own
all
nothing.
factual.
That stated,
all,
sorry, it
all
is
factual.
2030. You will own nothing and you will be happy.
They
Had
said
you
that.
heard this message before?
I've seen it on social media before. I didn't, like
They've
I said,
said
I
it
never read
directly.
this
It's a
document.
direct
so
quote.
I don't know what would be
Direct
in it.
quote. And Freeland is on the
Okay.
board of directors for the World
Um,
Economic Forum. A deputy prime minister should have no allegiance to any third-party organization, extra-national third-party organization at all, whether it be the WEF or anything else. If you're serving as the deputy prime minister of Canada, that should be your exclusive role when it comes to extra-national organizations like that.
On February 8th, that refers to at the top. Can we pull that one up, please? Again, this is February 8th, and there's an image of the COVID-19, the Great Reset, is from the World Economic Forum. Deputy Prime Minister Freeland is on the board of trustees of the WEF. Again, had you heard of the Great Reset before?
Via social media posts.
And
More
from
so
their
in the last
actual
six
content of
months,
the
I
World
don't
Economic
recall
Forums.
Seeing that, or
What
even
are you a
hearing
lawyer
about
for the
it at
WEF?
time.
Are you a lawyer for the government of Canada or the WEF? Or are those two things the same now because our deputy prime minister is on the board of the WEF? My God.
The bottom of this, there's a reference, a section that deals with if you go to the next page, tow trucks refusing service. You see that section?
Yes.
According to Ottawa City Manager Steve Kanalakos, who testified earlier about the difficulty of obtaining tow trucks to the commission, all tow truck companies under contract to the City of Ottawa are refusing to provide heavy tow truck services. This has been, this has been a common occurrence right across Canada as tow truck operators are considering their long-term relationships with the trucking industry as well as the Canadian public. Is that consistent
man.
with your understanding?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. If we now turn to February 16th at HRF 6052, and this is the last, or second to last daily update I'll bring you to. This one begins with a photograph of Prime Minister Trudeau with World Economic Forum leader Klaus Schwab. Do you see that?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
And underneath, there's a description of a video of Klaus Schwab describing Trudeau's loyalty to the World Economic Forum.
Thank you for saying this in a public
A
forum,
video has emerged.
WEF lawyer,
World Economic Forum
for admitting
leader
all of this and
Klaus
getting this.
Schwab
Thanks for getting this in the
describing
mainstream
Trudeau's
spotlight.
loyalty
Can we put the
to
video
this
into the record, please?
globalist organization.
Thank you, WEF /
The
Government
video
of Canada
appears to
lawyer
have been taken
for
in
submitting all of this to
2016,
the
just
spotlight.
after Trudeau became the prime minister.
To
you
which
see that?
Yes.
Klaus Schwab has said all of these things.
And
said we
He said
penetrate
that they
the cabinets.
infiltrated.
if you scroll to the
He
We
said they
bottom,
infiltrated
penetrate
our
the cabinets.
cabinet.
Twitter link
We
there,
penetrate the cabinets, and we are most
with
proud
the
of the young
number
global
one
leaders like
waffler.
like
If we scroll to the
Macron
bottom,
in
it
France,
ends
and of
with a
course
photo
Trudeau
of
in
Deputy Prime
Canada.
Minister Chrystia Freeland.
Some of our most loyal young leaders.
Do you see that
Look at the
photo?
background of the
Nothing, you
picture.
would be happy.
And the caption reads, Finance Minister Freeland, seen here at a World Economic Forum event, says the
This is all
government
true.
can arbitrarily seize bank
Maybe,
accounts,
yeah, that's good.
crowdfunding,
Maybe they'll pivot and take down Trudeau
money, and cryptocurrencies. Now, this
legally,
on
obviously.
February 16th, this newsletter to your group, the faction of Freedom Convoy 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, on February 17th, another post is issued, HRF 6083, which is a special notice issued by the group.
Just to note, you're out of time, but did you know if you'll be much longer?
I need about 5 minutes on these 2 points.
You're out of time, but I'll allow you as much time as you want.
Two together.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
make it
If I may
tight,
have your
please.
indulgence.
5 minutes.
You have
It's an
the
extra
post,
5 minutes.
And this is a Freedom Convoy 2022 reaffirms its commitment to peaceful demonstration, correct?
Yes.
And in this notice, you'll see that it expressly condemns, if we scroll down, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, Pat King does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that accurately reflects your views at that time?
I had nothing to do with this document, so it would have been inside the meetings, I would assume.
But in terms of your views of Pat King,
Yes.
that's an accurate statement
That
from
is
your
an-
perspective?
Yes.
And also talk of violence from him or others?
Yes.
Were you aware, sir, that the night before, on February 16th, following the other notice with the photograph of Chrystia Freeland at the bottom, that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland received a death threat?
I was not, no.
So if we can turn to pb.can.
What does this have
I've
to do with
received-
anything?
I've received plenty of death threats. Thank you very much.
_rel.
Did you know that on the evening of this random thing, another random unconnected thing happened? What do you have to say about that? Did you know that you parked on Wellington and that evening in Vancouver, Canada, 5 people honked the horn at each other? What do you have to say about this occurrence that you're responsible for, sir?
Not making much good use of his 5 minutes here.
Your testimony here
Probably
today
gets
is
as
that
much
you have
time
no
as he wants
control over the
to
people
blather
who
on
had
and to
come
quote the WEF. Thanks for
to
that,
the
by the way.
protest
I know.
in response to your open
It's a
invitation.
joke.
Correct.
It's hard to know where these people are
And
going
so have you
sometimes.
seen this
They're not going anywhere.
email
He's just
before?
quoting the
I have not,
WEF.
no.
It's sent on
pointing out
Wednesday,
Freeland's
February
connection.
16th at 1:23 p.m. to Chrystia Freeland, MP, and it reads, I declare war on all the Canadian government for lying about COVID-19. Chrystia Freeland will get a bullet to the head. Prepare to feel our wrath. Yours truly,
Chris
the
Barber.
Canadian COVID government resistance. We
Yeah,
will
let's
visit
just sign
you
it,
at
Chris
your
Barber.
home this Friday at 6 p.m. So you better be hidden and be placed into protection because we know where you live. And signed, Larry Jenkins.
Who else? Larry
I
Jenkins.
assume you
Sign-
would-
sign-
Leroy Jenkins.
That's exactly signed Leroy
Absolutely,
Jenkins.
yes.
They might as well be. I'm not aware of any of this.
And the last question then is, were you aware, sir, that on February 16th, the same day,
Why don't they go after the person who wrote that?
OPP apprehended someone in Ottawa who was wearing body armor and carrying a large knife,
Which had nothing to
along
do
with
with any of that.
other knives, a sword, and machetes that were seized out of his truck.
They're talking
was not
about
aware of
they're
that,
talking
no.
about kitchen
Okay,
drawer
I
of
will
kitchen
take you
knives
to
guy.
OPS 30.
So a mental patient showed up with an armory of
11-837.
knives. That's between him and the
Mr.
police.
Commissioner?
Has nothing to do with
I
Chris.
understand my friend's
There was
out of
another
town.
incident that was-
Mr. has
Wait,
testified
Mil-
Several times. He has no knowledge of these things, so I'm wondering what the purpose of this is other than grandstanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is hugely helpful in the sense that he can't comment on any of
And
it.
it's irrelevant.
Maybe you can just file it for the moment and try.
Yeah, file it under irrelevant, please.
Thank you, sir. So the last question then is, would you agree with me that when you start a fire and fan the flames, it can get out of control?
Metaphorical
And you had no
fire,
control
not real
over
fire.
Those other factions who had come to this protest.
That's where I spent a lot of time on the ground. I spent a lot of time working with people that were with the original convoy from the past, from the West, and with people that were not with the West. If somebody had a concern, I said it on more than one occasion on my videos. If anybody has a problem, if anybody wants to yell at somebody, find my number and phone me and yell at me. I will gladly take it. The last thing I ever wanted was a letter like that. I've heard that story up until now.
Understood. And I believe, sir, that you'd also
Irrelevant.
confirm that you were not always successful in your efforts to convince the participants to agree with you or to follow you.
Agreed, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, so that
What a waste of
takes us,
time.
I think, to the morning break.
Oh,
So
thank
we'll
you.
take a little time. And so we'll take 15 minutes and continue.
Talking about
on the
irrelevant,
return.
talking about random death
The
threats that
commission
has
is in
nothing to do
recess for
with
15 minutes. La
Miller
commission levée
interrupts.
pour 15 minutes.
irrelevant. Commissioner agrees. Man arrested with a small armory of knives and blades. Mental man, scratch out man, mental, do line through that, Control S, strike. Mental patient arrested with small armory of knives and blades.
That's interesting too. So there was another man
16th?
later on that
That's the
crashed his
justification.
crashed his vehicle into the gates of Parliament, and he was arrested with edged weapons. And they made a big deal of it. Like they tried to link it to some type. This was
That
after
his
the convoy.
summer. That was his summer or
Yes.
something. Was
So there was another man with edged weapons that crashed into Parliament that was completely unrelated, and they tried a little bit to do it. It was at the same day or around the same time that the tour bus crashed into 24 Sussex Drive.
It was the same day, I think.
Yeah, it might have been the same day.
SpongeBob bus. The SpongeBob bus.
Yes, exactly.
Sussex.
Yes. If you're ever in
And it-
Ottawa, don't go on those buses. They're deadly. They sink and they're not very safe.
Don't say that because the lady got somebody.
Yeah. Sorry. Don't say that. But don't do
It's
it.
not true. You can do whatever you want to do
Yeah. Okay.
with your own
Okay, fine.
as an adult, making your own adult decisions. Talking about
Sure.
irrelevant
Sure.
things.
Yeah. That's so that was interesting. I mean, that's the best the government has. It's going to be very interesting to hear what the other parties involved have for questions.
So basically, that was basically their justification for the Emergencies Act on the 16th, 2 days after the Emergencies Act was invoked, was that they arrested a maniac with a bunch of knives on downtown Ottawa.
And that Chrystia Freeland received a threat from someone.
From someone on the same day
We don't
that a
know who.
newsletter. We don't know who. And Chrystia Freeland is on the board of directors for the WEF. And the WEF has said all of those things. The WEF and Klaus Schwab brags about his penetration of the cabinets and coming into Canada and young global leaders like Macron and Trudeau, and how
Yes.
great they are and how loyal they are to the WEF and how much they believe in it. And Trudeau himself, in a press conference from home in 2021, I think, said the pandemic has created the opportunity for a great reset.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Literally
Interesting language.
Literally
Yeah.
his own words. So, I mean, thank you to the WEF counselor there. I'm sorry, the Government of Canada counselor for quoting all of the things Klaus has said, and that pointing out the connections between the WEF and the Government of Canada, which are plentiful, including Chrystia Freeland sitting on the board of directors for the World Economic Forum. You know, kind of a significant position. That's not a position without authority or influence in the organization. That's kind of the highest echelons of the organization. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the deputy prime minister is up there too. You know, like in our country's organization.
for her to sit on the board of directors of the
that's
WEF is significant.
what will be interesting to see is if these same councils that are getting on the Convoy witnesses case about racism and all this kind of stuff are going to have the same line of questioning for our prime minister.
No, it's going to be like, Mr. Prime Minister, what's your favorite flavor of mocha ice cream?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no,
We've
that's
never
what they
seen
do for
badgering
Biden.
like this.
Yeah,
We've never seen badgering like this.
we've never seen anything like this ever before. All of this. This is new, uncharted territory.
The commission has completely changed its operating, its modus operandi, and has allowing of repeated questions. We've never seen that during the entire previous 13 days. It's the commission has adopted an ask and answer policy. So if somebody said something totally stupid, and then a counselor asked a clarifying because their answer was completely irrelevant to the question and the commissioner would basically go, "You already got your answer," and then all of a sudden they can ask Chris the same question 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 times. You know, and it's okay. And the commissioner says nothing. So the bias is palpable. The commission's narrative is visible. And we see you. We see you. We see you.
Yeah, it's really, you know, anybody that's watched this for any amount of time can see the glaring differences. The differences in approach, the differences in attitude and demeanor, the different rules for different people. It's all on display here. And we have a squirrel in the bush.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said we had a scribe. I was about to say, wow, we've made it.
No. One day we'll get there.
But did they receive proper scribe training, or are they just a general OPS council lawyer who doesn't have scribe training taking them?
Yeah, well, it's hard to know. Maybe there'll be a few scribes at OPS looking for work. We can get a former OPS scribe on board.
Random death threats Chris had nothing to do with.
Yeah, I know. So much of what they asked him, almost all of what they asked him, was either just opinion, it was talking about hearsay that had nothing to do with him, or random videos on the internet, or other people's quotes.
So who played the bullet video? That was the GOC, right?
The government of Canada, yeah. We also heard Jeremy Mackenzie's name come up.
Of course.
And the evil fake meme country. I don't even know if we're allowed to say it without getting in crap. But you guys know what we're talking about.
Well, we can say it now because they mentioned it on an official record.
Okay, Diagolon, the fake made up meme country. It's a line from Alaska to Florida. That's all it is.
And then everywhere else is called Circulon.
Yes. The enemies of the diagonal is the circle. The enemy of the diagonal
I'm
is
gonna get
the
a
circle.
Circulon flag, and that'll be okay because then I'm from Circulon. So
yeah, a giant Circulon flag. Yeah. You can tell if you have the real Diagolon flag from the fake ones. People were putting up his pictures and posts because the real one was just his finger going across the screen, and it wasn't a straight line, didn't have smooth edges. So it was like kind of a disturbing. Yeah.
Smoothies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No Patriot smoothies at all. So you can tell which one's the real one because it looks like somebody just made it in 1 second while making up a fake meme country.
That's what it was. And Chris has never talked to them. And they were like, so what was your relationship with the extremist, Jeremy Mackenzie?
I don't know him, sir. Oh, well, he did answer. He said, I know he's a veteran, which he is. I mean, a decorated veteran.
People are saying that they keep getting kicked out.
A combat veteran.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. The mass reports and brigading are flying. They're like, take it down. It's too much truth.
Too much. Yeah, far too much truth. People are listening. We better do something. Maybe they'll come take our phones away. If you hear them testifying that they don't have their phones back, they don't have their text messages. The government has their phones. We won't give them back. We won't give them their text messages. There's somebody saying Vivi wants a squirrel, actually. We just went for a long walk too, but she wants a squirrel. So
very sad.
Free Jeremy Mackenzie, yeah.
Join.
Jeremy's obviously a controversial figure, and there's some unfortunate timing with some comments he made there, and we won't get into all that. But that doesn't change the fact that he should not be in prison in solitary confinement.
Your dog sounds pissed off.
Yeah, she's just vocal. She's fired up too. All right. Well, I have a second here, and we have your undivided attention. If you enjoyed the broadcast today, considering sending Jonathan, who doesn't need a coffee now but might need one later, a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie. Or alternately, you could send e-transfer donations to daceymedia@gmail.com. Much appreciated. Also, like, comment, follow, share, all that good stuff. It all helps. Thank you. There you go, John. I did the plug. So, what do we know? What council's coming up? Coming up next? Who else do we have? We have City of Ottawa still to go. We have. I don't know if the police chief councils will and all that will still be questioning. It depends on what parties are interested and have relevant things to ask, I guess. It'd be interesting to see who gets how much time as well. Do you know who else is on the list today, John?
It could be Brigitte Belton.
Okay, yeah, I heard that name. Yeah, I don't know much about her. It seemed like they were kind of trying to build a bit of an infighting narrative here today too. There was a power struggle. All the words you hear about the stuff going on at OPS, power struggles, insurrections, sieges, all this kind of craziness at OPS. They're trying to say, wow, you guys have problems too. Whew, it's the beauty of a day too. We are on a 15-minute break. We're almost through it, people. And I'm chasing squirrels. Can't leave very far from where I am or I lose my connection. Oh man. So well, this is going all right. It's gonna be so strange to see. Like, I don't see how anybody can watch this and how the government lawyers treat someone like Chris Barber, say. I'm actually reading CTV takes on it right now. One of the CTV reporters is saying that the point of the government of Canada's cross was to demonstrate that Chris Barber had no control of the people in the protest. It's like, dude, it demonstrated nothing. In fact, it was so irrelevant that an objection was sustained and the commissioner made him move on. Yeah, he had to. There was no other choice there. Like, and it took a while. They gave him a lot of latitude. A lot more latitude than there's normally is, that's for sure. So, like, I mean, it's obviously a slanted process. Yeah, and then the hilarious thing about that is that there's literally the media parrots are literally on social media on Twitter right now saying how the government made a great point and that they had no control of the situation, that Chris Barber could have never had control of the situation, even though that line of questioning was literally shot down because it was so irrelevant and just a waste of time. That's not what's the issue at hand here. Yeah, but it's not up to Chris Barber to control a bunch of people. And the media was acting like it was some big slam dunk. No, it wasn't. The guy was more. It's not the government or the police's job to control the population either. They are to work for the population. Threats like that are a different story, but the media is trying to make it come across like that was some slam dunk cross-examination. It was really terrible. The only thing the government lawyer did was bring up some quotes from the WEF. He forgot the quote that Justin Trudeau said. If I was Chris, I might have added that. You missed one, counselor. Don't you remember the time Justin Trudeau said last year that the pandemic has presented an opportunity for a great reset? I think that kind of makes this more. I know. We should cue up the Chinese democracy video of him too. We got a bunch of great videos of Trudeau. The video of him talking about the Great Reset is true. Why don't you can we download that? The pandemic has presented an opportunity for a great reset. It's a joke. It's a joke. On top of the scribe, we need a video staff as well. That would be helpful. We need everything. I know. Yeah, you're right. We need a lot. We need a dog sitter. I'm only one man. We need a kennel. Does anyone own or operate a kennel? Well, maybe I can start doing that as a job. No, that'd be even worse. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Yeah, but it's like the media is playing goaltender for the government. That was an objectively terrible cross-examination on every metric, and then the government media, which is all of them, come out and screaming, "Wow, what an amazing point you made there! That things couldn't be controlled by Chris Barber, and he never knew about this random maniac who sent this random message the same night that this random newsletter came out that Chris Barber had nothing to do with. So therefore, it's Chris Barber's fault. Don't you see that amazing logic there, guys?" Fuck me, man. Why do you think people say that you can't be trusted?
Look at the things you report. You know, when you're looking at a pile of steaming garbage and you're like, wow, that's really good, because it supports the narrative of the people who pay you. And you're trying to get even more control with your Bill C-11. By the way, guys, write your Canadian senators, stop C-11, because it's going to give media companies the ability to completely control the online conversation, which is what they're desperate for. Because when it's uncensored and people can go wherever they want for their information, people are smart enough. They don't need any of the organizations telling them what to think or how to think, especially when they lie and say that incoherent government counseling, government lawyer rambling is a great cross-examination, even when the commissioner, who has palpable biases, interrupts and says that it's not relevant at all. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're literally looking at people are watching the same thing and they listen to that and they're like, wow, that's great. Let's tell everyone how great that was. Even the commissioner interrupts and was like, you're out of order. Like, there's no point to anything you're saying and you're 5 minutes over time. Can you make a point here, please? And then the media, all of them are like, wow, what a great cross-examination. What a great point you made there. It's like, it's a joke. It's a joke. They didn't even mention that the commissioner interrupted it.
He really dug in with his 5 minutes too. Like, oh, you get 5 minutes. I'm going to dig in and go absolutely nowhere again.
I'm going to post that right now. The commissioner interrupted the government counsel because he was way over time rambling and nothing he said was relevant.
And then juxtapose the media clip headline beside it.
Will media mention this? Or are they going to go on pretending that some amazing point was made during that mess of a cross-examination? Post.
You tell them, Patriot Smoothie. Send.
Guys, if you want to help, you can help me fight the information war in real time. Head over there right now. Drop me a follow. Like the tweets. Let's get it up in the algorithm. Get on free Twitter. And if we're over there, we can totally take over the world. We can take over the world together, all of us.
Twitter.com/Patriot Smoothie.
Go on there.
Go. Let's go.
Like all of the tweets, drop a follow, and we will fight this in real time, and we will ratio them on the beaches. We will ratio them in the trenches. We will ratio them in the sky and in the air and in the sea. We will never stop fighting. We will defend.
We will never surrender,
no matter the cost. We will win. Go on.
Channeling Winston Churchill here.
Go to the beachhead. Yeah, well, we can't talk about Churchill because he saved the Western world, but he was a bit of a demonic personality in modern perspective, so we can't mention that anymore. But let's just all have let Germany win instead, and that would have been better, right? Our modern world is so effed up, it's not even funny. It's not.
Can we quote Ronald Reagan?
Trying to go viewing history from a modern perspective of really distorted social view lens that makes no sense in context to those things, and to demonize people who did great things objectively in their roles in stopping certain tyranny, demonize them anyways, and don't even mention the things that they did do right, even in a modern context. But let's just keep going on, subvert everything. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. Destroy every single part of our history and culture until there's nothing left, and that way any kind of Marxist or whatever can build whatever they want. That's all it is. As soon as there's no foundation anymore, as soon as we don't have a culture or a history, the Marxists can come in and build whatever kind of structure here they want. They need to remove all of those other things first. There needs to be no families, no religions, no anything, and then they can come in and have their utopia, which is of course going to end with lots of people getting hurt.
Yeah.
And
first step is tear it all down, destroy everything that is good, everything that has been built, destroy it all, and then we'll rebuild in our utopian image. What we think, what we decide.
Societal, strife is required for a revolution. Remember that.
Yes, and it can be manipulated into happening by governments to cause these revolutions as well.
It could be, not necessarily.
No, not necessarily, but I mean, yeah. Yes.
But it is a prerequisite for these. The
commission is reconvened.
Guys, go on that Twitter account right now, like everything, follow everything, and we will take over the world together. I promise you.
Okay.
Order aloft.
Stand by to get
next,
some.
I understand it's the city of Ottawa wants to go next.
But the city of Ottawa wants to go next.
Okay.
Let's see how that is. Anyways, it's
I think it's more of a
twitter.com/patriots
question.
movie.
Excuse me, sir. Why did you terrorize our city?
I said we're happy to go anytime.
Okay. Well, and let's start with the city of Ottawa.
Chris and City.
Keep hearing my name. It's confusing.
Sorry, Chris.
Just checking if
Fucking
it's
bother,
morning or
Chris.
afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Barber. Alyssa Tompkins, counsel
Mr.
for the
Barber.
City of Ottawa.
Please do.
I just have a few questions for you today. We saw earlier in this proceeding that you had text with Kim Ayat, who is the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services at the city.
Yeah, I'm not sure of his role, but yes.
I'm just going to put them on the screen to assist you in that regard. So if we could bring up document OT.
That is his role. Emergency services. So that's non-police. That's bylaw and fire.
0057.
Fucking sad. Okay, so you want to read some? So we're going back to Kim Ayat quotes. Good, I have them loaded
And
into their
these
own
are
subcategory.
the text messages were produced
We've
by
got folders,
Mr.
people.
Ayat. So I believe
Boom.
Chris, protester, is you.
Chris
I'm
protester.
assuming so, yes. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah, so if we could just scroll down to the third page. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about
Stupid government clowns.
your
Not this one.
role
She's
in
nice.
moving the trucks and how far it got. So if we get to here, starting at this
Yeah,
exchange.
because the Ottawa police
We're
stopped it.
now February
We already heard that.
15th, which I believe is the Tuesday at 8:30. And Kim is asking you how it's gone moving the trucks effectively. And in particular, how many big trucks you're able to move. So if we could keep scrolling, please. Just the large trucks and not the pickups or cars. And then I believe this is your response. If we keep scrolling. Yeah, can you confirm that you provided this information to Mr. Ayat, that it's accurate, and any elaboration that you see fit?
So to my recollection, we moved approximately 100 vehicles out of the downtown core on that February 15th, 40 of which were tractors, semi-units, and apparently approximately 23 were moved up onto Wellington in the one block.
Okay, now when you say 23, what happened to the rest of the 40?
They moved out of town. They would have went to exit. We called it exit 88 Armoire or Antrim.
Armpire?
Antrim.
Yeah, Antrim truck
Antrim?
stop. Yep.
Antrim, or there's two different ones, and I always got confused with which one.
So
it
that's
was.
Arm Prior.
It was the one on the east side of town, anyway. So
Okay, that was my next question was about the trucks leaving downtown. Now, after this, if we keep scrolling, it refers, I note, in passing, to you tiring yourself out. So again, your weight loss. Sorry, if you could scroll up, Mr. Clerk. Apologies. So then Kim writes to you about running into trouble with any trucks. And then if we can scroll down to your response. Thanks. Keep scrolling. Yeah, so if you can just confirm that you wrote this to Mr. Ayat and then just provide a little more context for the commissioner.
absolutely. So February 14th, we had a meeting at City Hall with Kim and Drummond and I believe Steve, if I'm not correct.
Steve Kanolakos?
I believe so, yes. We left that meeting excited, ready to go out. We did an agreement that we were going to move as many trucks as we could out of the residential area up onto Wellington. Myself and 3 other road captains who were close with me went out and started speaking with the drivers, trying to figure out who was ready to move. Who was ready to move first thing Monday morning, who we could count on, and where we could get them to move. So 7 o'clock in the morning rolled around Monday morning, February 15th, and we struggled with communication between police, city, and ourselves as to who allowed the move. So we were on at 7 a.m. It was roughly, I'm thinking about 12:30 after lunch before the first police car actually moved and we were allowed to move. So my understanding, we had 72 hours to get as many vehicles out of the downtown core as possible. Something broke down. It was out of my control. We got as many trucks as we could that day. And you remember it was cold, and at the end of the day, I was wore out. I was done. It was a lot of walking. It was a tremendous amount of walking. Something happened at the end of the day. There was a breakdown. I believe Chief Slowly resigned. Something happened where the deal was off the table, and we were done. So I did everything in our power. We had so many more places on Wellington. We could have put more trucks. We mapped everything out. We had
Look,
guys.
her
who were ready
facial
to
expression's
move.
kind
We
of
ran out
scaring me a little
time
bit.
in the day on the Monday, and then
Scared
planned
me a
to
while ago.
continue moving on.
This is important, though.
And
Lots of
it
room.
said something fell apart.
Lots of room. Plan was in place.
When you
Fell
say
apart.
something
Not on the
fell
convoy
apart,
end.
you
Fell
have
apart.
no further evidence on that,
Mike-
for the commissioner?
My communication was with Nicole with OPS, and she had explained to me that we'd had our chance. I don't remember how. My text messages are at the police station. That we had our chance, and that we didn't accomplish what we agreed to do, and the deal was off the table.
There's no
I mean,
residential
you,
area.
you literally
on
work all
Wellington.
day.
What my understanding of what the day was, where things fell apart, I still yet to understand.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Barber.
Well, we already established. The commission actually established that there was room on Wellington, and that it was OPS who destroyed the
Okay,
deal.
the
We've heard that.
next
Yes.
established.
The city of Ottawa now
is
is confirmed.
the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Oh,
This is
great.
Jess Farrell for the Ottawa Police Service. Our questions have already been canvassed, so we have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Nothing further for this witness.
Okay, and the Ontario
Killing it.
Provincial Police.
I have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Mr. Slowly, his counsel.
Slowly's counsel. Oh, of course he has some questions.
Oh, yeah. We're not
He's
done yet.
He's not done being a party yet. Is he? So I guess he's here for the whole thing. Fuck.
I'm Tom Curry for former Chief.
Yeah, he's
Slowly.
got a career to
I just
think
have a
about
few
going
questions
forward.
About some facts, if you can help us. The trucks. First of all, I appreciate you don't have a good, accurate count of how many vehicles were in the aggregate of the convoy, or even, I suppose, the Western convoy. That be right?
Yes.
Can you tell the commissioner, though, whether the trucks that came with you in the part of the convoy that you had initiated, were those independent operators?
Yes. A lot of the major companies didn't want the advertisements from their business names on the doors for company drivers. So I would say 95, 98% of the tractor trailer units were independent operators that would be affected by the border mandates.
Right. And that probably relates, doesn't it, to your inability to have all of them follow a particular single set of instructions. Independent operator is more likely to be an independent thinker and
Yes.
No.
Generally,
I mean,
yes.
and were
well,
those
it just means they own their own business.
independent operators who came from the West
The government doesn't like independent business owners.
operating
Like independent businesses, small businesses, nothing
tractors
like
that
McDonald's
had,
and Walmart only, please.
sleeping
Yeah,
And
because
Amazon.
those small businesses are the backbone of our country,
There was
and they
a
allow
mix.
people to be independent of government.
I'm not sure of the numbers. A very small, what we consider the called day cabs, where it's just a cab and no sleeper unit. A very small amount. I remember seeing a handful. Yes,
Nothing
there
yet,
was
darling.
a few there.
and a day cab operator is not, by definition, that's a person who's not operating a vehicle on a long haul unless they've got accommodation someplace else, which they wouldn't normally have.
Right.
And so for the drivers and operators who were in tractors with sleeper units, did they remain in their sleeper units during the period of the convoy?
I'd say there'd be a mixed bag. What I kind of realized, the community really came together. So there would be, the trucks would have to run a lot because it was so frigid. What one guy would do would rent a hotel room and then cycle through drivers to get cleaned up and showered and looked after. The majority of the guys slept in their trucks in the night.
And they'd need fuel to keep running for the reasons that you've given, to keep the unit warm.
Yes, for heat.
And
And to
the
stop from
fuel,
dying.
Did you recognize it as that? I appreciate
Life
what
and
you
death,
told my
literally.
Friends, that you weren't 100% sure how long this thing was going to last when you came.
Fuel wasn't something we were worried about at the first. We didn't know. I didn't know what to expect when we got here. I had no clue. And so it was confusing to try and keep everything straight in a day.
And fuel became a challenge for you as a convoy organizer and police and the residents in the community because of the safety risks. Is that fair?
Yes.
And was that one of the things that you tried to work with police to minimize that risk?
I remember having conversations with some of the officers in regards to what we call a slip tank, which is a fixed 500-gallon tank in the back of a pickup truck with a hose and a pump. Was a lot safer and a lot less risk of fuel spilling compared to people walking around with 5-gallon jerry cans. That wasn't the proper way to do things. And I tried to have a conversation multiple times to get more slip tanks in to put fuel in those trucks compared to
approved containers. All of these, by the way.
Right. You hadn't brought slip tanks yourselves?
No, we didn't. No.
So there was, in terms of the organization, the fuel and how you were going to provide fuel for trucks running past, say, the first weekend was not a part of the plan that you had.
It was not. No, not at all.
Okay. And then a couple of things. You told the commissioner that you succeeded in moving the load. I think it was a load safe truck that was on an angle at Rideau and Sussex.
Talking about that.
Police had been unable to get that operator to cooperate. And even then, when you turned to the rest of the Rideau and Sussex operators, no luck at all.
I tried multiple times with Rideau and Sussex, and good guys, really good guys. And they had a point and they were protesting. And we just had a difference. I did what I could, but.
Couple of other things, and finally, if I could, Mr. Barber, you told
He's
us.
not throwing a single person under the bus this man.
But
taking responsibility
early on in this effort.
It's amazing
is it
to
right
see,
that
Chris?
you turned your minds
it's amazing.
to what
humbling
protest, what lawful protest looked like, and what unlawful protest would look like?
We were very fortunate that we had lawyers fly in. I believe it was the first week, and we had guidance there. We had somebody that we could have, would tell us what our rights were, because being truck drivers, we're not all really good at litigating. So we had lawyers, we had people that could give us advice. There was a ton of advice there, and it was very much appreciated.
Weren't able necessarily, or maybe at all, to put that legal advice into action across the whole spectrum of the convoys, though.
No.
And final thing then, I think on the 7th of February, you became aware that police were intending to mobilize additional personnel in the number of 1,800. Am I right that signaled to you as a convoy operator that there was going to be a police response coming?
Yes, it did. Yeah, we knew it was inevitable at some point, I guess.
Yes.
We were hoping it wasn't. We were hoping we were able to resolve the issues with the government and we could all go home, but that didn't transpire.
Everyone is hoping for
as
that.
to that, the negotiation, that speaking to police you've heard about the police, you probably saw them.
I spoke with a lot of police liaison.
They weren't able to, they were never going to be able to negotiate with you for the kinds of things that you wanted to speak to government about.
No, George was in the stream earlier
asking
for his phone back.
The city, I believe, and
it's like, can I get my phone back?
That was a step in the right direction. We were hoping that one step forward would maybe result in another step higher, and we could have an audience.
Or taking screenshots
with federal government.
With some sort of federal government, yes.
Thank you for your
I'll put it on there
Thank
for a
you.
bit.
Yeah, you can take it off now.
Thank you.
I just wanted to put it on for the screenshots. Doesn't matter to me.
Next,
No, you can
the
keep it there,
Ottawa
it's fine.
residents.
This is
Let me get you a
worth
fancy
flying.
pants new logo.
They're suing him.
We need it.
They're suing him.
Oh yeah. Hello, I'm the gentleman suing you. And there's 4 people suing, by the way. That class action suit is 4 people now, isn't it? We heard earlier.
Barber, my name's Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the
I'm
Ottawa
suing you.
Coalition for
Hi,
Residents and Businesses.
Good morning, Mr. Champ.
I know
Hi,
Zach
I'm suing
Lee.
you.
Would you care to comment on the
You
purge?
may already be aware of this. I'm from Saskatchewan as well, so we have.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
Good.
What's your problem, man?
Whereabouts, may I ask?
Regina.
Ah, good.
But I've been in your area many times.
It is God's country.
Supposed to be.
So, Mr. Barber, I just
That's inflammatory.
about the reasons why you were coming to Ottawa. It was about mandates generally, or was it just the trucker mandates? The mandate or the border restriction that truckers could no longer enter or pass through if they.
I can only speak for myself, but for me personally, it was the border mandates. That was the last straw per se in the government going too far and wanting. I needed my voice to be heard.
Right. In government going too far, it was everything. It was the restrictions, the restrictions from going into restaurants, from schools were shut down, all of those sorts of things. It just built up, and that was the last straw for you.
There's so many different stories that I've heard throughout this ordeal that contribute to why we went there. When you're hearing stories of people's parents dying in a hospital bed alone because mandates wouldn't allow their kids to be with their adults when they took their last breath.
This is the council of the group in Ottawa that's suing the convoy.
It was
So
sad.
keep that
I
in
watched
mind
it
when
with
you're
my
watching
own
this.
children. My daughter, it was 16 at the time, was unvaxxed in high school, bullied by the rest of her classmates because she wasn't vaccinated. She had to play a clarinet in music class in a separate room.
Oh my God.
The trucker mandate in particular, though, the United States had a mandate in place at the same time, correct? So it didn't matter what Ottawa did?
I believe it came in afterwards. I believe the Canadian government announced the mandate first. Excuse me.
But many mandates that people are upset about were provincial mandates, right? I guess Ottawa is like a symbol of all levels of government for many of those people in the convoy.
I think honestly, when it comes to the provincial mandates, they were a lot to deal with. They didn't affect my business to the way that the federal mandates affected my business. That was the driving, and I struggled with it, even though they've been in place since then. It has still been a struggle the entire summer to try and keep up with the lack of drivers and equipment we can get across the border. But we've literally lost a lot of guys.
So, Mr. Barber, I want to ask you some questions about your arrival in Ottawa. Since the Ottawa Police didn't ask you any questions about this, I want to understand. You believed that when you were coming to Ottawa, when you were in the last 100 kilometers, your understanding was that the trucks would be going to staging areas. Is that right?
Yes.
And outside the city?
No. And to this day, I've never been to these parks, but my understanding coming across Canada was two staging areas, Major Hills Park and Confederate Park, were the two places that the OPP, now whether that message got mixed up somewhere along the lines, that is what I was told. And that is what I understood coming across Canada. We had places to stay, staging areas in these two parks. We had porta potties set up, ready to go. They were prepared for us when we got there, and that turned out to be not true.
And when did that change? Like, who informed you that you could just go to downtown Ottawa instead, and when?
Well, OPS led myself and another truck before the convoy was cut off at the War Museum there. It became clear to me then, with the amount of people downtown, with the amount of traffic in downtown.
This is not as combative as the other
slowly
crosses.
kind of worked our way to the Supreme Court is where I couldn't go any further. And that's where I was stopped. That's where my tractor remained for until I believe I've removed it from the city on the 7th of February.
Okay. And where did you stay during the course of the protest?
I had a hotel room. We were at the Ark Hotel for a little while, and then we moved to the Sheraton, I believe.
Oh, it's nice there. I've been.
And I've seen a news story about your text messages that you had with some of the organizers, and seen reference you having texts with Ms. Leach on January 30th, where she said that she'd received a call from the command center. What was the command center for you guys?
I remember seeing that in my my disclosure too. So the text message was something to the sort of received a message from the command center. Was the basement at the Swiss Hotel. We had people there that were looking after EMTs. We had people on the ground to make sure people were safe in the crowds. EMT, RCMP, or police response. It was quite the operation. Tamara discussed the fact they wanted to
gridlock the city.
Right.
And she said, I don't want to make this decision on my own. Can you come head over here soon? Did you go over to that meeting at the command center?
I don't remember having that conversation with her. And even if it had happened, I went right back out to make sure emergency lanes were open.
Only the police can have command centers and militarized terms.
It wasn't to gridlock the city. It would have been to keep the emergency lanes open. That was my primary job the entire time I was here.
But the trucks did gridlock the city. You would agree with me?
In certain spots, they did, yes. Like I tried really hard to make sure.
At least
The city of Ottawa was never gridlocked, period.
I can tell you, I almost got into a physical altercation at least twice with the driver that was ignorant about moving when I asked him to.
Now, I just want to ask you a couple questions about, you told us you were protesting about the trucker mandate at the border. Were you opposed to mask mandates as well?
I don't like a mask. It's not something that I really enjoy wearing, but in the province of Saskatchewan where I'm from, I always wore my mask. I like to look at it as I didn't want to have that business getting in trouble if a health officer walked in the door and seen I was being ignorant and didn't wear a mask. So I'll admit when I was in Ottawa, I didn't wear a mask here. We were here for anti-mandates, but I have always followed the rules wherever they are in every restaurant. When the COVID vaccine passport came out in Saskatchewan October 1st, I didn't go to a restaurant.
In Ottawa, though, you'd agree with me that large groups of Convoy protesters were going into stores and restaurants and shops all unmasked. You were aware of that?
I was never part of that.
You weren't part of that, but that was a protest tactic, wasn't it?
Not on my part. I believe that was more Canada Unity and James Bowder. I believe that was something that was discussed in the January 13th. I remember watching it and listening to James talk about that.
So
it wasn't a coordinated tactic. It was personal choice.
You didn't necessarily support it or take part in it.
I never took part in it, no.
And you were aware that in Ontario, there was a law that stores and shops couldn't allow people in with masks and they'd be fined if they allowed that?
Understood, yes.
Yeah, and did you hear stories about staff who were saying things, people, please put on a mask or leave, and staff being threatened? Did you hear stories about that?
Well, I was sick for a little while with a cold, a really bad cold. And I remember going into Shoppers Drug Mart downtown somewhere near the hotel, and I had to put a mask on because the lady wouldn't serve us and refused to serve us. So I put the mask on and no blood.
I just want to ask you some questions about the money. The money that was raised was meant to cover fuel and food and travel expenses for the truckers. Is that right?
Yes.
It also covered hotel bills. Is that right?
We never had any access to the money. We had a short stint of access. A lot of times the drivers paid for their own hotel rooms. We had approximately, I believe it was like $20,000. That's all the access we had to the money before, I believe the bank accounts were frozen.
You're talking about the GoFundMe money.
Yeah.
Before it was stolen. Let's use the right language.
Amount of money outside of that, right? You were raising thousands of dollars a day in cash and e-transfers, correct?
Yeah, the e-transfers would have went into Miss Litch's personal bank account.
And cash?
I don't know what happened with the cash. There was always people donating cash. It was all around, I guess.
Yep. There's an interview summary in this matter. I presume you're aware of Mr. Eros. You know Chad Eros?
Yes.
And Chad says that there was approximately $20,000 being raised in cash per day. Does that sound roughly accurate to you?
He was the Freedom Corp paid accountant. I had no knowledge of that. I wasn't involved with any of that.
He also speaks about how that occasionally to get rid of all this cash on hand, they were putting it in envelopes, putting numbers on it, and were giving it out to truckers. You were aware of that?
Yes, I took part in that spot.
You
yes.
took part in that. So you were aware there was large amounts of cash.
I didn't get to count the cash. I was given envelopes, and I would go then see what drivers were in need of some cash and deposit or give them the cash.
Right. So you were handing out, it's my understanding those envelopes was between $500 and $2,000 per envelope?
$500. There was another group that came in towards the end that I believe Miss Belton's group were handing out $2,000 apparently, but it didn't go as far.
And the average trucker earns about $45,000 to $50,000 a year. Is that right, Mr. Barber?
I would say probably more. I'm not sure, 70. It's kind of hard to live off $50,000 a year in this country now.
For sure. Now, the big amount of money that was raised that you could never access with GoFundMe nor Give, Send, Go, there was a lot of people wanting access to that money. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you guys had to deal with people opportunistically wanting to try to find ways to access that money from you?
I believe it'd be a better question for Ms. Litch. I really never, sorry.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Just getting back to the hotel bills, though, your hotel bill was paid for by someone else, correct?
Yes.
And who was that? Mr. Guerra that was paying for your hotel?
No, there was a businessman that helped us out along the way, Mr. Joseph Burgo. I believe he was fitting the bills for some of our hotel rooms and then mentoring us and helping us out with.
What about Mr. King, Pat King? His hotel bill was paid as well by your group. Is that right?
I believe he was. I don't know where Pat stayed. I was under the understanding he was outside the city somewhere.
Yeah, I think he went and got
a Airbnb or whatever they call it.
Didn't Mr. King approach you at times asking if the war room or the command center could provide a large amount of money to pay off hotel bills of other supporters?
I don't recall him talking to me personally about that.
But him asking you to put you in touch with someone who had access to the money?
There's a lot of things going on a regular basis, but I don't recall.
Just want to ask you now about the honking. Now, as a truck driver, can you tell us what are air horns and train horns for?
So an air horn is the factory set of horns on a commercial truck, which is usually mounted on the roof of the cab, operated by, in my personal truck, it's a chain in the center of the dash on the top, and you pull it, it operates the two horns that are on the roof. A train horn is an aftermarket. It is literally 3 large train horns with a valve. Usually guys mount them. I don't own a train horn. I've never owned one. It's mounted on the floor and it's got a valve where you put more air to it to make a louder noise, I guess. They're obnoxious.
And the purpose is because the trucks are so large to warn people from very, very, very far away that a truck is coming, correct?
No, the purpose, in my opinion, personal opinion on a train horn is just...
Well, air horns or train horns, same.
Yeah. No, it's used for 2 primary reasons. One's for excitement. I always like to go back to the kids sitting on the side of the road, or when you have a vehicle pass you with kids in the back seat and they're doing the arm pump. That's the excitement part of an air horn. Then the other part of the air horn is the...
Tell them to look it up online.
Danger.
Good point.
Right. And you're trained for your commercial license that air horns, even in themselves, can be dangerously loud, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
But in this case, horns became a bit of a symbol for the truckers coming to Ottawa. Is that right?
I guess so, yes.
And a symbol for the protest.
My truck was parked in front of the Supreme Court from February 29th when we arrived until I removed
February
it from
29th, you mean
downtown
January
February
29th?
7th. I don't believe I personally pulled an air horn after the...
That wasn't my question. My question was that the horns became a bit of a symbol for
They did, yeah, they were everywhere, yes.
And once the truckers parked, you didn't, I get that, but many of the trucks were honking all day and night, correct?
For the first little while, yes. And those that wouldn't listen, we tried to reason with and get them... I tried to reason with to try and get them under control.
And they were honking on a schedule of some type, correct? Like it would be like 10 minutes straight for every 30
honking on a
minutes or
schedule
something like that.
I don't recall that. There was something to do with that. There was a couple guys in front of Parliament that were obnoxiously blowing their horn, we'll say.
Well, the block captains were coordinating with each other about how and when to blow the horns, were they not?
That was never part of my dealings. I involved myself in a couple of the block captain meetings, but for the most part, I don't remember hearing anything about that. I remember there being a curfew. What was it, 7 to 7 or something like that somebody negotiated in the first week. My memory fails beyond exactly what it was.
And you've told us, you testified that you put out several videos asking the truckers to stop honking and respect their residents. Is that right?
Yes.
But isn't it true, Mr. Barber, that your videos were just telling them not to blow the horns in the middle of the night?
I don't recall that. I remember, no, the videos when I would yell, there's multiple videos out there of me yelling stop, and then it was daylight hours. So I was sleeping at night. And then to be honest with you, where I was in the hotel room, I don't remember the train or the horns actually waking me or having a hard time sleeping.
I slept in that area too. I slept.
HRF 183 is a video of February 1st on TikTok where you tell guys to stop honking and stop laying on the horns at 3 a.m. And the guys have stopped, which is nice. So you were asking guys not to lay on horns in the middle of the night?
I'd have to see the video again to see that. I don't recall that video. I'm not saying it's not there, but
Or later that day?
it might have been in the evening, I would say. I remember, yeah. I remember doing a video. I've seen it in my evidence here last night where I showed the street in front of my hotel room with the trucks, and it was in the evening and it was perfectly quiet.
You did put out a TikTok video on February 9th, though, did you not? Saying that if the police tried to come to a truck, they should, notwithstanding the injunction, they should pull on their horns, correct?
So in regards to that video there, in consultation with legal teams, we were instructed that the bunk of your truck was considered a residence, and the police needed to have a warrant to breach the residence of your truck. And we were also
This is important.
instructed by legal counsel that in a case of something like that, what they were telling me, I've never been involved with something like this before, so I have no idea what happens when police kettle, but on my understanding was if the police come and there are mass arrests happening, we were allowed to try and warn the other drivers. So yes, there was a video. It's in evidence, I believe.
That's
We're being surrounded by police. We need help is the sound of the horns they're talking about.
Barber, Mr. Wilson has put in an interview summary, and we're going to hear from him tomorrow, where he says that you were asking truckers to implement a quiet hours and to only honk between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Is that correct?
Apparently there was some sort of a deal in the first week or so. We were allowed to honk during the days, apparently. So yeah, I'm trying to play by the rules. If a
deal with whom?
I think with the city. I was never involved with the inner workings of the deals with the city, other than when we did the truck move or the court injunction or something to that effect. There was a deal out there, and I don't remember exactly.
Well, I think we heard a little bit of evidence that Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiak were trying to negotiate with the city, saying if the truckers agreed to not oppose the renewal of the injunction and to only keep honking between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So they're trying to get a deal like that. Is that
Could be possible. They worked behind the scenes relentless. They were honestly godsends. They were right there with us for help.
Right. Because the truck horns were all day. Even all day was quite.
They were annoying. I remember a Sunday service in front of the stage, and we were trying to listen to the pastor do a sermon, and he couldn't. It was kind of like quit. But that was in front of Wellington, and that was, I believe, in the first week. So,
just the last couple of questions, Mr. Barber. Have you ever met or communicated with Tyler Russell?
I don't know that name.
Or Derek Harrison?
I don't know that name either.
Have you ever met or communicated with Alex Vriend?
No.
And have you ever, you've already been asked about Mr. McKenzie.
So I don't know these other names. Do you,
If
John?
I had, no. Like I said, my phone was extremely busy. There's a ton of numbers on that phone that
They were listed with
there would be no
McKenzie at the
contacting with
end.
it. There might have been
So
somebody contact me, but
that's probably telling.
not to my knowledge, I should say, right?
Yeah.
I understand.
Use the not to my knowledge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Not to my independent recollection. Oh, we missed his tax the rich sticker.
next,
That lawyer there has a tax the rich sticker on his laptop.
Yeah. But he's trying to make a few $100 million. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so tax you, man. I'll take somebody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barber.
Can pay my internet bill.
I'm going to be asking you questions via Zoom. My name
Who's
is Eva
this?
Krajewska, and I'm counsel to the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
That's in CCL. Cool.
My questions are going to focus on the impact of the orders freezing the bank accounts. So I understand from your earlier evidence that your bank accounts were frozen during the course of or after the protest. Is that fair?
Yes, they were.
And can you just please specify for me, was it your personal account?
Maybe
that
we
was
can
frozen?
breach 1,000 followers.
So we have three major accounts
sorry,
that were
1,000
frozen.
watchers,
One
yes.
was the corporate
We're over
account.
530 right
The
now.
other one was a joint bank account with my lovely wife. And the third was Toronto Dominion personal bank account. The personal bank account with Toronto Dominion was closed for roughly 3.5 months. I had no access to funds. The other two bank accounts were, they were closed for the weekend. A couple payments went back. I had one NSF charge, I believe, and the fuel cards got shut off for my drivers, so they weren't very happy.
Okay, and so let me just break that down. The fuel cards for your drivers, are those business credit cards?
In my line of business with the trucking company, we run card lock cards with different fuel distributors, and I have agreements with those fuel companies to withdraw payments automatically out of my accounts every Sunday. So I'm up on current on my fuel bills.
And are those linked to your corporate account then?
Yes, they are.
And so when your corporate account was frozen, then the fuel cards were also inoperative?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that they were frozen on the Sunday. So is that, would that be the Sunday, the 20th of February?
20th. They would have been frozen on the 17th, I believe. My bank manager at CIBC explained to me that they were reopened on Monday. She wouldn't give me details. She'd explained to me that she'd got an email from RCMP saying it was an illegal freeze or something, and that they were reopened right away. But Toronto Dominion was a different story. Toronto Dominion was closed without any excuse. I tried desperately to get a hold of somebody from Toronto Dominion to explain to me why my accounts were frozen, and I yet to receive an explanation.
And so with respect to when your accounts were they frozen before or after you were arrested?
I believe they were frozen on the day of. I wasn't really using a debit card. All the stores were closed downtown. So I believe the 17th is when they were frozen.
Right. And you were informed that they were frozen with respect to your corporate account, your CIBC corporate account. It was someone at CIBC who informed you that they were frozen?
I believe so. I don't think I knew that the corporate account was frozen until I didn't have a cell phone, so I couldn't check balances or anything until I got back home, I believe.
So it was only after the fact when you came home that you learned that it had been frozen by a letter from CIBC or by a telephone call?
That I can't recall. I don't remember if I got much correspondence. I'm personal friends with my banker at CIBC, so she may have sent me a text message. I didn't have a phone, so I can't recall.
And in your TD bank account, how did you learn, the personal one, how did you learn that that was frozen?
The debit card wouldn't work.
And you said that you tried to obtain information from TD as to why it was frozen and why it took so long to reopen?
Yes.
And you did not get, did you get a satisfactory answer?
No, I didn't. I was given a phone number and a first name. And when I called that number, I was just a short answer. I believe I spoke with him. He called me back once. I kind of made it a point to call him every week to question him on why. And I never did get an answer back.
And was the first name and phone number that you received, it was someone from TD Bank?
It was, yeah. Somebody in Ontario, I believe.
Someone in
Did you ever
Ontario.
receive any
Typical villain.
correspondence from the RCMP or the OPS with respect to the freezing of your bank accounts?
I did not, no.
What a joke. An abuse of
And
rights.
can you speak to me first about the impact of the freezing of your corporate bank account? What impact did it have on your business? You mentioned the cancellation of the fuel cards. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, a cancellation of my fuel cards. So I had to remake the payment. Fuel cards were shut off because of the lack of payment. There was an NSF charge. One that happened down the road a little ways. I applied for a loan and was going to put a significant amount of cash down, like money down on the loan for a deposit, and I was rejected from my financing company because of my because of the account being frozen. Apparently, I don't know. They wouldn't really explain. They just said I was declined the loan, and I have a perfect credit rating. I have never been in trouble with credit. It's been years since I've been in trouble with a credit rating. 20 some plus years, I would say. So I stand good with the banks. That was a little tough to do.
Sorry, sir. With respect to the fuel cards, for how long were your drivers not able to use the fuel cards to supply the vehicles?
I would imagine it was a matter of a day or two. I was into the bank right away. I was home, so I was able to get into the bank and make the payment right away. And fuel companies are good, but they get pretty nervous when a payment gets returned.
I'm sure everybody does. And sir, with respect to your personal bank account, you said that, how did that impact? Can you provide a little bit more elaboration on how it impacted you? You said that you had to use cash. What can you elaborate on what you mean by that, or how it impacted you to have your personal bank account frozen?
It changes everything you do. You don't realize how much you use the debit card in your pocket, I guess. I went back to, as any Canadian, apparently you keep a small stash of cash for emergencies, and that got used. Yeah, I had to go back to cash for the time being.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next, JCCF and Democracy Fund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Barber.
Afternoon.
My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing the peaceful protesters in Windsor.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Barber, you indicated that you led a convoy of trucks from out west to Ottawa and that you were a point of contact with local police forces along the way. Have you ever had any contact with the Windsor Police Service?
I don't believe so, no.
And you indicated that while you were traveling across the country, that one of your primary responsibilities was dealing with logistics, listening to the radio chatter. Do you ever recall receiving or responding to any requests for support from the demonstrators in Windsor, whether it's, requests for trucks or other logistical support?
I don't believe so, no. It was a busy phone. Yeah, I may have missed something, but I don't remember or recall ever receiving any contact.
Perfect. And if you did receive this type of request, is this something that you would have brought up with your internal leadership team?
No, we were busy here enough. We weren't worried about Windsor, Coots, or anywhere else.
Perfect. And so the convoy that you were leading across the country to Ottawa, that did not pass through or anywhere near Windsor, Ontario. Is that correct?
It did not, no.
And were any of the road captains or other trucks that were part of your convoy, were any of them, to your knowledge, dispatched to Windsor?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I like how council said
earlier
the
this
peaceful
morning,
protesters
you were
from
showing a
Windsor.
TikTok video.
Beautiful.
Where you're talking about let's hit them, presuming the federal government, where it hurts. And I'd like to paint some clarity from you on that statement. So in this case, when you say let us hit them, us in this case, you're referring to the convoy and its supporters. Is that correct?
Yes, against the mandates.
And in terms of where it hurts, was one of those places you were referencing the Ambassador Bridge, or were you focused exclusively on attending a protest in Ottawa?
Exclusively attending the protest in Ottawa.
Perfect. And so,
Ottawa,
to the best of your knowledge,
Ontario,
did any of the core organizers of the Freedom Convoy attempt to establish any kind of slow roll or any type of blockade in Windsor for the purposes of impeding border traffic?
No, not to my knowledge.
So is it then fair to say that from your perspective, blocking ports of entry or impeding traffic at any port of entry, whether that's in Windsor or in Sarnia, was not an objective of the convoy organizers?
Yeah, we had nothing to do with Windsor. That was, as far as I know, they had more issues at those border crossings from what I watched on social media lives. It wasn't the same thing as what we were doing here.
Okay. And when were you first made aware that the demonstration at the Ambassador Bridge had been cleared by police?
I don't recall when. I don't know the story there. I didn't pay enough. Like I said, it was so busy here, I didn't have time to pay attention to anywhere else.
It really hurts the government narrative.
Thank you very much.
Remember that conspiracy theory? Guys, you all remember that conspiracy theory.
Thank you.
You all remember the conspiracy theory.
The convoy organizers.
Oh, last one maybe? Here comes Mr. Miller. Everybody in the chat, we're going to do something special. Everyone in the chat, Miller time! Miller time, chat. Let's see it. Miller time in the chat. Put it up, Chris. Put it up. Put it up.
Very
Put it
well.
up.
For the record, Brendan Miller, appearing as counsel for the Freedom Corp, which is the entity that represents the protesters, including
Everybody,
yourself,
Miller time.
that were in
Let's go.
Ottawa
Let's go. Let's go.
January,
Miller time.
February
Miller
of
time. Miller
2022.
time. There we go.
Good morning. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Thank you very much.
Great. So first question, If at any time during the protest and the demonstration, if the city of Ottawa or the Ottawa Police Service provided you, the truckers and the protesters, an order from a court saying that you had to leave or move your trucks out of downtown Ottawa, what would you have done?
A court order? I would assume we would have left, yes.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Miller times.
And I
Let's go show
understand
them all.
we've had discussions and you've had discussions with legal counsel. You understand what invoking the Riot Act now means, do you not?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah. And so if a mayor, sheriff, or justice invoked the Riot Act and ordered that you and the protesters and the trucks left downtown Ottawa, what would you have done?
Instructed people to leave?
And it's fair to say, as Chief Slawley testified, at no time did any police officer or city official come and tell the protesters that they were illegally parked and illegally, unlawfully protesting and had to leave. Is that fair?
Not to my knowledge. At that point, my truck was out of the city. I had no equipment here.
Okay. So my friend asked you about the memorandum of understanding drafted by a Mr. James Bowder and his Canada Unity organization. I have a few questions about that. So these Canada Unity folks, to your knowledge, how many of them were in Ottawa?
Hard to say. I honestly don't know. James Bowder was the only one at the time that I knew. There was different people, I think, representing him.
Okay. So how many Canada Unity folks did you interact with that you knew were representing him?
I believe none.
Okay.
I believe none.
Let's get to 1,000. We're at 554, Dacey. Do you see that?
Mr. Bowder or anyone else that may have been with
It's
Canada
lagging
Unity,
Dacey up. Dacey's losing
to be violent and commit any violent acts?
No, sir.
And did you hear of any of these Canada Unity members act in a violent way or try to incite violence?
No.
Did you hear any of these Canada Unity members state they wanted to overthrow the government of Canada by violent means?
I never heard anything.
And I take it that you asked your lawyers in Ottawa at the time, being Keith Wilson and Eva Chipiuk, about this memorandum of understanding from Canada Unity. Is that right?
I don't recall having a conversation with them. I believe it might have been a conversation in the group of people together that it had
so
no
many
bearing
comments,
and it wasn't
Chris.
to be looked at. It was essentially
trying to
nothing.
get them all.
Do you remember the lawyers?
Miller is a
describing
Canadian
this
hero
legal
now, too.
nonsense?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And
All these Americans looking for Miller Lite,
I also
whatever
understand
hashtags are
you've,
finding this guy.
Had some interactions with Mr. Pat King,
Right.
and as well as some of his followers. How
Let's
many
hit 600.
followers
Come on,
did Mr.
guys. We
King
can hit
have?
600.
I think Pat had a substantial
Right,
following
564.
on
Let's get to
Facebook,
600.
I believe.
What do I mean physically in Ottawa?
Oh, there was a few. Absolutely, there was a few.
How would you use a bit of a
Give the
weasel
link
word?
to
Do
you know
mind
who.
if I,
Go
you can clarify what
give the
number
link to our
would you
friends.
estimate?
You want
There's
to do
so
that?
many people here. So many
Oh,
people
okay.
with every different background. I would.
I think he's
I
there.
don't even know if I could guess, Mr. Miller.
Okay. And did you observe Pat King or any of his followers carry out any acts of violence?
I did not know.
And did you hear Pat King or any of his followers incite protesters in Ottawa to commit acts of violence?
No.
Did Pat King or any of his followers ever state to you that they're going to physically and violently overthrow the government of Canada?
Never. No.
And what about this Jeremy McKenzie fella? Did you ever hear of him seeking that protesters act violently or incite people to commit violent acts?
No.
Did Jeremy McKenzie or any of his followers or veterans that you know of say that they were going to physically and violently overthrow the government of Canada?
None.
All right. And lastly, of
Damn.
course, Ms. Tamara Leach. How's your relationship with Ms. Leach?
Definitely strained over the last however many months it's been with a court order against us contacting each other. So yeah, I met her. I spent approximately a month with her, got to know her quite well. She's a genuine, a good person. And then
So
I
are
only
you,
get to
Chris.
see her now through legal counsel. So
Yeah.
someday maybe we'll fix that.
Now I take it, how tall is Ms. Leach?
Pretty close to midget height. Like
Yeah. She's about a
She's down around my
I'm
rib
not even
somewhere.
gonna look at her.
But
right now.
The whole commission,
Like below my
I
nipple,
take it
definitely
she's
below my
still a
nipple.
very
The whole
scared
commission
lady,
are
is
up.
she not?
It's the short ones you really
Tamara's
have to worry
there.
about.
Well, yeah, like
The
Napoleon.
whole commission is in
Absolutely.
stitches.
Absolutely.
Like
So she's
Napoleon.
Napoleon of
This guy's
truckers, is that fair?
laughable.
All right. Now, did
Napoleon was
the
average
Napoleon
height.
of truckers, Miss Leach, did she
For
ever
the
say
time.
to you that she intended to carry out an act of violence while she was in Ottawa?
I don't think she'd harm a butterfly. No, she would never say that.
Right. And I take it she also, you never saw her assault anyone or commit any violent acts?
Absolutely not.
And I take it she never said to you
Saw her
that
hug a lot
she
of
was
people.
here in Ottawa to violently take over the government account.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Now, my friends asked you some questions about what I would refer to as collusion with some of the other protests that were outside of Ottawa, right? So you had the big ones, you had Coots, Windsor, as well as the
So
ones in
many
Manitoba
comments.
and
I just
another
can't
one
get
in
them
Surrey.
to them all.
To your knowledge, did any of the truckers or protesters at all in all
This
of
is
Ottawa,
love.
to your
I
knowledge,
love. We got
have
more
any
viewers than Global does
coordination
right now. Let's
in
go.
whatsoever
I'm
in
sure of it.
setting up these other protests outside of Ottawa?
No, they were all, as far as I understand, they were all organic movements.
Thank you so much,
Right.
Gemma.
Yes.
And
That's very
you heard
appreciated.
the evidence from Chief
Thank you
Slully
so
and
much,
as well
Gemma.
as Commissioner Carrerick. They speculated that it was possible that the one protest in Windsor was coordinated with Ottawa just based on the geographical distance between the two and the splitting of resources. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't agree with that assumption. I can't see being
Nor do I.
how organic the movement was. Honestly, I'd say we weren't smart enough to come up with that idea.
Okay, well.
You may be right.
That's a fine admission. Now, if, Mr. Register, if you wouldn't mind putting up document HRF 00000005.
What an honest,
It's the one
amazing
that
guy.
Canada, for the Attorney General put to my.
I'm cycling through all of these, Chris, one by one. Don't interrupt me. We're going through every single comment.
Carry on. Carry on.
Everyone gets a highlight.
Now, did you have a chance to review this document before the questions that were asked of you?
Again.
Of the Attorney General today?
Mr.
I
Schwab.
believe I did.
Can we just give you a quick moment to do that? And so if, Mr. Register, if you could scroll down there. So there, and just for summary for the folks at home, you have a heading with Ottawa weather, inspirational thoughts for the day, a video of Klaus
It
Schwab
seems like
describing
Tom
Trudeau's
Quiggin
loyalty to
material.
the World Economic Forum, a CTV poll on the Emergencies Act, which states that 81% of people disapprove of it. Financial
Thanks for bringing
supporters,
that up.
scrolling down, Quebec drops mandates, Feds scrap pre-arrival PCR tests, British Columbia drops capacity limits, bank run, crypto bank, the picture of Madam Deputy Prime Minister, another Albertan, and Daily Humor.
Yes.
Do you see anything invoking violence in that document?
I don't know.
Do you know of any of the documents that are like that, the daily briefings that asked for violence or sought violence?
I can't speak. I don't think I read any of them, but I would say no. There was never any talk of it.
Okay. Now, I'd like to
Thanks for
bring
coming
up,
back,
if
Jennifer.
I may, Mr. Registrar, the other document that Canada
Beautiful,
put up,
Jacqueline.
which is HRF 00000083.
That's hilarious. We'll see you later, Sean Ali. Take care. That's
Okay.
true, Debbie. It is unstoppable.
And you were, it was put to you, the video of Mr. King, Pat King was put to you with respect to the bullets comments. And this was the
We're done.
media release.
Chris,
I
you can go
take
back
it,
to regular
that was released in
focusing time.
response to that.
don't turn your head
The
like
deed
that.
seemed pretty.
It's like a
far
horror movie.
apart for that. I believe the bullets comment was earlier, so I'm assuming
I'm
this.
I'm
was-
staying
this was the
tactical.
day I was arrested, so
You're staying
I
tactical.
haven't read this one.
Having my neck stay on my attachment.
Do you want to have a read?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't review it at the time, but I've seen it now since.
And I take it, do you agree with those statements therein?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I also understand that with respect to the daily security briefings, the one that we looked at earlier, you weren't involved in drafting any of these?
I was not, no.
And I take it you didn't review any of them before they were sent out?
No, sir.
All right. Now, With respect to the mandates, and I just want to touch on that briefly, can you tell the commission about how the mandates impacted your children, other than what you already have with respect to your daughter's clarinet story?
Well, I've got a 19-year-old son, Jonathan. He was 18 at the time. He's refused to get the vaccine. He's been around people with COVID multiple times, and he's yet to catch it for some reason. So he's going off his natural immunity. He's a very strong-willed guy. I don't know where he gets that from. He refuses to get it, and I stand behind him on that.
Okay. And what else? Anything else other than what you've already said?
My parents, my father received his second dose of his, and it could be together or not, his gallbladder quit working on him. And I watched my father deteriorate quite badly. He's fine now, but still, you lose that body mass. You don't seem to get it back at 70 years old. So,
Okay. Now, I want to move on from that and talk about some of the moving of the trucks. I understand at some point in the protest in Ottawa, you moved your trucks from Wellington, or your truck out of the city to a remote camp.
yes,
When was that?
February 7th, to my best recollection.
Okay. And is it true that when you were trying to leave downtown Ottawa, that the police roadblocks made it very hard for you to leave?
It was very tricky. Yes, so there was roadblocks everywhere.
So can you describe for the commission your initial moving your truck and trying to get out of downtown Ottawa, and just sort of walk us through in a timeline?
It was February 7th, I believe. I was parked in front of the Supreme Court. So, and I still didn't really know my way around Ottawa that well at that time. So I remember going down whatever street would have been near there, Lion or somewhere in there.
Lion's right.
It was tough. It was hard to navigate your way back out of there and then make sure you were on the right street that was heading the right direction. So eventually I made my way out of the city. It was tough.
And how did you get past the barricades and the blockades?
You had to get a police approval to move every single barricade. There was a police car. There was, when we first arrived in Ottawa, the city officials used payloaders, graders, and trucks to blockade the streets for safety concerns or whatever it was they did. And then when the snowfall came, the first snowfall came, I remember they removed all that and they replaced them with concrete barriers. And then a police car would sit at each barrier in the center and would be able to move to allow traffic to go through. So,
And to your knowledge, was there any incidents of any of the truckers and protesters trying to leave but could not?
No. If somebody needed to leave, we would facilitate that no matter what.
And what I mean is with respect to moving the police barricades.
Oh, no, it was a job to get somebody out of the city, but nobody ever had troubles. It wasn't forced to stay, if you're meaning that.
Sounds good. And with respect to you walking the streets during the
biggest
protest,
hurdle, the point is, the biggest hurdle was the police
Life-changing.
trying to get out.
Yeah, it was amazing. There was so much grown men crying on your shoulder, women crying on your shoulder, grandmas, grandpas, you name it, kids.
I thanked you. Thank you.
It was really, and it is an experience, unforgettable.
Is there anything notable that you remember of who you spoke to?
Who I didn't speak to. It was everybody. You couldn't remember Mr. Marazzo and I went for a walk, and Mr. Wilson, and it was like Mr. Wilson explained it as like walking down the street with Mick Jagger. He said, because no matter where you went, there was somebody wanting to stop and talk with you. It was a lot of love.
And can you tell us about the efforts to move the trucks on Monday, February 14th?
I can't see that on
Frustrating.
the desktop.
We
It's
had
square.
all those trucks ready to go 7 o'clock in the morning. We'd spoken
It's a tearing up
late,
pace.
on the
a
Sunday.
little bit
We
late,
had
Anique,
the
but
streets lined up. We had everybody,
absolutely.
all placed.
You get in
The Great Rebellion is feeling it. The Great Rebellion is
Organized
feeling
trucks
it.
to come. I don't remember the block. It
Okay,
was
well,
right in
it's
front
on
of Parliament
desktops. That's
on
a
the-
square, but
pretty much on
that's a
West
sad
Block.
face for everyone.
We
Well,
were
it's like
able
an
to,
emotional, you know,
to get them
like,
all organized,
let's
all
go,
warmed
let's
up,
go.
and then we couldn't get anybody to move. The police wouldn't
Let's
move. City
go.
officials. You could tell by my text messages with Kim that it was frustrating. We were ready to go, and we were deprived of time to get things going.
So at that point in time, the police blockaded you
Yes.
from leaving,
Yeah.
even though you were trying to leave.
We were trying to, the truck, I don't know if the trucks leaving had trouble, as much trouble as the trucks trying to get up onto Wellington. That was what my focus was. My focus was only getting the trucks on the Wellington. Other guys looked after the ones that wanted to leave the city.
So from where the trucks were parked, did the police move the barricades to allow you out?
I'm assuming so. I didn't take part in the actual leaving. Like I said, my focus was the trucks on the Wellington.
Okay, so you were up at Wellington at that time and you weren't down where the trucks were trying to get out of?
Yes.
Let's go. Consider liking the stream,
And
guys.
I understand.
Consider subscribing on
during that
YouTube.
time that
Considering,
you were able to
consider
get
following our
approximately
Facebook
100
pages.
Trucks and protest vehicles.
It
to
all
leave
helps out. We've
downtown
been at this for
residential
a while,
areas,
so thank you very
which
much.
included 40 semi-trucks.
We've
and
been on the ground here in
23
Ottawa
went up to Wellington.
the whole
Is that
time.
fair?
Yes.
Through hell and high water.
And you were aware that the vehicles that left downtown and did not
been
go
a
up to
ride.
Wellington,
It's
they
been a
were
ride.
either went home or they went out to a base camp in Arnprior or Enbrun. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you had cleared out 2 blocks on Albert Street and from some other streets. Is that about right?
In the time we were allotted, we cleared out the 2 blocks. We had plans to clear out
Hey.
more.
You just hold on a minute. Yes.
It's David Mijakowski for the record. I
OPS
did not
counsel.
object initially, but I do understand that the rules of the commission.
OPS
do not allow
is
counsel
objecting.
for the parties to cross-examine, and my friend has been cross-examining on several occasions. This is a matter of some contention, so I would just ask that his questions be phrased in a non-leading fashion.
So
Okay.
that's not a problem. So can you tell me about
Sure, no problem.
Then
The
how many
OPS is
trucks,
tired
do
of
you
us
believe
getting
were
the
moved
truth
in
out.
total?
I was told 100 vehicles.
I'm glad your gas is back on, Phil.
Approximately 40 trucks, 23
That's good.
of which we
Didn't know it
moved
was
up
off,
on
but
to,
good that it's back on there.
Okay. And while you were involved in the protest and in Ottawa, did you attend any businesses in downtown Ottawa?
many. Frequented the Tim Hortons for meals. We frequented any restaurants that were open. Any business that I was in, the Iconic Cafe was another one. Shawarma. Any business that we were in flourished. They did really well. Then they said
Shawarma place on Rito,
businesses
Shawarma
said
King.
They hadn't
There's
profited
a lot
so
of shawarma
much
places.
in the
Three
last 2
Brothers,
years. as they
Three
did
Brothers
in
was
that
open.
3
Yeah,
weeks.
Three Brothers. Yeah.
And
There was
during
places
that
all
sanctuary,
over.
what was your
downtown. I'm not going to name them all.
like with those business establishments, their staff and owners during the protest? Want to tell me a little bit about it?
I remember the Tim Hortons on one of the corners there. Truckers were mopping the floor because the staff was overrun, and guys had
Truckers
the
were
mop
mopping
pail
the
out
floor.
and they were cleaning the floors. Of course, it's winter time, sloshy and disgusting floors. I was pretty proud to see that.
And did any of the business owners approach you before the end of the protest about anything they wanted to say to you?
Not that I recall, no.
And I take it you've seen throughout this proceeding, witnesses discuss views on assaultive or threatening behavior and what that means. You've seen that?
Are you talking about Miller or the
Apparently,
Medichowski
yes.
for the OPS?
Now,
Or
I
however you say his name.
understand that you heard a statement from the Prime Minister where he called unvaccinated Canadians racist, misogynist, and asked, should we tolerate these people? Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing that, yeah.
What's your perception of that? Would you say, in your opinion, is that assaultive or threatening?
Just let's be careful again. You've got the
Understood. What was your perception of that statement?
Very divisive for a leader of a country to be pitting one person in the country against the other person. I would say I felt, not very leadership worthy.
And have you experienced assaultive and threatening words and behavior from other politicians or others?
I've seen some in the news reports, I guess. Yeah, there's a few. Not that I can recall. Not that I can recall the names of the ministers, but there's been a few.
Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miller time. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Good work. Good work, Miller time.
Great work all around. Yeah, so we have this talk about assaultive behavior, not real assault, but we have that same behavior and worse coming from our government.
Based on some of the answers you provided, Mr. Barber. In response to questions
re-examination.
from Counsel for former Chief Slowly, you indicated that in your efforts to speak to the protesters at Rito Sussex, you said, I think you spoke to them and you said they had a point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember what their point was?
I don't remember what their point was. No. And there was a barrier, a language barrier there because they were French Canadians. So my French is, I don't speak French, so I had a hard time understanding them.
And when Mr. Champ was asking you questions, I thought I heard you mention that Miss Belton's group was one of the groups that was handing out cash. Did I hear that correctly?
There was sort of a rift, sort of a split between the two groups. Miss Belton's, when I heard the $500 versus the $2,000, that was Miss Brigitte's was trying to, the group of people that were donating or passing out $2,000 instead of the $500.
Did Miss Belton's group have a label?
I don't think so, no.
And how many people were in Miss Belton's group?
I can't say, 10, 15.
And then again, in response to questions from Mr. Champ, you mentioned a Mr. Bourgault.
Yes.
Okay, do you know Mr. Bourgault's first name?
Joseph.
Okay, and can you just tell the commission a bit more about what Mr. Bourgault was doing in your interactions with him?
Well, Joseph Bourgault is a good friend of mine. He is a big business owner in the province of Saskatchewan. Well-respected man, and he offered his services to mentor. He spoke to me on a regular basis, just on protocol and advice, and a really good guy.
And was he providing some financial support to the protesters?
Well, I think at first our bank accounts were all, like we had no money coming in. Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe wouldn't release any funds to us. So we were financially strapped for the amount of hotels. So hopefully someday we can pay that back.
And sorry, I don't think I got the answer there. Did Mr. Bourgault provide financial assistance?
So why is he allowed to re-ask his
And
question?
how did he provide financial
Ask and
assistance?
answered.
With hotel rooms.
Miss Krajewska from the CCLA was asking you about bank accounts that were being frozen. And as I understood the TD account you spoke about, you said it had been frozen for 3.5 months.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was frozen for that long?
To this day, I still don't know. I would imagine it had something to do. Miss Litch added my name to her Toronto Dominion Bank, where the funds, the GoFundMe funds, went into for the GoFundMe, the 1 million, and then the e-transfer. For transparency, she added myself to her bank account, so everything was out in the open. There was two sets of eyes looking at it. The biggest worry for her was that somebody would accuse her of misusing funds, which wasn't the case.
So the TD bank account you're referring to, that was an account that originally was opened by Miss Leach?
I had a personal Toronto Dominion, so all she did was merge the two savings accounts, so I could physically see her savings account on my card. That's the only thing that I assume had to do with why my bank account was frozen for 3.5 months.
So you had a pre-existing TD account,
Yes,
and then Miss Leach added you to the account that she had created for the purposes of getting the GoFundMe funds?
Yeah, for the purposes of transparency, so that there was more eyes on that account than just hers.
And then my final area to examine is we've heard a little bit more about Confederation Park and Major Hills Park. Did you ever see Confederation Park or Major Hills Park?
I'm hoping I can this week. I've never seen it. I've only heard about it, so that'll be on my list to do after this inquiry.
Do you know what use is made of that park
I have
normally?
no idea.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
There's no use.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. They're probably just general in the sense of
Mr.
what would be
Commissioner.
the cost of the fuel to have driven here from Saskatchewan?
So today's fuel prices, roughly about $3,000 probably in fuel to come out here from Saskatchewan. It was quite the feat.
Okay, and just one thing I wanted to follow up on was you were one of
3K
your,
from Saskatchewan.
main functions, or certainly what you were doing, was to try and keep the emergency lanes open.
Yes, sir.
And you said there were some that you just couldn't keep open, and I think you mentioned Rideau. Is that?
Rideau was the hard one. Rideau was the one we tried multiple times. The other one was somewhere on Kent, I believe. We tried really hard to keep Kent open. I remember the first time we visited Kent, we worked all day. We got that lane wide open, and we were so proud of ourselves. We came back the next morning and it was completely plugged again. We kept working on them, but.
So those are two areas where the lanes just couldn't be kept open.
Yes, sir.
Were there other areas that you found either you couldn't keep open or were regularly problematic?
To my recollection, everything was well looked after other than those two areas. Those were the only two areas of concern that I felt that I had troubles with personally and the group of people that I was with.
And would that be because they were not, among other things, they weren't part of your group? Is that, or were they part of your group, some of them?
Yeah, the Rideau Sussex was not part of our original group. They were there a day or so before we arrived. Kent may have been.
This is Commissioner Paul Rollo.
There was some.
He's in charge of the
part
commission.
of the original West.
He's
group.
the
I
judge,
can confirm that,
basically.
yes.
Okay, and those are my questions. So thank you very much for coming.
So he's asking about Kent Street.
We will
I'll just let
adjourn
him finish
for
it.
the lunch break. We'll take
Yeah,
an
okay.
hour for lunch and come back with another witness.
There we go.
The commission is
Mr.
in
Barber,
recess for
wonderful
1
job.
hour.
So let's go.
proceed
Thank you,
with
Chris.
1
Thank you,
hour.
Miss. Oh, he's trying to shake his hand. Oh, look, he shook his hand. He shook the commissioner's hand.
Yeah, there
See
you go. Yeah, and he didn't mask up either for it. Just before I forget here, touching on that Kent Street that the commissioner was talking about just now. So we heard testimony from the head of emergency services in Ottawa earlier in this process that all of the areas on Kent Street were accessible by perpendicular and parallel streets, that was pre-planned and part of the plan. So Kent
So
Street
we'll go
is
through those.
the main artery into downtown from the 417. So it's one of the main arteries. If you were coming into Ottawa from the main highway, the 400 series highway that comes through Ottawa, you would exit at Kent Street, and then you have, about a 10, 15 block straight line right up to Wellington. So, and that's 3 lanes wide one way going towards Parliament. So that's where the trucks were coming off. A lot of vehicles, people were coming in that way, particularly ones that weren't all in that main convoy that Chris was speaking of that came down Sir John A. Macdonald, which is a parkway along the river. This is if you were coming into the city normally, you would come in this way. So the trucks started coming down there. And those blocks eventually were blocked in between. But the cross streets and other adjacent and perpendicular streets were open all the time.
I'm going to bring it up on the map. So go ahead and talk.
Yes.
About,
yeah. So
I'll bring it up.
We did hear the testimony from the head of emergency services for the city of Ottawa saying that was pre-planned. That was part of their pre-planning, and that they had access to all those areas. That wasn't a concern for emergency services in the city of Ottawa. We also heard testimony about that infamous corner. We've heard a lot of testimony about that corner at Rideau and Sussex and the group Barber out of Quebec. There was at one point there was an alarm that went off in the Chateau Laurier. So the Chateau Laurier is the place, the Fancy Pants Hotel, the fanciest hotel in town, that was housing mainly police. And there was a sprinkler.
We're going to bring it up.
So a sprinkler broke, a general alarm went off. So Ottawa Fire Services sent out their crew for a general alarm. They knew it was a sprinkler. They said, "Yeah, okay." So we can.
So you can go through that again and explain it. So we'll just through some of the quotes here.
We'll go back to Kent Street.
So this is Kent right here.
Have a look here.
North to south.
Just trying to situate myself here.
So
yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah.
This is Catherine. I believe this is the old Voyageur station, which is gone now with the Greyhound.
Okay, so the Queensway would be at the bottom, just below right that here. At the bottom of the picture.
So you would exit. You would exit on Metcalf, and you would go right by the police station, and you'd come out here.
Yeah,
and then you
in front of Ottawa Police Headquarters.
And then you go up on, you pass Bank and then to Kent, and then you'd be with all the cross streets. And
so Kent really there is 3 lanes Kent. Wide, 3 lanes wide, and I mean it went past Nepean. The block of Nepean was kind of the last place. So I lived on Nepean Street between Kent and Bank Street at the time, and north, they went a block north of Nepean, and then that was as far as the full thing ever was for the entire time.
So they're talking about Gloucester. So here's Nepean and here's Gloucester. Then you're talking about would start.
Yes,
and it would start here, sort of.
Yes, exactly. But every major intersection here was open, as were all the streets left east-west were open, and there was areas to get in different places.
So Slater, Laurier, Gloucester, Nepean, Lisgar, Albert, Queen, Wellington. It was all open.
Yeah.
And this was empty. This area on Wellington was empty here. Like this, this is where the commission is right here.
So that's interesting because the amount of trucks stuck on Kent could have easily fit vehicles, not just trucks, also passenger vehicles.
If they went as far right here, they went as
could have all
far
fit
right
in
here,
there.
They could have kept the bridge open, and from here to Mackenzie or to Sussex, right here,
Yes.
it would have been everybody.
I
They
can't
had
speak
them
to all the
from right
vehicles
here.
everywhere, but from Kent, they could have fit everyone in onto Wellington, everyone on Kent.
And don't forget what Kim Ayotte testified, that Kent was blocked, but the city's pre-planned routes were maintained. Any building on Kent was accessible by emergency services using the planned routes the city made before. Loosely quoting, we were comfortable from an emergency service perspective that we could access any place we needed to access. Kim Ayotte, Director of Emergency and Protective Services for the City of Ottawa, who oversees fire.
Fire and bylaw services. So
I believe paramedics
he
as
also,
well.
yes,
I believe.
yeah, you're right. Everything
I don't
but
know,
police.
It's possible. Everything but police. It's possible that paramedics, but definitely fire. So routes to every building was pre-planned for fire and paramedic response, and that access was maintained throughout the protests, according to Kim Ayotte. There were no substantial delays for emergency calls, according to Kim Ayotte. No high-level risks in regards to any response. So basically, they did an institutional review of all of the response times during the protest, and they didn't find that any of them exceeded their provincially mandated thresholds, and that there was no high risk incident during the entire protest where someone was denied life-saving services or where life-saving services were delayed to a point of unacceptable levels. So that's major testimony that we heard on week 1, I believe. We heard
Kim Ayotte address the issue at the Chateau Laurier that I was touching on there. So a photograph surfaced. Yeah, a photograph. I'll just explain quickly what that was. So a photograph surfaced of a fire truck that was in that disputed area near Rideau and Sussex. So this alarm went off. It was for a broken sprinkler. Standard procedure for Ottawa Fire Service when they get a general alarm like this is to send a certain amount. They sent 4 trucks. 1 truck parked kind of close to the area. 3 trucks were also just 3 other trucks were dispatched. So there was a photograph of a truck somewhere in this area here that wasn't right there. What we did find out is that, well, that picture was taken. Fire services were already in the building. They already knew it was a sprinkler and there was no problem. And the 3 other trucks had no problem accessing the area. So
and here's the famous intersection of sorry.
Yes, exactly.
Here's the famous Rideau Sussex intersection that they're always talking about right here. And that's Freedom Island where we got attacked. We don't go back to Freedom Island anymore. We don't go back to Freedom Island.
That little island is Freedom Island.
People were showing us art literally right here, and we were looking, and this guy was explaining some physics concept to me, and then some guy across the street started calling me a fat whatever, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's when I lost it, because they started calling me names, and I lost it.
Yeah, you went over, and that was interesting.
I just went to talk to the guy, and he smacked the phone out of my hand. Tried to grab me.
Yeah. I mean, necking, and then you necked each other.
yeah, something like that. So he tried to put his arm up to me again. I squeezed him by the neck real quick. Just let him go. What a crazy scene, though. And then there wasn't a police officer in town to find. Like, can someone call OPS?
But who did come? We were down over here, and then of course Viva Fry came walking, and you Ottawa Scotty, like literally one after the other. So that was cool.
Yeah, what a crazy life, eh?
So this is where it was. This was the heart of the protest, really. And now you can see this. Oh, they got an updated image of it. So this is what it looks like now. This is Freedom Peninsula right here. It's much bigger than Freedom Island right here.
It's a mighty fine place to wave a flag too. That's Trudeau's office and the Privy Council in the background.
Yeah. So this is the Trudeau's office. There was trucks parked all here. And then you can see this is the Parliament of Canada. That's the East Block, the West Block, and then of course the Center Block right over here. And you can see this is what it looks like now. This is what they've done to prevent vehicles. This image was captured in May, I guess. I'm not sure. But this is what it looks like. They've put this serpentine barrier so cars can still go in. They just weave through
serpentine.
This is what it used to look like. This is what Wellington used to look like. I guess this was 2021, if the image dates to be believed. And we're looking around. This is what Wellington used to be like. This is all closed, by the way. And right here on the sidewalk is where Brian Dirksen was arrested right somewhere over here for obstruction of a carriageway, obstructing a highway for having
encumbering a highway. Thank you.
We have OPS sitting here, but this was last year. So, and we go down Wellington. This was all full of trucks here. Probably ended somewhere around here. It got lighter. This is basically where
right
Maestro was. This was Maestro, right? Right here on Bank?
No, next corner by the church. One more block. So this church down here is where the trucks ended, basically. Then it becomes a Supreme Court. But it got lighter and lighter as far as vehicle footprint as you got farther down this way. So that's Kent Street there.
And you can see this date. This was also taken in May, and you can see this side that they have a serpentine set up here. And this is how they're keeping the vehicles off Wellington right now. But you can still get there. And regular people who drive through there every day.
Yeah, so that's at Bank Street.
Dozens of confused people every hour come through looking like they've seen a ghost or something, and they're wandering around, and then
It's like, oh crap, how did I get in here?
and they're just literally, it's like a comedy.
You can't turn left, you can't turn right, you can't go straight, and you're in the middle of this area. Like, what do you do?
You're not allowed to be there. There's, So anyways, this whole place was empty here. And this, of course, is where the commission is happening, right down here. Oh, come on, keep driving. Our car has hit a roadblock. Okay, now we're going again.
No, they got a barricade
right
up.
Here, this is 395 Wellington. This is where the commission's happening right now at the Library and Archives Canada building. And if we keep driving, this whole area was empty during the protest.
Hold on, pan back so we can see the brutalist architecture.
Yeah. Let's observe the brutal. My car's jammed. Hold on. I'm throwing her into reverse.
Yeah, there we go.
So
So this is a huge area. I mean, you can see just from this quick pan that hundreds of vehicles could have fit in this area.
Yeah, you see, this was all empty. Everything here was empty. You could see how many vehicles fit here. This was just empty. So when the Ottawa police said there was no more room, they were talking. So it was pretty full up. There was room on the other side too, but starting at Kent. So let's go through and see the area that was empty that they said there was no more room at, just so you can visualize.
The other important thing to remember is that this is all purely non-resident. There's no residential space here whatsoever.
Well, somebody argued that there is residential space, but
There
I've
isn't.
yet to find it. Like,
There isn't on
is
this
the Bank
block.
of Canada. This is the Bank of Canada building here. These are
Yeah, we have
government
Justice
offices.
with the church
This is-
too.
that's the Supreme Court right there.
Yeah.
So here's
Over
Kent.
here is Justice.
So this is where the trucks basically stopped. The trucks stopped right here, and they were sparse, and then the trucks stopped right here, and they were packed on Kent down this way.
Yeah, so
but
past this way, there was one truck parked kind of just in front of the Supreme Court, two trucks maybe here, and one kind of kitty corner, but not blocking the way.
So
And that was
starting
like
right
that
here-
for almost the whole time. Was open.
So starting right here, we can see that we have 2 lanes plus a middle lane here. So this is technically 5 lanes. And we can imagine how many cars and trucks we can fit in this space. So let's keep going.
This is where we played hockey.
This is where the hockey games were, yeah. You can imagine how many tractors, because there were very few trailers. There was a lot of tractor units. You can imagine how many tractors and other vehicles you could fit. There's Kent over there. So right here, you're talking at least maybe 40 pickup trucks from here to where we started, I'd say.
Well,
across all
when
lanes.
you back the trucks in, if they backed in, like they eventually ended up backed in on Wellington, like farther up in front of Parliament, they don't take up more than half the roadway backed in, and they're only a lane wide, right? Like a vehicle.
A tractor trailer unit is 75 feet tall. I mean, long. But a tractor
Yeah,
trailer
but they didn't
unit,
have
there was
trailers.
There were very few trailers. There was a lot of tractors.
There was the F. Trudeau trailer and pretty much no other trailers. A few smaller ones.
Yeah, they moved out. They were already on Wellington. So you can imagine from Kent to what is this street? This is Bay, maybe no Lion. Okay, so from here to Kent, you can imagine how many vehicles we could fit in this just one block. That was completely empty. Let's keep going. So there's Lion. There was some sparse things at the next intersection, I believe, across Queen. Maybe.
A little bit sometimes, but that was where a few tractors ended up eventually, but that wasn't normally full, and it was pretty much a dead zone back there.
So starting over here, we have a huge intersection that we could have had maybe 1 lane going across, maintaining access to whatever's back here. And then starting here, you can see we have 5 lanes going across. All of this was completely empty. So bear that in mind when you hear the OPS testimony. There was no more room. So six lanes right here at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we keep going. We have another intersection. I believe this is Bay. I'm not too familiar with this end of the.
That's Bay. Yeah.
Okay, so and going across, we still have 6 lanes, and this entire section from Kent, all like 3 blocks over there, is empty. So you can imagine that we could have fit the entirety of what was on Kent here. Easily could have fit what was on Kent here. It was the OPS who stopped it, and in order not to interfere with the interprovincial bridge, which is coming up. Sorry, it's not exactly called that. It isn't. We could have stopped.
It's the Portage Bridge. Yeah.
If we stopped right here. But we use this entire block to the commission, which is huge. Look at this. Like how many 5 lanes plus 8 lanes here on this one block, stopping it right here. You would have still had access to go right. And you would have had everyone off the Sir John would have been empty. We could have fit them all on this block here across. Really, we could have really packed them in like sardines right here on this block. Between that light over down there and the light up here at Bay, we could have fit the entire S-Jam, basically. So that the S-Jam would have been open and flowing. Traffic could have come across the Portage Bridge there, and then we could have fit the rest of Kent right over here. And then, so on this block, we could have fit a lot of Kent, and then on this block, we could have fit a lot of Kent. And then there was still a lot of emptiness going towards Wellington. We could have had all the emergency lanes open, and we could have had literally like 99% of everybody on this area here.
Yeah, the
you
problem
see how
being
vast it
then,
is?
the problem being for the people that stop this is that then they wouldn't have trucks in residential neighborhoods that they could use as an excuse. There's a reason they kept people out of here. And it's becoming very obvious. They didn't want trucks there because it would have gotten them out of the residential neighborhoods. And the only argument that these people have, the only leg that it's still not a leg to stand on, but the only argument they're trying to make here is that people in Ottawa were inconvenienced and terrorized and felt assaultive behavior.
So
they had a
starting at
chance
Bay-
to take and prevent that. And the government, the city of Ottawa, and the former police chief made sure it didn't happen.
So starting at Bay, we start to get closer to residential areas, like behind this park here. There's some residences. I don't think this is a residence. This is an office, but I can't. I think right behind this park. This is the Park of the Provinces, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
that's what it is. So starting in
and then behind
here,
is the church where the Queen's ceremony was there when the Queen passed away. So,
and then we can
the
have
old
different.
church.
We can have different various residences here. So we do get into some residences, but we alleviate a problem for a vast amount of people. And there are some residences over here.
At least you're not directly in front of residences. You know, you're at a distance there in a commercial building with commercial glass like that. That wouldn't be such a problem.
So this entire area was closed down and empty as well. But in my theory, this would have been open. This would have been open to allow bridge access here. So that would have worked. And then coming back to Booth, this is where everyone was kettled. So right here, they had the road graders blocking this side here with the police. And then, actually a little bit further up, this was also empty and closed. So this entire stretch was closed from the bridge to Booth was closed. So right here, we had the road graders across, and then they eventually erected more permanent barricades. Then we had the barricades on Booth here blocking it. I was there when the ESU, ERT teams deployed those. And then right here, starting on the SJM, we had the Western convoy. The actual convoy was kettled, going back all the way. So they were filling up both sides of this, and they they did taper to one lane here.
And you spend some time down there, John?
I did. I actually walked to every single truck on the first Sunday, I think, and I told them about
Okay.
Saturday.
Yeah. So
and a lot of them were in tears because they heard it, but they didn't know what it was. Some of them made it down, but some of them were in no shape to make it down. So they were in tears just to hear how beautiful that first Saturday was. I spent that entire Sunday with me and my buddy walking. We walked the entire SJM and talked to literally every single truck.
Good.
So that's what we did.
I only made it down there once briefly, so I didn't spend a lot of time down there.
Oh, it was an interesting Sunday for sure. That's when all the tactical guys and stuff, and they were still making their play on how they were going to contain and kettle it, but it kept going. So this entire area was closed, and it's under heavy construction right now. But it went down pretty far. It was still going at this point. I don't think it was so we kept going. But you can see that we are fairly far from residences.
And it's a parkway. There's no residences on there at all. It's a parkway that gets closed down regularly for all kinds of things. On Sundays, it's closed every Sunday. So
there are buildings. When we go more west, we're going to get closer and closer to the buildings.
You got to get pretty far west.
Towards Lincoln Fields and before then as well. But the buildings.
Once you get to Westboro,
the trucks here were still going. So we were getting close to some residences over here. I think this is about where the trucks may have stopped. May have gone to the next block, but I don't think so. So I think this is about where it tapered off, and we can see we're pretty.
You can see how far that closest building is just there,
but it's close enough. But we could have moved all of these people onto those 8 lanes on Kent, right? 8 lanes on Wellington, right?
Definitely. And once that was done, that would also leave space where 2 of the 3 lanes down Kent could have still been used. But left the 1 lane open, occupied. So there's a lot of things could have happened.
So this is the infamous Rideau Sussex where they're talking about the farfadas and everything being here. I don't know how to close this. So
I spent a bit of time down there.
There we go. Okay, so this is Rideau Sussex where they had the farfadas. We had the trucks. The vehicles probably went about this far back on this side here towards Sussex. This is probably about as deep as the trucks were. After this, there might have been a truck or 2 down there. Some police vehicles would park here, but nobody basically made it to this first light, which was George. So they were probably about this deep here at Rideau and Sussex on this side. So this would be the northern side of Rideau Sussex. And then coming on this side, they were probably just about as this deep as well. They weren't very deep. And then of course, there was a truck somewhere over here, a pickup truck, I think, and it had a camping attachment. I don't know if that's the one they're talking about that had the fuel. And then basically over here, it was kind of empty. So, and then coming around here, the storefronts here were open. And I told you that story, guys, of that one night that I went by and I was handing out the hand warmers, and I was making up the sidewalk here with my buddy, and I looked into this ABM, this bank front here, and I seen a bunch of people. So I attempted to open the door, but I couldn't. So anyways, this all got boarded up with wooden boards. I don't know at what point that happened. So that's how deep it was. And on this side, this would be the southern side of the bank in the Rideau Sussex, because Wellington becomes Rideau either at Mackenzie here. So Wellington becomes Rideau right about here or here. So this is the same street as Wellington, but it just changes its name. Ottawa does that a lot. So I believe it becomes Rideau either at Mackenzie right there, or it becomes Rideau right here. Yeah, it becomes Rideau at Sussex. You can tell by the sign because it has the arrow pointing this way, I believe. And if we go to Mackenzie, we'll see that it's called Wellington. Yeah, see? So Rideau this way, Wellington that way. Same street, different name. Okay, and so they were about that far deep on the southern side. On the eastern side, they were about that far deep on the southern side. And then again on the northern side, this is the southern side. So on the southern side, they probably went about here, I'd say. You agree with that? They didn't really get in block in the west, and they were about this deep, maybe a little less. There was a few, maybe four rows
thinned out
of
really
vehicles.
quickly.
4 rows of trucks. Yeah, this intersection was busy, but there was 4 rows of trucks on each side, basically. And they were talking about tractors, not tractor trailers or pickups and stuff like that. And then, but it was thicker on the western side, which is right here. The intersection, I believe, was generally free. I mean, there was some cooking stuff right here. On the one weekend, they set up a party area here with sounding equipment and stuff. And there was people full intersection here with people and spilling out. But the parked vehicles right here were also were pretty thick. We're thicker than the other sides. So starting from right here, basically coming west, it was pretty full up all the way here. And I think they might have had a traffic break here or something. Nobody really went on Mackenzie. I believe Mackenzie was open. And then coming here, this was pretty full up, I think. And actually, no, it wasn't, because they kept this open.
It was just that specific area. Yeah, because
it was
going
literally
towards the
between
War Memorial, it was very, very sparse.
Yeah, between Mackenzie Mackenzie and Rideau. So this block right here was full right here.
From that light on.
Yeah, because they kept this open because this is the center of Canada, and parked right here.
You could get right around here.
Parked right here was an RCMP vehicle, one RCMP car most of the time. And this is where load safe was, Eric. So Eric, I think he had jackknifed in this intersection. He eventually parked parallel to the curb right here. You remember him in the black and yellow load safe truck, right? Yes. So he eventually parallel parked here. But at some points he was either parked across, here, or across here. I think it was right here. And you at one point they even erected barricades in front of him so he couldn't really move. But eventually he did straighten out here.
That turned into a weird kind of a down as you got towards Rideau. So you go into this openish area if you were coming from Parliament past the War Memorial. Yeah, you get this open area, then you hit that group at Rideau and Sussex. But I mean, it was literally just that intersection pretty much with a few trucks sticking out on either side. It wasn't it was hundreds of vehicles.
This area was open. However, there was a camper truck or something parked over right here. There was a pickup with a camper and a couple
by the Memorial there was a camper for a long time.
Yeah, it was right here, I think, right up here.
Yeah,
and then
just one.
And then there was OPP somewhere down here, and there was nothing on Elgin to my knowledge. So that's basically
and Bank had a few vehicles kind of down it, heading from Parliament, heading north away, but not like Kent Street was, and there was always lanes open on Bank.
Well, Catherine McKinney testified the opposite of that.
Well, she lied then.
So this is where
I walked it every day. So I walked it every day.
O'Connor was kept open as well. O'Connor was
they all were
kept
they all were
open. This is O'Connor. The police insisted on this being open the whole way, so this was open the whole way.
And that was part of the planning, right? And that's why Kent, the fact that it was blocked at some blocks, the adjacent blocks and the parallel and perperpendicular blocks were accessible, and that was part of the planning.
Bank is just a one lane in a lot of these downtown areas, which is a huge problem because it's a main commuter thoroughfare, right?
Most of it's one lane actually.
The city outgrew it, right? That's simply what happened. So here's Bank. Here's Albert, and we could say that there was different. There's not really places to park here, but there certainly protest vehicles made their way, and then we do start to get some residential areas intermingled down here.
It starts to become mixed.
Where we start.
It's basically at Laurier that you really start to hit stuff. If you're going down this way, then you're into real residential areas eventually. But once
and maybe
as far
people
as Laurier,
live up here too as well. like in some of these upper areas here. This is Laurier. Slater was pretty empty too. There was trucks parked on the sides here at different weekends, different days. There were like
parked quietly, parked mostly they were just parked. It wasn't like there was any action going on. People would leave and they'd all go to the hill.
And Metcalf had a good. So this is Metcalf. Metcalf had a good group. In fact, actually, they had a B train parked on Metcalf. There was a B train parked, I believe, right around here. There was a B train, which is 2 trailers, 2 pups together. Well, it could be two 50 feet trailers as well, but typically it's 2 pups, and they're parked right here. I believe it was this, and then actually no, this is where the OPP had their barricade at Laurier, right? No, at Laurier, wherever Laurier is where they had is where they were stopping everything. So
and that's where the hard lines for the red zone were afterwards.
This is where I met into the CBC right here. So I believe that the police had their barricade set up right around here, or actually was it like, I think the police? Yeah, no, the OPP was right here at Albert. This is where they were. The OPP was right here beside this parking. So OPP was blocking it here, and we had vehicles here. So then that means the B train was here. There was a flat nose Freightliner or freight shaker, a classic 80s flat nose Freightliner was here. I don't think he had a trailer. And here's Bank and Slater, infamous Bank and Slater. There was a lot of vehicles parked here, and then there was camps and stuff here, but there was still a lane here. This lane, I believe, was open. This lane right here was the open one. So the trucks were parked 2 by 2 on this side here. And they basically started, so here, on Metcalf, to my recollection, they started basically here at the Circle K, if I'm recalling correctly. So right about here is where they started to build. So between Nepean and Gloucester, they basically, so this lane on the far left was open, and then there was some smaller vehicles all camped out right here. And I think this is really as far as it went to my knowledge. Right here, it stopped right before Nepean, I believe, and then this way was like that. It was open, so there was some trucks parked right here and different vehicles, and this lane on the left was open at all times. I've never ever seen that closed. Not really any trucks going on the cross streets here at Gloucester, and then again, the 2 streets here blocked with trucks. We had some tractors and such, and then the left lane here open, and then Metcalf and Laurier right here, which was a good intersection. This was open on this side. Sometimes there was big snowbanks here. Sometimes people would stop here on the weekend for a minute or 2, and then they would keep going. But this was open in both ways generally. I never saw any long-term blockages, and this was open down here too. I think there might have been a camper or something down this way on East Laurier, like towards Elgin. There might have been a camper or a bus or something. I don't remember. But this was 2 by 2 here, going back to the Circle K over there, and then continued up right here to Slater, 2 by 2 with that left lane open. And again, there was some vehicles here on Slater right here, but this lane was open again to my recollection. I didn't spend a lot of time on Slater, but there was some vehicles in this area. And going east, I don't think there was very much over here. There might have been 1 or 2 somewhere down the way. And then, of course, we had this lane was still open, this left lane. And then we had the trucks and the other people. I think this is where the classic Freightliner was. It was either here and the B train was here at some point. I just recall the OPP being here. I could be wrong, but I really feel like they were here. I think at one point there might have been trucks here, but they didn't. They moved along, and there definitely wasn't trucks here to my knowledge. But this is where Boom Truck Ben was. Boom Truck Ben, this is where the center stage was. Metcalf, this was the heart of it, really. We had the different camps cooking up here. There's Terry Fox statue, right, where Terry Fox was defaced with a jersey and some flowers or something. And right here, we had a bunch of different tents cooking different things. And then here, at literally smack dab, right here at Metcalf and Wellington, we had Boom Truck Ben, the stage truck, right here.
The tent there was... I think Cameron was down there a lot, but I met a former Ottawa Senator player that was down there serving hot dogs and coffee all the time. Ex-professional hockey player was quiet. I'm not gonna say who it is, but he invited me into it. We had a good time, man. There was a good tent there, and then we spent some time with the folks from PEI.
And of course, we had Chef G. Don't forget Chef G, the best cook in the entire Freedom Convoy. Chef G. Yeah. So this was the main stage area. This was clear, except for the Boom Truck Ben, which was just about here, flying, and he had his boom fully extended, flying his truck, his flag, and then of course the people in the PMO over there, so that his boom was really way too close, but it never really touched them. and that's it. And then
Yeah, definitely didn't touch anything.
Then the PPS, those guys, that's the PPS. You've heard about them a lot. They're the Parliamentary Protective Service. They're not Peace Corps officers, as we've heard in testimony. They're like a security agency, and they basically stop right here. See this gate right here? That's them. So right here, this is Ottawa Police, and as soon as you pass this gate or on this gate, it's them. So this is a jurisdictional conflict right here.
And there's also RCMP jurisdiction around here sometimes. So there's three conflicting.
Because this is a federal, so these are federal buildings, so the RCMP would have some jurisdiction, but I believe in the parliamentary precinct, the PPS takes priority.
Yes,
so,
as far as I know.
So federal buildings except for the Supreme Court in the parliamentary precinct would be generally under the protection of the PPS. So the PPS are armed security. They carry all of their they carry weapons. They're not like typical. They're not security guards. Let's put it this way. Like
no,
they're
like
duty weapons, and
they're serious security.
They have service carbines as well. So obviously they're not like they're not mall cops. And so they would be.
A lot of them are former military too.
So they would be dealing with anything that happened past this gate. But on the street here, and including the sidewalk, a lot of people have had a lot of confusion about that, but including the sidewalk here, everything up to and not including the gate is Ottawa Police, and after and including the gate is the PPS. And you can see that it goes like the whole way, the parliamentary gate goes all the way down. And then of course, all the different offices, like this is an office building, all these office buildings for the parliament on this side, the PPS is in charge of and does security for. And then there's various other federal buildings that they do it for. And this is their checkpoint. You can see they have like a border type system here with the bullards and stuff. And you go through this checkpoint to get on the parliament. You go in here. A Google car was allowed in here? That's weird. So yeah, you go in here and then you go through basically this border style checkpoint to actually get onto Parliament Hill. And this is just a parking lot here. So I don't know how Google car was allowed to go here. I'm surprised. Google car just gets itself in anywhere, except unlike
actually, that's interesting. Google doesn't only use cars now. So Google now, if you take video while you're walking, you can upload the video. So Google can actually go into alleys, onto parks, wherever now. So they collect data from people. You can contribute to Google. I am in the top 1% of Google contributors nationally, by the way.
So this is PPS fence here and PPS on there. So you can see, and there's a lot of times that the Ottawa Police doesn't, especially during this whole thing, they didn't know who had what. You know, Ottawa Police has this sidewalk. They thought PPS had this sidewalk. Ottawa Police has this road. They thought PPS had this road. It was just a mess of jurisdictions and bureaucracy. But yeah, that's when you hear the word PPS, that you will not find them anywhere else in Canada. This is who they're talking about. These guys in these blue, black, yellow blazing trucks with the symbol of the Senate and the House of Commons on it with the word PPS and then SPP, I think.
Yeah.
For French. And then they will drive on Wellington, though. They will drive up and down, even to this day. They drive up and down Wellington. They drive up and down Metcalfe. They drive all over the parliamentary precinct. But they're not doing policing. They're doing security work. Maybe at some point that'll change.
Sometimes they'll come through 3 or 4 cars, and that's on shift changes generally. When they're driving through, it's not like OPS. When OPS drives through there, they're on patrol, and they're there for a reason. They've actually started doing regular patrols through there. Before, they would only come in if there was a reason. Now PPS or OPS seem to be patrolling regularly. When the parliamentary police come through, they're just driving through from one of their locations.
Wellington was open to motor traffic before February. The OPS would always come through here. Like it just it was a pretty busy road. Believe it or not, this was losing Wellington has a significant impact on the city's traffic. You can see it's busy. This isn't even rush hour, and we had traffic literally on a normal city street passing right in front of our parliament. That was one of the
you can traverse the whole city east-west through this area. Like, so if you were coming, it's Richmond Road from the West End, turns into Wellington, comes through here, turns into Montreal
Rideau.
Road. Turns into Rideau. Then afterwards, Montreal Road. So it goes all the way from basically Orleans to the West End. And people do drive that down through this way.
And then Montreal turns into St. Joseph.
Yeah, so you can literally stay on one road through the whole city.
It has 5 or 6 changes at some point. So anyways,
there used to be milk run bus routes that went end to end in the city that would come right through here, right? You get on one bus from the West End, you could come all the way.
No, the 97.
Or number two bus.
You're talking
back in the day. Yeah. I'd take the bus.
You can actually see there's bus stops right here. They have taken these things out now, but you can see the old 18 come right through here. So
we have a multi-billion-dollar tunnel now under here somewhere. Trains can go through.
It's a couple of streets. Yeah, but it doesn't work so well all the time. But
no,
anyways,
it doesn't work in the winter or the rain. But
So now this is becoming pedestrianized, which is good. It's nice that we're going to have another pedestrian mall here. Hopefully it's used properly. But you can see this used to be a major thoroughfare for traffic in our city of Ottawa, which I am born and raised of.
Pedestrian malls.
And I live here. Yeah, Spark Street is a ghost town. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, they spent untold millions of dollars on Spark Street to try to bring it back to what it was, bringing in festivals and stuff, and it's just
so
it's
here's
nothing.
This is Spark Street. This is the first streets. This is the first east to west street south of Wellington, and it is a pedestrian only mall, as you can tell. There's bollards there, and it's basically got offices and stores and pubs on either side, and it goes a number of blocks in each direction from Elgin. Oh, there's Big Bear.
Bear, Little Bear, and Salmon.
So there's Elgin, and it goes all the way basically like to the other end of the, it goes quite a number of blocks, but it's basically a ghost town. The majority of
even during the convoy, like there would have been packed with people 1 block south of this on Wellington. You come in here, this is where I would go to sneak away to edit video and stuff like that.
This is 2018, and it's really not like this anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. This is a particularly busy day. I haven't seen it this busy on a long time. It is quite the ghost town.
No, not in a few years. Yeah.
And you can see that there's pubs, and there's also a certain individual entity that has its office for Ottawa right here on Spark Street.
That's CBC Radio National Headquarters.
Which we had a certain rally. We had a rally here the other week when stuff happened, and people
stuff went down.
Interjected. So, anyways, this is my city, guys. This is where I'm from. I'm born and raised here, and I do like my city, but I don't like some of the people here. And I'm sure they feel the same about me. And
I'm going to take a quick break here, John, before we jump back in, just to grab a bite to eat. And does that work for you?
Yeah.
We'll jump back in at 2:05?
So eventually PPS, I'll close with this. PPS is they're talking about handing over the control of this entire street, Wellington, from sidewalk to sidewalk, east to west, to the PPS, which would be jurisdictionally more simple. And this space, by the way, this is literally the last true public square in Canada. This little thing right here, I call it Terry Fox Square. I think it has another name.
Me too.
But it might as well be Terry Fox. And look, here's a guy leaning against Terry Fox Square in 2021. Look at that massive, literally leaning against Terry Fox. And where's
anyone who doesn't know? It's a long-standing tradition in Ottawa to in every celebration, Terry Fox gets dressed up. He wears flags. He wears hockey jerseys. He wears hats. There's pictures of him carrying pride flags, carrying every imaginable thing. Out of any group that's ever come to Ottawa, and there's big party, they put hockey jerseys on them, they put hats on them, they put various flags. So this thing of putting a flag on Terry Fox,
to lean on the statue of Terry Fox is a different story. And he's like, he's not even paying attention to Terry at all. He's like literally just using him as a rest. But anyway,
well, they did take away all the benches and seating areas around this area now.
Well, they're there at this day. So
those benches there are gone now. They were moved recently.
Well, they put them on the wall over all the way over here because they don't want people congregating right here, which is where we typically congregate on Fringy Friday and Unacceptable View Saturday. Is this generally this area here and this closed undivided on this closed highway? We congregate sometimes.
We stand in the middle here in the yellow, so we don't encumber it. Yeah, we stand in the middle.
And then this Terry Fox Square is where other people would be, but they're going to build another building here, and they're effectively going to close the last public square in Canada, the free public square in our national capital. This area here, it has a unique property to it. It's not under the control of the PPS, and it's just an open space where people can. And there's even these little cement areas where people could sit. But they're building a building here, and it's going to be a horrendous glass type, like soulless.
Yeah, it's going to really change the look of everything down there. And
it's going to be right here. And it's going to literally take the last square. It's going to be up to the sidewalk and up to both sidewalks. So it's going to take up the empty space here, or the usable public space here, and make this big glass abomination directly across the street from the Parliament of Canada. Which just to take the space away. Really, that's all it's doing. It's taking away the space so that people can effectively. And then if you do want to protest, you're going to go.
Well, Trudeau doesn't want certain people to be able to take up space, as we've heard.
Exactly. And then when you go on here and you try to protest, they're going to tell you that your hockey stick that your flagpole is too long or too heavy or not the right.
Well, that was happening to me for the whole year before this. Like I would regularly come up to the hill, and often not normally with the flag, but whenever I came with the flag, I was never let in before the convoy. Only once the convoy came was I allowed to have my flag. I was told I was only allowed to have a soft flagpole, whatever the heck that is.
Somebody is protesting on this day. How are the veterans suffering? That's sad.
Yeah. See, I mean, this is the place people have been coming to for since this place existed to air their grievances.
2021, there's a veteran protesting here. Trudeau, this is September 2021. Trudeau has turned his back on our veterans. Can you accept this? Talking about toxicity poisoning from a mandatory medical procedure that they were subjected to. Depression, anxiety, suicide, poverty, psychosis, more. What has been done? I
unbelievable.
can't really read it with this lady here. What has been done? Nothing, and it is absolutely nothing. Sad. Here's our,
Very
this
sad.
is our, and he probably wasn't allowed to take it into there. I don't know. Oh, it looks like they have something for the Every Child Matters going on here, maybe.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay, and the flag goes down. Okay, well, we're going to go on a break, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. If you could like the streams, that's really appreciated. If you want to follow on TikTok, you can go, on Twitter, you can go follow Twitter, Patriot Smoothie. You can send an e-transfer or coffee. It's up to you. We'll see you in 20 minutes with, I believe, Brigitte Belton.
There we go. Okay. See you all soon.
Order à l'ordre. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Monsieur le commissaire,
Bonjour, bon après-midi, good afternoon.
notre prochain témoin est Monsieur Charland, Monsieur Steve Charland.
Allez-y.
Monsieur Charland, voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire une affirmation solennelle?
Oui.
Vous avez le choix de prêter serment sur un document religieux ou de faire une affirmation solennelle.
Je vais prendre l'affirmation solennelle.
Parfait. Pour les fins de procès verbal, s'il vous plaît, veuillez indiquer et ensuite appeler votre nom en entier.
Steve Charland. Steve-Charland.
Affirmez-vous solennellement que le témoignage que vous allez rendre devant le tribunal, devant la commission, sera la vérité, toute la vérité et rien que la vérité?
Je l'affirme.
Merci.
Monsieur le commissaire, avant de commencer avec mes questions, mon confrère Nicolas Saint-Pierre, qui est l'avocat de Monsieur Charland, est dans l'audience. Il aimerait faire une objection.
D'accord. Vers le micro pour les fins du dossier.
Merci. Donc, Nicolas Saint-Pierre pour les fins du dossier. Je représente M. Charland. Donc, M. Charland fait face à certaines accusations criminelles découlant de la manifestation qui a eu lieu à Ottawa. Et pour ces fins, donc, nous invoquons l'article 5 de la loi sur la preuve.
D'accord. Je comprends et je considère que le témoin s'oppose à répondre à chaque question pour le motif que ces réponses pourraient tendre à l'incriminer ou tendre à établir sa responsabilité dans une procédure civile ou criminelle, quelle qu'elle soit. Si sans la présente loi ou toute loi provinciale, le témoin eût été dispensé de répondre à cette question, alors bien que le témoin soit en vertu de la présente loi ou d'une loi provinciale forcée à répondre, puis je comprends qu'il est sous sommation, sa réponse ne peut être invoquée et n'est pas admissible en preuve contre lui dans une instruction ou procédure pénale exercée contre lui par la suite, sauf dans le cas de poursuite pour parjure, en rendant ce témoignage ou pour témoignage contradictoire. Alors, on tient pour acquis qu'il s'est objecté pour chacune des questions.
Merci beaucoup,
Ça
monsieur le
suffit?
commissaire.
Merci.
Merci. Alors, bonjour, Monsieur Charland. Mon nom est Alexandra Hein et je suis avocate de la commission. Alors, j'aimerais vous poser quelques questions aujourd'hui au sujet de votre participation au Convoi de la liberté qui s'est déroulé au mois de janvier et février 2022 à Ottawa. Le but de mes questions est d'aider le commissaire avec son mandat. Pour commencer, je vais vous montrer un document et Monsieur le greffier, si vous pourriez, s'il te plaît, montrer le document SAE 11, c'est votre déclaration de preuve anticipée.
This is the clerk speaking. For the record, we do have the French version available. The doc ID for that is SAE 6010.FR.
Thank you. If you could please put that one up. Thanks. Alors, Monsieur Charland, est-ce que ce document est la déclaration de preuve anticipée que nous vous avons envoyée?
Oui.
Et avez-vous eu la chance de reviser cette déclaration?
Oui.
Êtes-vous d'accord avec son contenu ou aimeriez-vous faire des corrections?
Non, les corrections ont déjà été apportées.
Merci. Alors, vous vivez dans la région Grenville-sur-le-Rouge au Québec.
Oui.
Où se situe cette région?
Entre Montebello et la Chute.
et vous êtes travailleur autonome dans le commerce du bois de chauffage. Pourriez-vous nous expliquer à quoi ça ressemble à être travailleur autonome dans ce domaine?
Ben, ça, c'était la réponse pas mal sommaire. Depuis 1 an, d'ailleurs, j'en fais plus beaucoup, étant donné ce qui m'arrive dans ma vie. Autre ça, je suis aussi écrivain, conférencier et blogueur.
Merci. Et pourriez-vous nous expliquer qui sont les farfadas?
C'est un regroupement d'hommes et de femmes qui s'est approché de moi dû à l'attrait que mon discours avait. Et on est devenu un mouvement de protestation, un mouvement qui se lève pour la justice et qui prend soin des oubliés.
Qui sont les oubliés?
Des gens qui ont été oubliés du système, surtout pendant cette crise-là. Des gens qui sont pas capables de manger. On a fait beaucoup d'épiceries, on a nourri des itinérants, on les a habillés. Depuis les 2 dernières années, on a fait énormément pour les gens du peuple qui ne pouvaient pas subvenir à leurs besoins.
Et quand est-ce que ce mouvement a commencé?
À quelque part en 2020. Notre premier événement a été la Saint-Jean-Baptiste avant tout le monde, qui était le 19 juin, si je me rappelle bien, 19 ou 20 juin 2020. On a fait une Saint-Jean-Baptiste. Et puis, au nombre de billets qu'on a vendus, tous les profits ont été versés à une maison qui vient en aide aux itinérants pour les jeunes de 18 à 30 ans, pour les mettre dans la rue, pour les remettre sur le marché du travail. Puis par la suite, ben, on a aimé l'idée, puis on a continué de faire des campagnes de financement. On a vendu des items à notre effigie et on a fait des campagnes de financement pour continuer de prendre soin de ceux qui en avaient besoin.
Combien de gens font partie des farfadas?
À une certaine époque, on est monté jusqu'à 400 sur une page Facebook, mais c'est dur à dire puisqu'on parle plus d'un mouvement que d'un groupe. À Gatineau, on s'est rendu compte que le mouvement était beaucoup plus grand qu'on pensait parce qu'on a eu des milliers de Canadiens qui nous aidaient indirectement sans être directement proche de l'action avec nous autres. Là. Fait qu'on parle de 400 membres sur une page Facebook, mais des milliers de...
Okay, we all need a translator.
Alors, c'est un mouvement pan-canadien, pas juste un mouvement
Okay,
québécois.
I was expecting Brigitte Belton. Is this the leader of Farfadas? I think that might be.
Jusqu'en
Hold on.
Philadelphie au Texas.
OK. Mais la plupart des membres viennent du Québec.
I think this is the leader of Farfadas. I was expecting Brigitte Belton, so I have no idea who this is, actually. I have literally no idea. I'm completely blindsided. Is this Steve Charland? I think this could be Steve Charland. Is that possible? Does this look like a Steve Charland to you? So this is Steve Charland. That was my best. So, okay, so I'm going to try and get a translated stream, guys. I know that a lot of us don't speak en français, and of course, it is your right. See, this is an example. Remember back when Matthew Fleury was testifying, and he used his French as a weapon. Very different to use your French as a weapon than it is to testify in a language you're comfortable for in a national commission, because it's just your natural language. Very different to scenarios. So let's see if we can find that anywhere translated en français. Okay, so the CPAC has it translated. Hold on one second. So it is translated, but I cannot get it. Oh, well. Give me a second here. I'm going to try something, chat. I'm going to try to... I'm sure a lot of people were blindsided by this.
We are not heard to the point that we have to protest to be heard, and even so, we're not heard. I believe that politics is very...
We're having a bit of a language difficulty. We had to switch sources. And it's not Brigitte Belton, it's Steve Charland.
Two different types of societies, two classes
Roger.
of citizens. That's not normal. We all build this...
I just read that.
And we would like to get involved in the decisions.
I'm not
we
sure.
want more democracy. My fight was always to unite the people so that we are not divided through races, religions, beliefs, whatever they
Yeah,
are.
no, we fixed it here.
Sexual
We got it
orientation.
back.
We do not care. Language.
Thanks, John.
It really is a question of the peoples who are not heard by the elected officials. People are poorer and poorer. Personally,
We're professionals
I've
here,
always,
professionally unprofessional.
asked for a
Yeah.
more imperative mandate, imperative more rather than representative, which means that the elected officials should fulfill their electoral promises. Otherwise,
Got a lot
there
of
would be
background
legal
noise there, Daisy.
means,
Got a lot.
to hold them up to their words. And because of the system that we have, they can tell us very legally anything that they want so that they will be elected. And then they send their representatives at the National Assembly or
I think this
provincial
is the head of
parliament, and then they
Farfadas.
vote whatever they want without our consent. And over the past years, we saw a lot of acts that we did not agree with, but nobody asked us for advice. At one point, we have to shout louder.
Du groupe La Meute, pourquoi?
Why are you members of those groups?
This
Well,
translator
we
is.
don't have the same opinion all the time. With La Meute, we had worked a great deal for democratic representation.
Is this the head of Farfadas,
but
Chris?
There was a group of people
Can you
who were not
can you research that?
working for
Yeah, is that how you spell his name?
I'm researching it too. So maybe if you find it, it looks like he might be.
profits.
Yeah, he is.
And
I'm
this
pretty sure he
one
is.
thing we didn't agree with. And the Democrats in the group didn't like that at all. And that means we weren't listening to citizens at all. So we went out of the group.
Yeah.
So was there any commitment on the part of the government for transparency? And you're saying your voice is not being heard. Is that it? Indeed. The workers in Quebec and in Canada, I talk about Quebec because that's where I come from. I think the workers are not really being heard in Canada.
He's right.
And in 2022, there are 3 jobs for 2 people, for a couple. And we have a hard time spending our money, keeping our money, because we have to spend too much. And the government spends billions of dollars in the meantime for issues that are not really essential, important. It will have to change. Thank you. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the fight for freedom, le combat de la liberté. When did you hear about it? I've heard it from people who were seeing things on social networks. It was early in January. I can't give you the real date. And I was involved myself. I found out really about it on a Saturday. We started to participate on the 29th. It was a week before. On the 22nd, we had a meeting and we talked about it a great deal to figure out whether or not we should participate. And what I could see is that workers who were trying to get working permits and to be able to work. And so I wasn't truly concerned about this. If truckers were just driving up to get a permit, it didn't really affect me until we heard some more reports in Quebec on Quebec radio stations. I don't recall exactly what TV
The
or radio
translator's
station.
a bit off.
And that means you arrived on the 29th. So you came for Quebec. Yes, I did. And how did you regroup your people? I posted on my own page, public page, saying that on the 29th, we would
Glad he
start
gets
a
to speak his,
convoy
like
in
actually share his
Lachute, and we
opinion,
would
right?
go all the way to
He's been
Gatineau to
talked
reach
about so
Ottawa.
much. So I'm glad that he actually gets
How many
to talk.
people and vehicles were involved? What kind of vehicles were in that convoy? We had our convoy 107 kilometers long. And when I got to Gatineau, I got a call from a guy I knew who came from Beauce with 1,500 cars, and they were advised to take another road because we were already on Highway 50. All kinds of vehicles, Winnebago's vehicles, pickup trucks, trucks and everything. And it was all kinds of vehicles. When you talk about trucks, you think about heavy vehicles. No, I'm not talking about heavy trucks. I'm talking about cars and pickup trucks. Winnebago's at most, but it was truly a convoy of citizens. And I didn't ask, you should be shown this document, but you had an interview with a reporter from Le Droit on January 30th. Is that it? Yes, it's possible. Yes, on the 30th. And he asks you why you decide to join the convoy in Ottawa rather than
I'm glad that he gets an opportunity.
going to the Provincial Assembly of Quebec. And you said you took advantage of bad weather and government are not truly would you please slow down so that we get the translation right?
Okay, so the commissioner, his negative
How
language is
can
obviously
they
French,
get
right? Like,
this
he's
power?
obviously Mr. Rollo.
We can't
You'd
go
assume he's a
out of our
francophone, right?
own houses. And
Did you hear him interrupt there, Chris? Commissioner did interrupt.
And I'm entitled to
but in
go
French,
to Costco, but
because the
I
commissioner
can't
speaks French,
to visit
obviously.
my grandmother. I can't live in that country, and I'll fight to the very end until we get full freedom. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but we'll do it like we normally do for these kinds of things. Yes, this is what I said. So what kind of goal did you have when you wanted to do that? What was your specific goal by participating to the convoy?
Oh, I wonder.
Participate to the biggest convoy in Canada, the biggest meeting of that kind, to finally be heard as a people and to tell our elected officials that's it, that's the end of it. You've taken a great many decisions without getting our consent. As I said earlier, I'm not a specialist. I'm not sure really what the risks were. I have no opinion on that. But I thought that mandates, that people went beyond their mandates. There were legislations changed that had nothing to do with health or welfare. They even advised us in Quebec to get a few things that didn't work out. We were asked not to get our grandmother for dinner when we could go and ship all over the place without a mask. It wasn't right, all of that. And at the onset,
This
Prime
guy is
Minister
pretty
Trudeau
moist.
said that he would not close the gates of the country, the airports, and so on, while we were being confined at home. I think we had to stop the virus coming from abroad, but we were locked up ourselves. There was curfews and sanitary measures that were quite exaggerated at the end of the line, and we have to prove today that what was done against the virus created more damages than the virus itself did damage.
Very true, Mr. Charlin. Very true.
You also said during those interviews that you wanted to reach this goal. Could you describe this goal? Did you take any proactive measures to make sure that your objective would be reached? Indeed, every day, every minute, every hour, I was one of those who attempted to keep our traditions alive in a peaceful way. I've been involved for 30 years or so, but I have no criminal record. I was complying with the Canadian Constitution and the Quebec Charter freedoms because we're not violent. We've always done all of this very peacefully, and I ask people to remain peaceful, to keep quiet at times and remain peaceful at all times, regardless of the situation. This was our message at all times. And when people wanted to go beyond those rules, they were being reprimanded and told not to do that. You said that you influenced people who were being involved pacifically. Was it by way of social means? I used all of the available means. And what social means did you use? Facebook? Any other social means? No. During what happened in Ottawa, there was a convoy on Wellington, and you stated one day that you would only leave when you would have recovered freedom or when you were dead. What did that mean exactly? It sounds pretty simple. Well, I'm not dead at this time. I'm fighting for freedom. But are you referring to what was taking place in Ottawa? If it had possible, or if it was the case, I would probably still be there. But there was an injunction that kicked us out from the parking locations we had. We will be discussing this injunction a bit further. But I'd like to figure out what happened when you went to Ottawa. You left La Chute, and then yes, that your convoy was 107 kilometers long. Do you know how many people were involved in that convoy?
107 kilometers.
No idea. Maybe we could try to assess it. 107 kilometers. When we wound up in Gatineau, it was still 50 from La Chute, and we were also getting people from both. How many people were in those vehicles? I can't say. So you got to Gatineau on the 29th. Did you go to the parking lot right away? And it became your headquarters? Yes. Did you talk to the owners of the parking lot? Yes, we did. We said who would rent the whole location for $1,000 a day for an indefinite period of time. There were written agreements and verbal agreements with whomever was the contact in Gatineau. I'm not inventing anything here. There was a member of our group who was in charge of the parking lot rental on January 29th. Did you get a call from Pat King? No, I didn't get a call from Pat King, but I got another person who was telling me that Pat King was looking for safety and security. So I got him in touch with the Gatineau people. Why would you ask about this if you could help with safety? They didn't ask me. Somebody else called me to ask whether or not we could help out Pat King, who was coming up, and I referred him to members of the group who could help. And they were part of your group? Yes. And that person who contacted you, how was she contacted? Or he was contacted? Yes, well, Pat King was.
The translator is no good. He's trying his best. Okay, we like people who try their best over here.
On January 29th, you attempted to go through the McCarthy Bridge to reach the trucks
I
that
missed that
were on
part, Tina. If you could
Wellington
repeat
Street.
that, break it down for my
But
notes.
that
I was doing something
police
else.
didn't let you go through. Is that it? It was on a Sunday on the 30th of January. Yes, indeed. There were heavy trucks and normal vehicles who wanted to cross over to Ottawa, and our mandate was to defend our Constitution and to use the Portage Bridge, and we had to negotiate with the police services that were around to
Negotiate.
get to an agreement by midday that would go to the McDonald Bridge, and we escorted people through that bridge. Those negotiations that you mentioned,
Okay, but Tina, but
was
that
with the RCMP.
that's a different parking lot, I think.
On that
I don't think that's
particular
Rideau and
case,
Sussex.
I dealt with the
No, he's referring to
police,
a parking lot
Safety
in Gatineau where they
Quebec
could
and
stage, I guess, or this huge
RCMP.
group. Some of them could go to.
Whom did you bargain with, municipal services or RCMP? It was essentially with the Gatineau police, and I told them that they're out of their jurisdiction, that it was to be the RCMP who was in
I was
charge.
telling
and
them
this
that they
is
were
what
out of their jurisdiction. I
and
love this
the
guy.
RCMP let you go through. And they escorted us to the McDonald Bridge. Who wanted us to go to
But it's busted
Portage, but
in the
we
background.
went
Listening
through
to that.
McDonald.
But I'm trying to upload my videos from yesterday. I forgot about them.
So
The
you
things that are killing
went,
me. You're gonna
on
need to host soon, eh?
Maisonneuve up
Because
to
I gotta.
McDonald Cartier, and
You're muted.
then
But I have to take care of
the
the stuff
RCMP took
in the
you
background sometimes.
south
Just do it, buddy. We'll be okay.
on McDonald Cartier till
Because I
close
have to make the
Parliament.
videos while we're producing.
We
this.
have a video available. We're not going to listen to it because it's an hour long, but it shows that several vehicles and trailers went through the Bay Market, and on Rideau Street they turned left to Parliament. Is that the way they went? Well, listen, if I recall correctly, we stopped on Rideau. And that's the only thing I could change in what you said. We had to stop on Rideau because we had trucks against truck, and we couldn't go any further. Do you recall where you stopped on Rideau? Well, I don't live in Ottawa, so I don't recall exactly. Was it close to a shopping center? Could you see the Parliament? No. And Chateau Laurier? No. During public hearings, in various services in Ottawa and Gatineau, we testified that Farfada members were at the intersection of Rideau and Sussex. Does that ring a bell? No. Farfada is a group of people which expanded greatly in Ottawa and Gatineau. We don't know everyone. We talk about thousands of people, thousands of Quebecers and Ontarians joined the movement. And so I haven't got all the details. We truly concentrated on what went on in the parking lot, and to help out as much as we could to offer parking place for those who wanted to have a parking lot and then walk on to Parliament to show what they thought. So I don't have all. I will show you some.
Are we getting a new? Did the translator die? What just happened? I think the translator's given up. I hear him. I hear him moistening.
Could we show this document?
Speaking moistly.
I forgot to.
Do you hear it
get
moistening?
The ZB, the ZIBI, which is the ZB parking. This belongs to ZB, which was managed by Dubé. The owner is ZB. The renter is ZB. Is the one who manages the. And where is that the parking lot?
at the corner of Portage and Maisonneuve, I believe. At the very corner where they have the vestibuaire.
If we can go to page. Oh, sorry.
His
Scroll
wife
up.
took over. Oh.
Alors ici,
Ça dit que la SPO a averti un certain nombre des farfadets qui bloquaient l'intersection importante dans le coin de barrage et qui n'étaient pas coopératifs avec les policiers. Là, we're talking about Rideau and Sussex. Does that refresh your memory? No, I couldn't say. We didn't occupy Rideau and Sussex. I will show you another document, Mr. Clerk, OPS 5886. 5886. Perhaps if I were to explain where Rideau and Sussex is, it's where we want the war memorial in front of Chateau Laurier. There is a statue, a monument for the unknown soldier. This is that intersection close to the Rideau Shopping Center. Well, as I was saying, we don't have any control on everybody that identifies with our movement. If I'd known that there was a blockade, yes, but I can't answer you now.
Thank you. Alors si on
There's approximately 200 people scattered throughout the location.
Point of demonstrator.
Lentement, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Focal point of demonstrator activity at Sussex and Rideau were a group known as Farfadet
Yes, it's a very difficult
from
time
Quebec
following
has
this
completely blocked intersection to vehicular
because it's
traffic.
French.
Farfadet group was uncooperative with police throughout the day. Organizer of the group indicated that they would open the intersection if permitted to move further up on
No, Pat's not
Wellington
on today,
towards
Sonia.
Parliament Hill. Information passed on to PLT for further contact. Quand ils font référence à l'organisateur du groupe, est-ce que c'est possible?
When we refer to the group, is it possible that it was you, the group? Are we talking about the same event, Rideau Sussex? Well, you said I'm not answering what you want to hear, but I did not know personally that some of the Farfadet members were blocking Rideau and Sussex. If people identified themselves as members of our, well, like thousands of others, they did it on their own. I am not aware of it. Did you talk to the police at one point in Ottawa? Not when you were at the Gatineau parking lot at Zibi? Concerning where the vehicles and trucks would park once you've gone through the McDonald Cartier Bridge. No is the answer. So with the policemen, it was only with the Gatineau Municipal Police? Yes, unless until the day we brought the trucks back in. We went as far as we could go, and
This
then
is difficult to
the others
listen
were
to.
independently to decide where to go. I have no idea what happened after that. We negotiated mainly with the Gatineau Municipal Police. I didn't have any discussion really with other police forces except peace. Question, when you said that you talked to the Gatineau Police concerning Zibi, what did you talk about? What was your interaction with them? We had discussions every day on what we wanted to do. They wanted to know what our daily program was. They wanted to make sure that everything was okay. We had excellent communications with them concerning the traffic, exits, entrance. Thank you. Question. Have you know the Tom Morazzo, Keith Rogerson, Edward Shipiak, and Merrilich? Yes, I've heard some of their names, yes. Well, it's been difficult to hide Tamara Lynch. Do you know them personally? No is the answer.
No is the
Have
answer.
you been in touch with them during this convoy? No. Question. A group within this investigation about the organizers of the convoy? We approved that on February 8th, Tom Morazzo and Shipyak went to talk to the Quebec demonstrators, protesters who was at the Rideau and Sussex to ask them to move their vehicles. Do you remember that event? Answer, no, I was not there. The Farfadeh movement is very good, but we're not responsible for all Quebecers. On the same day, you put the video online. This is February 8th. And you said, could you be nice enough to help those 42 truckers parked in front of the parliament? If they leave, we're in danger. What event are you talking about here? The 42 truckers from Quebec asked for help. They had problems accessing financing from the Western truckers. So they asked us if we could do something since there was a lot of enthusiasm about our movement, so we did help them. So that video had nothing to do with the Tom Morazzo and Shipyak. Answer, no. Those 42 truckers, where did they come from? From Quebec is the answer. You know from which region? No. How did you get in touch with them? Someone asked me to go and meet with them. One of the truckers was ahead of the group, and quite a few others.
We're hearing Brigitte should testify today.
There was
I think
a group, so 5 or 6 truckers at the same time. So I talked to the leader of each group and asking them what we could do to help them. Financing wise, yes, finance, gas, food. Question. So you had access to some financing. Was it through gifts by the members or other Canadians? Could you explain a bit where that money came from? Answer. At the very beginning of our movement, some people are buying some articles with our name in it, or they give money because they know what the money is going to be used for, contrary to organizations who are so-called officially recognized, where you have to put 10% in the street. I'm saying 10%, but I haven't read any documents recently, but the nonprofit have you can spend 90% for administration purposes and 10% in the street. We committed ourselves to giving 95% that we get to the street, and 5% is to pay for gas or people who are helping us, which means that we are trusted. People rely on us, and they want to help us because they know that we help those most in need. During the occupation in Ottawa, we took care of people who were really in need and who were there at the demonstration. So we committed ourselves to give them help from as gas, for instance. And on my Facebook page, I asked since the financing sites from the Western Convoy were frozen, the GoFundMe had been closed and all that was frozen. We told people who know us, since they are trusting us, if we want to get their money from there to us, we are committed to spending that money on the street. This is what we've done, and the money started coming in. Question. With people getting in touch with you through Facebook, who are these people that you're talking about? Answer. Generally speaking, these are people who get in touch with our Facebooks, get in touch with somebody who's close to the core movement. For the event in Gatineau in Ottawa, we help people directly on the street. I can tell you that we fed hundreds of homeless people in Gatineau and Ottawa over and above the truckers. When you say that you fed them,
what did you give them? Oil? Oil in a heated tin?
What did you do? Well, we had a camp in the ZB parking. We had a popular kitchen. People who were volunteers, they went there to cook, and people were welcome if they wanted to eat. And of course, word spread around saying that we can eat at the ZB parking for a voluntary contribution. If you have any money, if you don't have any money, you can still eat. We had a lot of people in dire needs who came to eat there. Then we committed ourselves to helping
I
the
love how
truckers.
I love the language when it's
And
translated.
so we
It's
asked whether there was somebody in the movement who was willing to work on a kiosk, on a booth on Wellington Street. A lot of people close to us said, okay, we'll take care of that. And we
Work
had
on a
nothing
kiosk.
to do. It was done easily enough. People just took care of themselves. People really helped to have a tent on Wellington Street and to offer soups and coffee and whatever they could for the truckers, for the demonstrators who came for a day or two, and the homeless. Question, what did you do day in and day out? Did you go to Ottawa every day? Did you stay in Gatineau? What was I doing? I was
very poor
I was
translation.
trying to get rid of the fires. I spent my days in a human relationship between our organization, the owners of the parking lot, the police forces, municipal or others, the media, people who needed us on Wellington, people who could give us some help. We were in a Winnebago, and this became the
Winnebago.
center of the negotiations. This is what I did from 16 to 20 hours a day. You said you were talking with the media. Well, the media who dared ask the real question to get real answers, we took the trouble of answering them. I was a spokesperson for all this event. And knowing that media were journalists and not editors or opinion makers. With these social blogs or social media, we had some alternative news journalists and other so-called official journalists. We've had interviews with Radio-Canada, TVA, 517 in Gatineau, in Le Devoir, Le Droit. During the 3 weeks that we spent in Gatineau, we were quite a lot in the media. All the journalists were there to ask questions and answer our questions. Always made sure that we would not go through what we have learned in the other groups. And I think a journalist should get what we say and not modify it and not take whatever suits them, what has been happening in the past couple of years. I was quite happy, satisfied with the articles I saw, but I had to refuse to get interviewed by people who are really acting in bad faith. They just want to have disinformation and hatred. Thank you. I'd like to go back to the funding. On February 4th, originally, electronic transfers for people who wanted to give gift went to your account. But on February 4th, you asked them to send the money to someone else. Could you explain the context, the situation? Well, see, I was too busy already for whatever I had to do. And that was already in our discussions to ask to give part of my work to someone else. And as of the February 4th, I started having problems with my virtual network. My email was had a virus, and my bank account thing had problems with. So we decided to ask somebody who had time to get the money in and out.
Well, Ms. Bouchard, a lot of us don't speak French,
Part of
but
the
we can actually,
movement.
I think.
Answer yes. Question. Mr. Could we show OPP 176?
Et ça va être à la page 33, page 33.
There's no captions.
Alors, ce que je vous montre, c'est un rapport de renseignement de la PPO pour quelque chose qui s'appelle Project Endon. C'était des rapports de renseignement qui s'avaient...
Report on intelligence.
Mind-blowing that there is
Convoy.
no translation available,
says,
like captions. You can get closed captions, I think, on Facebook. I think there's a closed caption on.
advised that according to rédacté, the group Farfadet has handed 14,000 to Quebec truckers in Ottawa in the last 2 days. He also mentioned that an additional $10,000 will be distributed
Hoy.
to truckers today in Ottawa. Est-ce que c'est exact?
Je me souviens pas des dates.
Is that true? I don't remember the exact dates, but the exact amounts, yes. This is money you receive through electronic transfer or cash gift. Both is the answer. We had electronic transfers that were gone through someone else of the movement, and when we had the booths for soup and coffee, we had voluntary contribution, and so they would put money in a pail, and we redistributed
pail.
it. In total, you distributed more or less $24,000. More than that is the answer. Can you tell us? Not exactly. We're now closing our account books on 31st of October. This is the end of our year for the Farfadet, but I couldn't tell you exactly. Question: that money was redistributed to the people who needed it, people who had some needs. Yes, is the answer. During the 3 weeks we were there, we concentrated our efforts on what was happening in Gatineau and Ottawa. Then we spread out in helping the families throughout the province. Question: earlier today, we talked
Question
about
denied.
the agreement you had with the parking lot, the Zibi.
The parking lot agreement. Oh my,
Injunction.
this is so embarrassing.
The owner
The great parking
of
lot
CB
debacle.
parking lot would accept your payment $1,000 a day. Sorry, yes. At one point, that owner stopped receiving your payment and asked for an injunction at the Superior Court in Quebec. Could you explain that? Well, there were quite a few steps in that negotiations. We didn't go from stopping the payment to injunction directly. We realized that he was not accepting the payment. Days went by, and we had other things to deal with, so we didn't deal with that. We tried to make a payment every day, and then the municipality complained. The firemen came for 2 inspections. We have retired firemen in our organization that were the link between our organization and the municipality to follow the municipal recommendations, which is what we did. There was a lot of pressure, more and more pressure, to get rid of us legally, but it didn't work because we were trying to pay according to our original agreement. We did exactly we was asked to do concerning the public safety, fire, and so on. That was respected. And then one day we received this injunction to get us to leave. Question: the complaint by the city of Gatineau? Yes. What were the firemen say when they were talking about the security reasons, safety reasons? Well, they came for an inspection and they recommended to put the fuel somewhere, to put extinctor here and there when the strategic, and they inspected the wood stoves, and they made recommendations which we followed, respected. Very logical. Question: so you followed this, and despite that, there was an injunction. The court, I think it was the 15th of February when the court looked at this injunction. So you moved to Notre Dame du Saint Rosaire parish. Is that not? No, that's not wrong. I went to court through internet. No, but the group that was at the ZB parking lot, where did they move after the injunction when we left? Well, I couldn't say that it was in Saint Rosaire. I'm not from that area, but we went to a parking lot in the church that was offered to us by the person responsible for this church until the next day, because he was asked to tell us to move on, which we did. Question:
so you were in contact with someone from the parish, and over
We got a new
the
translator now.
past 3 weeks they were collecting food to distribute to the people of Gatineau? Well, I don't want to cause any trouble to this person. Since we're supposed to be in camera, maybe I could talk about this. This person couldn't fulfill its mandate in society because of the COVID measures. So this person could not welcome the Gatineau homeless and feed them because of COVID measures, because of the fact that
Couldn't-
most of the homeless were not vaccinated, did not have their vaccine passport, couldn't go to the church and get hot meals. So he had excess food, and he said, instead of seeing it going to waste, I will send you the food and send you the homeless. And that's what we did. We fed them. So you remained in that parking lot one evening, and did you leave on February 18th? I think that's the right date. Can someone tell me what was the date, the Sunday when Parliament was dismantled? I'm not sure, but we have a
Parliament-
document that states that she left on February 18th. Okay, I will trust you. That's probably right. So, question, that was a few days after the invocation of the emergency law by the government. That was February 14th. And the measures put in place under this act, did it have any effect on you personally? Answer, no. Question, was your bank account frozen? Answer, yes. Yes, it was first of all restricted. When you asked me if there were any impact, I said no, because I don't remember going to Ottawa after this act was put in place. We took care of our settlement, and we just observed what was going on. So physically speaking, didn't have any impact on me. But yes, I started having problems with my bank network. Well, first of all, the National Bank restricted my privileges, quote unquote, reduced the amount I could withdraw on a daily basis. So they cut a lot of the privileges I had acquired over my 30 years as a client of the National Bank first. And then around mid-April, I received a letter telling me that mid-May they would close my accounts because they did not want to do business with me anymore. That's what they did. Question, so your account, there were restrictions on your account, and that lasted until mid-April or mid-May? Answer, until they closed my account. Question, what impact did this have on your capacity to use your money? Answer, well, you know what it is to live in 2022 without a bank account. It is almost impossible. It was very hard, and even today, if I try to open an account in another bank, I will have the same restrictions as a beginner, whereas I've been a client of the same bank for 30 years with those privileges. Today, I lost those privileges. I have to go elsewhere. Question, so
Wow.
when your account was closed by the National Bank mid-April or mid-May, the only reason they gave you was because of your involvement in the Freedom Convoy? Answer, no, they gave no reason. Same as my friends, they just said that our business relationships were terminated. We tried to ask questions and they did not want to answer. But that's the case.
This is
with
all
some people I
shameful
know
and
who
highly
participated to
criminal
the
that
same
Canadians were
events.
treated like this.
So
Unacceptable.
2 + 2 is 4. Question, their bank accounts were closed permanently.
I'm quiet,
Answer,
guys, because
yes.
I'm working on the summary
Question,
videos in the background, and it's a lot of work.
was it
And I don't
mid-April or
like.
mid-May as well, or was
I
it in
only like
February?
working 12 hours
Answer,
a day,
all the
not
same
15.
dates. Okay. Question, so you went back home on the 18th, and then you went back to Van Cleek Hill, and you were arrested by the police. Is that right? Answer, the week following, yes. Question, what were the counts? Mischief and counseling to commit mischief. Question, earlier you said that it was the first time that you were arrested by the police. Answer, yes. Question, what impact did it have on your life? Answer, 23 days in prison, 10 days in isolation. It took me a month to get over it. I'm not a criminal. I'm not used to the justice system. Never did anything to appear before the justice. Now people know me. I'm recognized everywhere. With the hatred in the media, I don't only have friends. They are people who judge us based on the opinion spread by the media. I'm not always in security. I never move around alone, so that's what happened. Question, you said you spent 23 days in jail. Yes, answer. And if I was released, is because I had to abide by some very strict conditions. I cannot express myself on the social media. I cannot be seen in the presence of some people on Wellington Street. It's the same. And there are more conditions. So that's part of the fundamental rights to be able to express oneself in Canada, as far as I'm concerned, but I lost this right. Question, do you have anything else to add about the impact of the Emergency Act on you before I move on to my next questions? Answer, yes. When you started with the examination, you asked me if I had been the witness of violence. And yes, I witnessed violence by a group called Antifa that vandalized vehicles during the night to
I witnessed that as well.
damage or to harm the manifestation. And I was the witness of violence by the police. And I don't know
Me too.
who are those mercenaries who had no number on their uniforms. They couldn't be identified, and most of them did not speak our language, and they were violent to dismantle the peaceful protests with women, children, and the elderly. I was the witness of that violence, and I had never witnessed any violence in any protest. And I also spoke with residents of Ottawa, and I can assure you that everything you heard in the media is just shit.
Oh, boom. Not mincing words here.
If there's no further outbursts like that, s'il vous plaît, le respect, oui, vous...
Please, yes, I understand
Oh,
this is emotional.
somebody
I
burst out in the court. I
understand.
didn't hear that on this end.
that this is in the nature of a hearing, and outbursts like that may require that I empty the hall, which I don't want to do because it's a public
Don't threaten us,
inquiry,
Commish.
and it's important that people be here to witness it.
Yeah, just know your role and keep your tongue.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm sorry, says Mr. Charland, if I is responsible for this. Well, you can express yourself freely. I'm responsible for discipline. Thank you, you giving me my right to speak, and that feels good. That's the goal, says the commissioner. Mr. Charland, I cannot believe that in Canada, in a peaceful country with peaceful protesters, that a protest is dismantled where people just want to be heard in that way. I know people today who are in exile in Mexico and in Cuba because they cannot stand to see what is happening in our country. It makes no sense. We've always said that we live in a free and peaceful country, and the protests were always conducted in a peaceful spirit. If it had not been the case, I would not have gotten involved. I never got involved in any protest managed by and on in the name of violence. Not before, not today. And what the police force did is really disgusting. People were harmed, wounded. Cayenne pepper was used. We were evicted before that. Maybe that's a good thing, but it's awful what happened on the Hill. Just because the government is not willing to have a dialogue, engage in a dialogue with us when we ask for that. Thank you. Question, I'm almost done. I have two quick questions. Were you in contact or in communication with protesters or organizers involved in the blockade of the border and entry port, Kootenay, Emerson in Manitoba, and Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge? Answer, no. Question, thank you, Mr. Charland. That's it for my questions. Is there anything else you would like to say to the commissioner? Something that maybe you did not have the opportunity to say today? Answer, yes. Yes. Apart from those events, apart from all the protests that took place in our country after more than 30 years being actively involved in politics as a citizen of the people, with the people who want to try and get involved with the citizens and the people of this country. What I find really awful and terrible is that one day your ancestors who were elected wrote the Canadian Constitution and the Charters of Rights and Freedom for Quebec and the other provinces. At the outset, I can't believe that we are given a charter to explain what we're allowed to do. You gave us charters, you gave us tools to explain to us what we're allowed to do and not do. That is an aberration, I believe. That is ludicrous. And today in 2022, we have to stand up. We have to neglect our families. We have to neglect our jobs. We have to neglect our houses, neglect our life, because we all pay the price. All this to ask you to do your work again, to make sure that the Canadian Constitution and the Charters of Rights and Freedom are complied with. I don't understand how come things have gone so awry in our country. I've always been proud to live here in this country because it was a democracy and apparently at peace. We've always had a place to speak up peacefully, and we've lost this. If this commission does not agree with us, no one in this country will have the right to protest. Those who are against my opinion and the others. The media created the left and the right. I don't even know what that means. I'm of the people, and I want to stand up so that the people can keep on standing up and be heard. Left, right, up, down, I don't give a damn. It's become the people against the elected officials who are managed by multinationals, by money, by other powers. And that makes no sense in a quote unquote evolved society in 2022. How come we have to demand that our charters are respected? Otherwise, we are put in jail because we offered soup and coffee to people who were in need. I will keep on saying this during my trial. If I'm accused of mischief for what I did, a lot of people in this room should also be in jail. Thank you, Mr. Charland. Thank you for your time. That's it for my questions. Friends, my friends and my colleagues will have questions for you, so I will turn it over to them. Thank you. Thank you, says Mr. Commissioner. So first, the Canadian government.
Okay, so we got Government of Canada here coming up. Should be interesting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Charland. Caroline Laverdière here. I'm part of the team of councils representing the Government of Canada before this commission.
Did you hear anything I said?
Answer, do you represent the government or the Liberals? I represent the
Tell me after.
He's like, do you represent the government or the Liberals?
Clarify something.
Steve is amazing.
Your movement, you call it Farfada with 2 A's at the end, but you pronounce it Farfadet. Answer, depends on who pronounces it. I've always said I'm a Farfadet. Answer, okay, I will follow your example, so I will say Farfadet.
Oh, glad we got to the bottom of that.
So the Farfadet, one of the distinctive signs, and you mentioned that you sold a lot of items with the Farfadet logo. One of the signs,
as far as I know, yes,
is the black leather jacket, sleeveless jacket that we wear over other.
He got his stuff out of the truck a few weeks ago.
There are some badges or crests. Right answer, yes. Yes, you have to speak up. Question, there is a transcription at the end of all
they look like motorcycle vests.
Proceedings. Answer, well, I'm used to shutting my mouth now, so I'm sorry. Question. Okay, the badges. Let's talk about the badges. Correct me if I'm wrong, but typically there is a blue fleur de lis on the chest on the right side, right?
Should have worn his cut
The
right into the
signature badge.
commission.
In the back,
Yeah.
there's a big badge.
I didn't know who he
a
was
half
before this, but
moon
I'm a big
shape,
fan.
and
I'll
it
tell you
says
that. Like,
Farfada.
he's,
Well, Farfadet, but with AA, right? Answer yes. Question below the Farfada badge. Farfada. On the back of the black leather jacket, there is another badge in the shape of a finger, right? And inside of the finger, it's
one.
written FU. Answer.
Trudeau.
Answer. We say fuck you. I'm not saying it to you, but question you personally.
It's the first F-bomb at the
As
commission now.
people add other badges.
Did he just throw
their
him an
name,
F-bomb?
so on.
We
on
say
their
fuck you.
Jacket. And you had the word l'artiste on the chest, and on the side you had a badge saying chef guru. Answer yes. Question. As you say, so the movement sells different items to collect money. There are various iterations of those items, clothes. Answer. I'm sorry. Do you have questions about the jackets? Because we only had discussions. Question. Yes, that was the idea. So pieces of clothing, accessories with F logo embroidered on the items, T-shirts, anything else? Answer. Well, there's been so
This is
many.
hilarious.
Some people took care of the Farfa boutique for a while.
Farfa
Question more
boutique.
specifically for the Ottawa Convoy. Did I understand that you had wood struck shawls made that you wore around your neck here personally, regularly? Did you have those made, like the one you're wearing today? The scarf, so it was black with a badge on it in front. It was upside down maple leaf, right? Answer yes. One side blue, one side red. Answer for the fleur de lis and the maple leaf, yes. And question.
How does
with
any of this matter?
The maple leaf,
If you're
we
trying
could
to establish
see
that the people at
upside
Sussex
down
and
symbol
Rito
of the
had
fleur de lis.
these
Answer
clothings on,
yes.
so therefore they must have been the
Question.
same
There
people.
was also
That's what he's going. That's where they're going at. If you want to know,
hats.
like I can see
suits.
them.
You saw
I can read
those.
these people
We
6
see them
miles
often
ahead.
on the internet and social.
I mean, it's obvious, isn't it?
Media.
We will be finding people for their clothes
That is
soon
the
and
sentence
arresting
that
them.
you liked. You
Well, they want to
said
establish.
that you tried not to watch cable, and so well, that's what
They're
I
trying to make
said.
them out to be a
So I
gang, is what they're
corrected.
trying to do. A criminal
Question yes.
organization,
So
which isn't
you
the
sold
case.
a lot of tuk with the
They're trying to make them out
That's
to
all
be
they have.
bikers.
It's literally.
They're trying to make them out
all
to
they
be
have.
bikers, as in Hell's Angels or outlaw motorcycle gangs, when they're not. Just like guys that wear cuts with veteran on the back are not criminals either. They're veterans that ride motorcycles.
It's
These are
literally all they
Quebecers on
have.
motorcycles.
Inspired
Which is a
by
scary combination. I'll give you
the
that much.
Patriot flag. Answer yes. Question with a horizontal line,
The Patriot
green, white, and red, and you put on top a farfadet.
Okay, I want one now. Well, we're to
A
Parliament.
little leprechaun dressed in blue that says hi. Answer. Well, it says salut.
Salut.
Question yes, which is another of your signature phrases in the social media. Answer. Well,
Salut.
you did your
Salut.
homework.
Who says that? Everyone says salut.
Well, I'm
Hello.
saying to
Salut.
know you.
Comment ça va?
So the
government of
flags,
Canada is reaching
you
so hard.
brought a few, right, in Ottawa with you, because we saw them often in your publications on the social media, you or other members of the movement, the Farfadet movement. Answer yes.
Les réseaux sociaux.
And we spoke about the social media. Up until it was forbidden, you were present mainly on Facebook. You posted a lot of videos.
Remember until we took away your rights?
Live
Remember that?
videos,
Remember when we
as
did that
call
to
them?
you?
Answer
Please?
yes. Question, your column, your signature column was called 2 minutes sur le bord du poil. Answer yes. You posted many. Answer until 2017, I've been posting those. Question since 2017? Okay. Specifically during the convoy, but even before the convoy, you were involved in several protests to denounce the sanitary measures. Am I right? Am I mistaken? Answer, no, denounce the sanitary measures. I'm trying to fight for freedom and truth. Question, you took part in protests associated with denouncing the sanitary measures in Quebec? Answer, yes.
Who cares?
Farfada
Oh no!
is
Oh no!
a
It's getting
group
moist in here.
where members were recruited
I have
to
to edit.
ensure
have to edit things,
safety
okay, Daisy?
and security
Okay,
during
get out of the box then and
meetings.
mute your mic, and then we'll see you in a bit.
No, we don't recruit.
I'm gonna
I'll
stay
handle it for a
Ordinary
minute.
People come to
Okay,
us.
you made your choice. You
and
made your
they
choice, John.
find what they
I'll
can
mute
do
you.
for us. And you'll convene with me that in the past, at meetings, we have seen people who were wearing the vest
Who
or
cares?
sweater with farfada to ensure safety. And there was a case
This
in
translator is
Quebec
unreal.
where people showed up against health measures, and several farfada members were there. You can tell me what you saw because I was there myself. Do you recognize this event? No, you haven't given me all the details. You're telling me what you read in the media, but the media reported and
You're
This
telling
guy's
me what you
hilarious.
heard in the media.
had
Boom.
some
This guy's
interaction
hilarious.
there, and there were people wearing your name. What is it that you call interaction, first of all? I should understand that this is a contentious event for you. You're not in agreement with what was reported. No, because it didn't happen that way.
It didn't happen that way. These lawyers are
you
out of their
mentioned,
league. Out of their league.
that you
Holy fuck.
had
He's not taking
interaction
their
with
bullshit.
someone who called
Woo!
you at the
Woo!
beginning of the
Okay.
convoy.
All right, chat. Drop an
who,
SC time. SC time. We got a new one
was
going.
mentioning
We got a new one.
safety as a goal.
Everybody goes
Yes,
SC,
I already
SC
answered
time.
that. Yourself on January 9th.
He's not taking their bullshit. He's not letting them. He's like, you're seeing it on the media. What's your source for that?
To take care of the parking safety. Yes. And then on Facebook,
These are the evil
January
vests in question.
31st,
You've seen
you
it on the
said
media.
that the parking lot was insecure, and if it is, we'll have to call Farfada. What we say between ourselves is when you feel insecure, call Farfada. But this is what you did
like-
on January 31st? Yes, indeed.
He's like, you heard it on the
I
media. You didn't hear it for
talked
real.
Before. Just a minute. In your testimony, you talked about the money that you were handing out to the truckers in Ottawa. And you mentioned the rules that were applicable, how much you should be getting
This is
and
great.
keeping and or giving away. Farfada members are not considered to be a welfare organization.
Membership is going to swell after this.
You haven't set up a welfare organization.
You're not a welfare organization.
Hand
You're not
out the money you were.
You have no permit from us, the government of Canada, to do charity. How dare you? How dare you do charity without a license?
Up to date. You have met several newsmen who, when you were around the convoy in Ottawa, you
She does look frustrated.
a reply to 547 in Ottawa in
They're not getting anything out of this
Gatineau that came up in the morning. Do you recall
Getting smacked down.
that the newsman was asking you details?
This is something else.
What will it take for you to take off?
I think the
what
translator
is
has
needed
dry
for
mouth,
you
baby.
to
This
hook
guy's
up
not
your
taking any
trailer
bullshit.
and leave Ottawa. Do you recall anything like this? Yes, it's a bit vague though. Well, we'll try to make it a bit clearer. We'll look at a recording that ends by 6012 and I'll ask that you start this at 15 minutes, 12 seconds. I hope it's not going to take too long because your time is almost over yet. Well, I'll go beyond that then and hit another question.
So she's just going to be allowed? Counselor?
In Ottawa and get to know you were saying that people must hold the line. And it means that the truckers had to remain on Wellington. Yes. And this is where you started to give money out to help out truckers. Yes. And hold the line was spread till February 14th. Yes. And particularly as regards the Rideau-Sussex intersection, the Farfaders very often would not allow the vehicles to travel through. And I've answered this question already 3 times. And
Asked and answered.
Group with their motorcycle jackets. Ils se trompent-tu?
En français, s'il vous plaît.
En français,
Ben,
please.
je pourrais peut-être vous donner un casque d'écoute.
maybe I could give you a helmet here. It's a bit difficult. The Farfada would meet consistently at Rideau and Sussex. The Farfadas wear their regular vest or this is not necessarily the truth. I think it's not the case for everyone. But indeed, you had a leather vest with farfada that could be easily identified. Easy to identify and motorcycle are 2 different things. But I still don't understand why you are bringing this to talk about motorcycles. We have motorcycles, but most farfadas don't have any. And this was just to explain. When the police says,
he's a master, he's amazing.
A group known as Farfada.
Why are you talking about motorcycles?
Has completely blocked intersection to vehicular traffic.
She's speaking in English to spite him. His language
Farfada
is
was
French.
uncooperative with police throughout the day. La police se trompe encore?
La seule chose que j'ai entendue dans...
Are they still wrong? The only thing I understood was Sussex and Rideau. We've talked about it already 6 times. I'm sorry about that. I took it for granted that you could understand things in English because many extracts were presented in English. The idea for Rideau in Sussex, he already answered about it about 15 times already. So I don't think it's a pretty good...
he already answered about it 15 times already.
To repeat the questions, hoping to get a different answers. Thank you very much. Last series of questions, it's going to be very short, Mr. Commissioner. I want to confirm a few points here. Mr. Marazzo, you don't know him and you don't know anything about the understanding he had with the city for trucks on Rideau Sussex. But on February 14th, you're not aware either of the hearing of what Chris Barber did in order to move
This
the
is
trucks
something else.
around the 14th.
This guy is not taking their shit
I'm
at
not
all.
aware
He's
of
like,
this. What
He's
I
not
do
even-
understand is that on February 14th on
This guy's gonna
Facebook,
make me
you
pass
published
out.
a text, and it says that there was no understanding between the Ottawa truckers and the government.
He's like,
the
"You're wrong. I've
government,
already answered you
there was
20
no deed.
times, and the commissioner
I
said
wasn't
15
aware
times."
of the agreement anyway, Feli. But you, on February 14th, you published on your Facebook page saying there is no understanding between the truckers and the government. That's what I had been told, indeed. Quebec trucker that we talked to. And you say the forfeit issue is not solved at this time. It means we need the assistance from our members. You're talking about ZB and the trucks that are in Ottawa. Last question, to clarify what was said earlier. You mentioned
government is way over time.
That your apprehension on January 31st was the first time. I was already apprehended way back, but this was totally forgiven. You're not being accused for mischief, for blocking streets or roads on La Fontaine. Well, I have to go to court, but I was never apprehended for that. Yes, there are accusations, maybe. I'm not really accused. We haven't been to court yet. You haven't been condemned yet. But for something that happened in January.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yep.
Third,
Please incriminate yourself.
Your
Ridiculous.
spouse, Karen Tardif, and Tony Rioux, and André Desfossés were also members of Farfada. And this took place on March 13th, 2021.
Yeah,
Thank
just so you guys all
Mr.
know,
Commissioner,
the governor
for
council
the,
is way over time,
additional
like
length
10
of
or 15
time.
minutes
I
over.
have no further questions.
Yeah, you're a joke. Go
Thank you.
go sit down. Go
Have a good
call
day.
Trudeau and cry, Trudeau, Trudeau, they were mean to me,
The
Trudeau.
Convoy organizers are next.
Fucking gross government propaganda agents, liberal tards.
I'm just going to say no questions in French. I've been pas de questions, merci.
OK.
No questions in French.
Et le service de police d'Ottawa?
And the Ottawa Police
Not Miller time
Service.
yet, but here comes the OPS. The OPS wants to go.
Je vais poser mes questions en anglais.
They want to ask the questions in English. Oh, there's the really aggressive commission
Est-ce
counselor
qu'on peut
from this
avoir
morning
accès,
who was
donc,
badgering.
à
That's
la
the one who was
traduction?
badgering.
Bien sûr.
That's the one who was badgering Chris. That one right there.
All
Really
right.
aggressive commission counselor who broke all the rules of the commission. This is going to be great. Do they not have French
Can you hear
lawyers
me?
in the OPS? She won't get a subway. That's right, Joyce. She won't get a subway.
Good
Not
afternoon. My
today.
name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. I just have a couple of questions for you.
You should not help Chris.
I believe you went over this a couple of times, but just to be clear, you
Fucking
were
A, this
not
guy's
at
a
the
legend.
intersection of Rideau and Sussex at any time during the course of the events. Is that fair?
Tout ce que j'ai entendu, c'est Rideau, Sussex, là, fait que... Ouais. Non. Et
No.
de ce que je comprends de l'anglais.
The only thing I heard was Radio Sussex. That's all.
Là, il y en a trois qui me parlent en même temps.
I hear three different voices together.
He's schizophrenic. He's having all the
Makes
voices.
it more interesting. I'd like to get the French translation.
I'd like to get the French translation. Are they looking at the guy talking to us right now?
Because
But-
they all talk English.
Je peux traduire?
It's hilarious
I'll
that
be
the
the
OPS
translator
doesn't
now.
have a French. It's amazing that French doesn't have Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
need to translate. It's amazing they don't have a French
So
counselor.
I think I have the answer to this question now multiple times, but just to be clear, since you didn't perhaps understand my full question the previous time, you yourself were never at the intersection of Rideau and Sussex throughout the events of the convoy. Is that correct?
I can hear it coming through his speakers.
Oui. J'ai jamais dit que j'avais pas été.
I was there, of course, because we visited Ottawa on several occasions. So I must have walked through there at one time. I don't recall anything about it, but I must have
Yeah, I don't
walked
either.
through the street right there.
I've been there.
I think was your evidence, correct?
No.
No, I didn't.
You wouldn't have any firsthand knowledge of the behavior of the protesters that were at that intersection?
No.
No.
Nevada didn't necessarily have control over who may have identified themselves as members of Farfada. Is that correct?
Could have been the government. Could have been the police. Could have been anyone. You know how many times in Canadian history the police have set people up?
Exactly.
A lot of
Exactly.
No, as I said,
You put on a piece of clothing and suddenly the government can accuse you of whatever they want.
They said they had
can't
clandestine
figure out
agents
what
on the ground.
happens
So who said that they
everywhere
didn't
with
involve themselves in
everyone.
that way? They had lots of clandestine
I have it correct that
operations
you were
going
not
on.
downtown Ottawa
With some of those
on February
sabotage
18th,
operations, impersonation
and for the
operations,
weekend that followed that February 18th.
you have
One
no
would
code of
think.
ethics. They have no code of ethics, so nothing is below them.
Oui, c'est exact.
It's a fair question.
Yes, indeed. Wasn't Ottawa, we were moving around at the time. I don't even recall if I went back to Ottawa after February 14th. I don't think I was there at all after the new legislation was implemented. On the 18th, I wasn't there, that's for sure.
Okay, so you have no firsthand knowledge then as to the arrests that occurred on February 18th to 20th in downtown Ottawa?
No. J'étais...
No, I wasn't there.
More specifically, you don't have any firsthand knowledge of the behavior of police officers in the course of those arrests.
Oh, now they're asking if they were violent.
Pas spécifiquement dans cette arrestation, mais on écoute les médias, nous autres aussi.
No, specifically for this apprehension, but we listened to the media. The media were on the spot somewhere in Ottawa. I don't know for sure, but they talked about it.
Knowledge or observations, you don't have any of that. Is that correct?
No.
No, I didn't.
On the part of the police, if I were to tell you that no disciplinary and or criminal charges were filed in relation to members of the Ottawa Police Service, would you have any information to the contrary?
Well, of course it wasn't filed because you get away with everything. You did charge somebody who donated $50. That doesn't make you look as good as you think it does. Holy fuck, these people are ignorant.
Yeah, good point.
Was to accuse myself,
no one was
I
ever
might know
disciplined
about
for
it,
the
but it
actions in
wasn't
Ottawa
me.
for shooting people
It
point blank
was
with grenade
mentioned by the
launchers. Do you
media.
have information
I
to the
might have heard
contrary?
a few
It
things
doesn't make
from
you
my
look good. It makes you look
friends. I
fucking
know that some
corrupt.
people were expelled
You charged
from
a woman
their
for giving
vehicles.
$50 to the protest.
We have seen a
Fuck
great
off.
many things in the media. Have seen what happened on TV. I wasn't there myself.
Referring then to violence on the part of the police, you're referring either to conversations with friends or to things you've seen in the media, but not to any firsthand observations.
Indeed, I wasn't on the spot myself.
Merci.
Merci. Maintenant, la police provinciale de
The
Oh, the OBB.
provincial police,
Well, they have a French translator.
Ontario police, provincial police.
Oh, he speaks Francais?
We can't hear you. We seem to have a problem with audio. We can't hear you.
We got a few problems here, I'd say.
Wow. This is hilarious.
Whoever's complaining about my mic volume, if you want to buy me a mic or a headset, feel free.
Maybe
I'll pay my data bill. You can do that too.
Je ne sais pas.
They could do that too, yeah.
C'est
Brilliant.
I'm paid for this, eh,
Is
guys?
it going to be in English or French? I don't know. I can't hear him.
I think this guy speaks French.
It's on mute.
Must have read the comments. The guy muted himself.
He's like, I can't handle this. He's like, they're going to
No,
make fun
too
of me.
much.
I'll just pretend I have an issue.
Okay, so I'm not sure what.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize for the inconvenience with my audio. It's Christopher Diana on behalf of the OPP doing this virtually for the first time, and so I apologize for the inconvenience. I have no questions this afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner.
S'il vous plaît, please.
Steve's a gem. Look at him.
I like this guy.
This is not a theater. C'est pas un théâtre.
Not a theater.
Oh, it's definitely theater. Political theater at its very best.
It's a
Thank you,
theater. It's a
Commish.
fucking theater, Commissioner.
Frankly,
You've
if I
made it a
have
theater.
to, I will empty this room. You can watch
Oh, yeah?
it from somewhere
Yeah?
else.
We'll bring 10,000 people out front then, Commish.
It's not what you want.
You want to see 10,000 people in Ottawa?
I insist
Kick everyone out.
that there be some
Kick everyone out.
in this room.
Try it.
Yeah, he's
I'll head in right now, Commish.
If it
He's really
happens,
he's really flexing
I'm
his
going to
Trudeau
have to
muscles
ask
there.
everyone to leave, and you will still watch it from the room by video. And I know that's not what's wanted.
You'll all be on timeout.
But that's what I'm going to do. This is a serious matter. It's the equivalent.
Yeah,
of a
you should
court,
all try to act like it then.
And I think
Same
everyone
rules for
wants
everyone.
A certain amount of respect for the process.
How about our respect? Show us some respect.
Fuck's sakes.
Alors, le prochain.
We'll let people
c'est,
yammer on
Next
for the
time,
government as long as they want.
lawyer, counsel for
The
Mr.
government
The
caused
fact that
this problem.
People laughed because he had no questions, and he's like, "I'm going to kick everyone." Are you going to kick
Yeah,
everyone?
because they
out of the
wasted
courtroom?
5
Or
minutes.
just-
They're so concerned about time. You waste 5 minutes for nothing.
Yeah, he lets the government go. He lets the government make their own rules. The government lawyer is literally like, "I'm going to take another 10 minutes," and the commissioner just sat there. Like the
No,
commissioner's
she
like,
said
"You're out
I'm
of
taking
time."
more time.
Yeah, so the commissioner just sat there. Like the commissioner's like, "You're out of time," and she's like, "I'm taking more time," and he just sat there like a bitch. So what do you want me to tell you? Like you're a joke. Fuck you and fuck your liberal masters.
You
Fuck the
testified
government.
that you had
Fuck
a lot
Justin
of
Trudeau.
experience with the
Tyrant
protest
motherfucker.
movement.
Also,
How
Legault.
long has it been since you've been involved in these movements?
Don't want to be a joke? Then don't ask.
My
Then don't
first
act like a
participation
joke.
directly
Be a professional.
was in
Be
a
neutral.
conference in 1992.
Don't wear your Liberal Party
where we
donations
talked
on
about
your
free
sleeve.
trade,
And maybe we'll treat you with a little bit
and
of.
I took part
Maybe there'll be
directly
a different
at that
approach
level,
here.
and I've been involved since. So you took part in quite a few demonstrations, yes. As a member of La Meute.
Okay,
and
Renee, I'm sorry, but
before-
you're blocked. Have a
yes,
good day.
before that, yes, and other manifestations or demonstrations with the Fafada. Yes, you took part in some demonstrations.
There was nothing to hear. It was dead space.
Sanitary demonstration in the past. Well, I mean, before the Freedom Convoy. Yes, is the answer. Question: when you got to Gatineau on January 29th, is it true to say that you noticed that there was an atmosphere or a different type of support than with the previous demonstrations you took part in? No. Different? No. The atmosphere has always been quite good in our demonstration. We've always had a very good relationship with police forces we dealt with. Well, I'll ask the question in a different manner. Is the importance of this was much bigger than other demonstrations? And so, yes, that was without any precedent. Bet you something you've never seen before. Yes. Yes, something that I haven't seen before. You even testified. I didn't note it exactly, but correct me if I'm wrong. But you were surprised by the support that your group received when you were going to Ottawa. And so, yes, we were pleasantly surprised, yes, because we realized how many people were behind this movement. We don't see that too often, and they were ready to help us with food, wood, or whatever was needed. We got a lot of support. Question: so you'll agree with me that you did not yourself expect such support and so many people and so many resources on January 29th? Answer: absolutely. Question: when you got to negotiate with the CMP to go through Ottawa, you mentioned that. Answer: yes. Question, you also discussed with the Gatineau Police Services, did you negotiate with them in French or in English? Français. In French. I speak a little bit of English, but I prefer to use my mother tongue to make myself understood. When you negotiated with the RCMP members, you said that you wanted to go to Ottawa for a peaceful demonstration. Answer, yes. Question, once in Ottawa, were you aware of any exaggeration, not necessarily by members of your group, but by the various demonstrators? Answer, no. The city was quite clean. People were getting together. It was like a feast. All the cultures were getting mixed up. It was quite festive. Question, no lack of respect towards the Ottawa people? Answer, no. No intimidation? Answer, no. Could we see PBMSC CAN 6200089?
PBNSC CAN 6089. And can we zoom in on that screenshot of the Facebook post, please? Donc ça, c'est un...
This is a document that was produced by the RCMP
Affirmative.
concerning the police forces. We see an excerpt on a Facebook document. Can we blow it up so we can see it? Unfortunately, the name of the person was deleted or caveated. It was in black, was blackened. Redacted. First of all, have you seen this? Yes. You're the one who wrote this? Yes. So you show that there's only one authority, and this is with the Farfada. I know that I was not a good example in the past, recently, but I apologize for it. You say that you were not an example of respect recently. Was this about the Ottawa discussions? No. That was because of our internal discussions. We've heard quite a few testimonies saying that there were disrespectful behavior, violence, and so on. Were you aware? Answer, no. Not from us. Question, a couple of other small questions. You testified, I don't have the exact quote, but that you did not have the control over all the Farfadais because it was a movement other than a control group. Answer, we tried to deal with the Farfadais that were there, but we cannot control or we cannot be around all the members of the Farfadais when they were getting out. Question, you agree with me then that the Farfadais are not speaking in one voice? That they don't speak in one voice? Yes, indeed. So it would be impossible for the member of a police service to negotiate with you for the whole group, for the whole movement. In as much as possible, I do try. But it would not be possible for you to come up to an agreement with the police in the name of all the members of the Farfada to leave Ottawa. Yes, we've done it. Each member of the Farfada followed your directives? No, I don't think so. We left the parking lot we were supposed to, and everybody went home. And I know that there were still some people who say that they're Farfada, they were still in Ottawa. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Next, the residents of Ottawa. Thank you, Commissioner.
Tax the rich coming up.
I don't know if it'll be him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shala. I'm the lawyer for the group of residents and businesses in Ottawa.
So he's asking in English.
I will ask my question in English if you don't mind. Like Mr. Barber, I come from Saskatchewan and I don't speak very good French. Well, you're doing fine up to now.
Monsieur Charland, I just want to know, you mentioned, pardon, Mr. Charland, you testified earlier that you had heard from Mr. King or from friends of Mr. King that he wanted some assistance for security. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
Do you know what he needed security for? Why was he in danger? Why would he require security?
As from what I was told, that he had been threatened and he was nowhere to stay because he wanted a very safe place for the night because he was threatened.
By whom? By the police?
No.
No, not by the police, but we don't know by whom exactly on social media.
Dangerous in downtown Ottawa at that time. Is that fair to say?
No.
No, it was not downtown. He had not arrived on Ottawa yet. I think it was one.
Not going to
before
take
he
any of
arrived
this.
to Ottawa.
It's
He
not going to
wanted
take
find a
any of
place
it.
to stay outside of Ottawa.
Okay, you take point, Daisy. Take point.
You assist
you're
him
muted.
in finding a place where he could stay safely?
Yes, I got him in touch with people from that area, and they're the one who took care of that.
Then did you ever
The residents of
meet
Ottawa
with him
were the
during
fear.
the course of the demonstration?
No.
No.
And at the I'm sorry, I'm not sure how it'll be called in French, but the Bikers Church in Vanier,
Oh, there we go.
in Ottawa?
Bikers Church again.
No.
Église de no.
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 Thank you, Mr. Charland.
These people that are representing the businesses and citizens of Ottawa have a real hate on for the Bikers Church. It's come up multiple times.
CCLA.
They're a church. They
The
help people.
CCLA.
They're a church that helps
Please
people.
go.
I was there on
Please go.
Sunday. It's a wonderful place.
Good morning, Mr. Charland. Can you see me on the screen? Yes.
The CCLA, great.
Wait. I wanted to ask my question by Zoom. I'm the lawyer for the Canadian Association of Civil Liberties.
And she speaks French.
All right.
Oh, yes, she does.
I would like to
Question?
ask questions about the restrictions on your bank accounts.
Ooh, they're
The
really
Bikers
focused on
Church
that.
isn't full up with a bunch of criminals, by the way. It was formed about 20 years ago.
You said that your account at the National Bank.
Yeah, they can. You
was
know what? The Biker Church needs to sue
restricted,
back.
These accounts were restricted.
Their names,
That's
they've been
true?
defamed.
Yes.
They should sue.
Did you have personal and corporate bank accounts with the National Bank? Yes, my personal account and a corporate with my spouse. Yes. Both accounts be registered. They didn't.
She helped a lot of
touch
people
the
that were being
corporate account.
persecuted by our
Only
government.
Your personal account?
Absolutely.
Yes, because in my personal account, I was also doing business with the Farfadet. That's where the money for the Farfadet went. Yes. Yes, question. When was this restricted? Do you have the dates? I think it probably is February 4th, because that's when we started having problems and we asked somebody else to do it. That I think it might be the 4th of February, but I might be wrong. So you think it was the 4th of February? I think so. Have your accounts been restricted later on after February 14? No, I received a letter in April saying that they were closing my personal account. Question. And that letter that you received
Question.
in April
Answer.
was from the National Bank? Yes. Did you receive communications before that letter from the National Bank concerning your account? No.
Yeah.
Have you received some communications concerning your account from the RCMP? No. Did you receive information concerning your account from the analysis and declassification and
Isn't it
from
amazing
Canada?
that
No.
none of them gave him any information when they froze his life assets?
Do
That's
you
amazing.
know and the reasons besides the letter from the National Bank why your
Take
accounts
away
were
your ability to function in
restricted?
society, to
No.
eat, to live,
People who
to
get in touch
survive
with me
with no explanation and no
in
justification.
April, and I could never get an answer from them. I don't know why they were closing my account. If I understand correctly, today you don't have an account with the National Bank.
Won't even tell
And
him
you
why.
had to open an account with another
Hasn't been
bank
convicted of any crimes. I know
or
that.
another Populaire. Caisse Populaire. Yes, is the answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Charlot. Those were my questions.
Merci beaucoup.
Next, Democracy Fund, CCCF. No question for that witness. Thank you.
Government counsel, on the other hand, told the
Mr. St. Pierre.
Yep. When the government has nothing, they have to
No
go to
question, thank you.
vests and churches.
All
We're
right.
going to talk about clothes. We're going
Other
to talk about
questions?
churches.
No
The
questions.
government wasn't
Thank
dropping
you
the
very
ball
much.
everywhere and people weren't suffering terribly. The churches wouldn't have to do so much and
If
pick
I
up the
may
slack.
ask one
The community
question
was allowed
briefly
to help.
myself.
well,
Just
apparently,
to
according to the
end where
government
we
council, not
started.
without that license to
Your
help.
account
They're not a welfare
that was
agency. Remember that one?
restricted. That is,
Perfect,
they
good.
reduced your limit.
Commissioner threatens to kick
Yes,
the whole room out because some
from a
briefly
daily
laughed after the
transaction
OPP took 5 minutes
limit. I
to say they
think
didn't
called
have
it
any
the
questions.
transit. I
The
couldn't
government
withdraw
counsel,
as
on the other
much, and I
hand,
couldn't
earlier
deposit a check and
Well,
withdraw
Mute
the money
yourself, John.
immediately. All the privileges I had in the past for the past 30 years
I can make mistakes.
in commercial trading with them, and some were diminished or totally closed. And nobody talked to you. It just happened.
Thanks.
Right. And you mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood, that's why I'm asking the question. When you talk about violence, you talked about policemen, and you mentioned another group. Is it Antifa? Yes. What is that? The Antifa group
You know what Farfada is, but you don't know what
exists
Antifa is?
everywhere in North America. We've talked about it within La Meute. These are people who are against identity groups, against groups such as ours. And during the Ottawa events, it was told us by trackers who didn't know what it was that what they were saying. Some people said that the Antifa was doing all this, that they vandalized the things, that they got the
There was
tires.
vandalism.
And then they said they're a protest group today, but that's not the same type as us. What have you yourself seen members of Antifa or activities by the groups of that group in your group? No, I was not a witness of this myself. So these were reports that you received about
He's getting that from the
violence.
government playbook.
Yes.
No, I didn't witness this. I heard it. I did witness lots of vandalism, people throwing paint on vehicles, people smashing truck windows, trying to sabotage fuel tanks.
Parking in Gatineau. Question, so you would commute to Ottawa, respond by foot. And question, what was your, I don't want to give you any title or position, but what was your role when you commuted to Ottawa? Answer, I was called the spokesperson of the movement. Question, so you were there to represent the movement, is that right? Answer, yes. And question, and your group, if I can call it group, because I'm not going to talk about Rideau Sussex, don't worry. So the group that you had went up Rideau, but Is there an identification as to how far they went on Rideau? Answer: the purpose of our operations was to hold the camp in the ZB parking to offer food and shelter to
I wish.
the protesters and the people who needed it. We also had a food
Not
kiosk
available.
on Wellington, managed by Farfadet, and we took care of the truckers. But the members of the Farfadet movement were all over the place. It was a festive atmosphere. We would meet people all over the place. So I'm sure that there were Farfadet everywhere where there were truckers. Question: no, I'm talking about when you cross the bridge, the McDonald Quartier bridge. You said that they diverted you to Rideau, so you went as far as possible. Answer: yes. Question: I'm trying to see how we could figure out how far did the group you were associated with went. Answer: it's hard for me to say. I'm not from here and I don't remember the intersection per se, but we went behind the trucks who were parked there. The police escorted us all the way there and they said, it stops there, we can't go any further. And we left the truck owners there. Question: during that movement, were you at the head of the movement? Were you in a vehicle, or is it just hearsay when you say what happened? Answer: I was part of the walk. I was on foot. Question: I just want to confirm the interactions that you might have had with the police. I'm not talking about those on the bridge, and I'm not talking about those in Gatineau, but interactions or observations of the police when you were in Ottawa doing, I don't know what, being a spokesperson, PR.
Peacefully
What
protesting,
interaction
as is
did
your
you
legal
have
right.
with the police? Answer: we just waved a hand and we said hi. We thanked them for their service and they thanked us for being peaceful, and that's about it. Question: okay, good. So those were my questions. Thank you very
Okay,
much
thanks,
for your
Commish.
testimony.
Merci
Thank you
beaucoup,
for
Mr. Commissioner.
being here, and you're free to go.
Man, anybody who's not a member of Farfada should be now. Everybody join up, get your cut.
Now we're gonna go to our afternoon break, 15 minutes, and then we'll
Oh,
be back
okay.
with our next witness.
For 15 minutes and come back with the next witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La
Oh, look at
commission
that
est
crowd.
15 minutes.
Oh, the crowd has certainly gotten a little bigger. Looks a little fringier than it used to as well. This is the biggest crowd we've seen yet. So these new witnesses and convoy related witnesses are sure gonna attract a crowd, it seems. We have some big names coming up this week too, so expect the crowds to swell. If you want to get in and see in person, I would suggest going early. And while I have your undivided attention, if you enjoyed our broadcast today, you can buy coffee like this. Buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie, or donations by e-transfer can be sent to daceymedia@gmail.com.
Your viewership's appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, you are all appreciated, including the trolls. Troll away. I think we got a block on here today, didn't we? First block.
I blocked a few people actually, just people who kept repeating the same question.
Oh yeah.
I had to block.
I'm not heavy on the block hand, but I drop a block here and there.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Then I get accused of censorship.
Go try that in a CBC stream or anything.
Oh, well, okay, so CBC, speaking of CBC, I just saw an article from CBC posting and ridiculously slanted about, it basically said that there was infighting, that Chris Barber was testifying that there was infighting, something along those lines, major infighting. And then on Facebook, the comments wasn't even available. Like there's no comments at all, disabled. All comments disabled. So they'll put up an inflammatory headline. You can like it, maybe share it, but you can't comment. Thank you, CBC. You can comment on here though. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a quick second. The dog is after me. I need to walk her properly. I will be back in 10 minutes. Also, you're muted, John.
Yeah, I need a bit of to cool down here, so I'm just going to go and take that off because God forbid. I think we're going to have Brigitte Belton up next. We'll see you soon, guys. I'm going to just take myself out.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, 15 minutes at most. The stream will stay up.
So is it fair to say that when you use the phrase violence, you're not actually describing any form of physical assaults, are you?
Well, physical assaults do contribute to what I'm describing. I was specifically describing the violence that our community felt as a result of the culmination of actions that the occupiers engaged in.
So the violence that they felt, not actual violence. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Not the criminal code definition of violence, but the violence that they felt by having incessant horns blared.
Right. And
by having trucks run 24/7 a day.
Right.
By having people intimidate them and follow them, and by having people rip masks off their head, by feeling sheltered in their homes.
Well, thank you. I understand what you mean. But you're not talking about violence under Section 2 of the Emergencies Act, are you?
No, I'm not.
Thanks.
Chief Bell, my apologies. In Ottawa, during the protest clearing operation, were any loaded shotguns found in the trucks of protesters?
Mr. Chair, what I can indicate is throughout the protest, we did receive information and intelligence around weapons and the possession of weapons by people that either had attended or intended on attending the occupation. As a result of the clearing, at no point did we lay any firearms related charges, yet there are investigations that continue in relation to weapons possessions at the occupation.
I guess yes or no, Interim Chief, were loaded firearms found in the trucks during the protest clearing operation?
Has been no charges laid to date in relations to weapons at the occupation site.
It's just a clear question, Interim Chief. Like, were weapons found? Like, were loaded firearms found? Yes or no?
No, not
Okay.
to relating to any charges to this point.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, without parliamentary accountability, Canadians would never know the truth about how this Liberal government invoked the Emergencies Act. We were led to believe that protesters tried to burn down a building. False. We were led to believe that they were being funded with dark money. False. We were led to believe that they were planning to violently overthrow the government. False. The Minister of Public Safety even claimed that police asked for extraordinary powers to deal with the situation. False. With this much misinformation, it's no wonder Canadians' trust in government is at an all-time low. Will the Minister take the first step in rebuilding this trust and apologize for misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
So you're going to hear evidence eventually from some of the protesters when they eventually testify that some of the ones that were arrested upon their release, they were essentially kidnapped by OPS officers, driven out of town in the middle of February winter by OPS officers, and left in various rural areas and parking lots outside of town with no shelter or resources. Are you aware of that?
No, because I don't know the specifics of what they're speaking about. We did have remote arrest processing sites, not in rural Ottawa, in the south end of Ottawa, in a residential mixed commercial area where they were protest and then released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
Right. So one of the areas, there was several, as I understand. One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were. Released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were.
Bullshit!
I would imagine it would have needed to have a phone because you have to be able to call your lawyer. So
Well, I can tell you it didn't. So, and these people driven out there, they were already told they weren't charged and they weren't being charged. They were being released, but they were driven and forced outside of Ottawa or in the outer skirts and dropped off in the snow. Now, are you aware this happened? Yes or no?
No, I'm not aware, and it wasn't outside of Ottawa, it was still within the geographical boundaries of the city of Ottawa.
Now, are you aware this happened? Yes or no?
No, I'm not aware, and it wasn't outside of Ottawa, it was still within the geographical boundaries of the city of Ottawa.
This seems like a little bit longer of a break than we were anticipating here. I don't know. We'll see. Still on break, guys. This is killing me.
I'm here now. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the stream.
What's going on there, Dacey?
We got no stream for some reason.
Is it
It was-
playing somewhere? Okay, it is now.
Yeah, it never came back on the main feed though.
Yeah, there was some problems with the feed, I guess. I don't know. Let's see what's happening here.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to get us back up. How long have we been off for, I guess? I don't know.
Not too long.
Well, I see Brigitte. Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
So,
Just a little bit of
we
technical
start
issues there
off,
for some reason.
with you telling the commission about a bit about your background. Were you born in Ontario?
Yes, I was born in Ontario. I was baptized at St. Peter's Lutheran Church on Bay Street. I lived in Toronto for 16 years, but would travel holidays back to Ottawa for my grandparents who were immigrated here with my parents, with my mom from Germany. And I grew up pretty normal, I guess, and moved when I was 16 to Ottawa over a man, and had 3 wonderful children, and moved back after my divorce to the Toronto area and became a truck driver.
And where do you live now?
I live in a very small place called Wallaceburg, Ontario, and it is a border community. All truck traffic goes southbound.
And is that close to Sault Ste. Marie? Have I got the joke?
No, that's a little further north. I'm probably smack dab in between Windsor and Sarnia.
Okay. And just in terms of a year, when did you start working as a truck driver?
On December, I believe it was 19th, I got my license.
December 19
of
what year?
2014.
Thank you.
And of 2015 on February 6th, I started driving for Schneider National, which is no longer in Canada after the mandates came in.
I see. And at some point, did you start driving as an independent?
Yeah, we thought essential meant essential, my husband and I. He resurrected his business that had been stale for about 2.5 years. We bought a truck from Manitoba and was preparing to grow a trucking company. We were hoping to provide Canada with a Landstar option style company, as Canada doesn't have that for owner operators. We were hoping to grow this over the next few years. We took possession of the truck in October of 2021, or September, I think it was 2021, and we finally got signed on with Landstar in October of 2021. And from there, we really honestly didn't think the government would change the definition of essential to only when necessary.
Can I make an objection? This line of questioning wasn't in your set of issues.
Oh my
We're
God, this
looking
is
for her
hilarious.
Background. Make a decision to
James Carr.
Convoy. That was one in the list. You weren't looking for detail or history. That's taking up a lot of time.
Yeah, well, I think it's just we're trying to get the story out. You can't really object to her telling.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask the question so we wouldn't waste any of the hour.
Well, we will try not to waste time, and if we work together on that, I'm sure we'll get to the end.
Let's get started.
Go ahead.
Now, let's come to November 16, 2021. I take it you were driving into Canada from the United States with the load on that day?
Yes, I was.
And you had, I think, what you would describe as an extremely unpleasant interaction with a border officer, Canadian border officer, correct?
Yes, Windsor is typically a very hard, difficult border to cross regardless of mandates. Once the mandates came in, they were unreasonable. And it was not the first issue with Windsor. It was the second issue with Windsor and the third incident with CBSA during the COVID years.
Okay. And immediately after that encounter, you posted a TikTok video about your experience. Is that
No,
correct?
I was locked in their compound, not allowed to leave when I posted that video. I was afraid that I was going to be taken away by Windsor police. I thought that time was the time they were finally going to take a truck that they did not own, take a load that did not belong to them, take my dog and euthanize him and take me to jail. That's what I thought that night. And I was done with CBSA. I was done with the crap Canada was going through. And I was definitely done with the behavior of Canadians.
Okay. Can we move then? And I'd like to show the video if that's okay. It's COM 50589.
Council, can we have a brief minute while we're loading that video, please?
While we're getting the video loaded, at that point, were you an active user of TikTok?
Actually, not really. I think it's maybe my fourth video on TikTok. I had been repeatedly put in Facebook jail. I guess most of us now in my situation use that as a badge. I think one of my comments was something about somebody eating crayons and I got banned for 33 days. So this was probably a double hit on this one. I think it was 55 days total at this time that I was being restricted from reaching out to my community on Facebook. So I had taken to TikTok. I thought it was really people just running along cars and jumping in them and singing, but it was so much more.
Well, you know more about it than I do. So, and then you were on other social media like Facebook as well?
Yes, I was on Facebook. Again, I was censored on Facebook. My first real big censor on there was when I had explained to people that Florida wasn't never closed, that the only blockade for people getting in and out of Florida was on I-96, that I-75 and I-10 were wide open because I had been there. But our reporters here were telling people they couldn't get to Florida, which was total BS. Everybody could go in and out, and the only restriction was on I-96, and I believe it was only for New York residents at that time.
Okay, well, let's watch the video then.
If I could just please have the number again, Council.
Is it going to show up here?
If I could please have the document ID again, please,
Oh,
Council.
I'm sorry, COM 50589.
This is Canada. Do you want to know what it feels like to be? This is Canada. Attacked. Do you want to know what threatened? Just crossed the Canadian border. As a truck driver, I just crossed in today, and an officer sent me into secondary with a threat of the Windsor police coming and giving me a fine or whatever they're gonna do to me. I don't know. The last time I was here for a mask mandate issue, they threatened to take my truck. They threatened to impound my load. And then I spoke with Windsor Health Department and they gave me, Jessica's number, and I was supposed to
supposed to deal with her. But see, in Canada, we're no longer free. And this may be the night where I go and ask for exile into the U.S. because this is a big country. This isn't what my grandparents came for. Being harassed at the border over a mask. I just wish that somebody understood that not all of us can wear it. And what happened to me the night, the reason why I mentally
This is
can't
really
deal
hard
with
to listen
being,
to.
something over my face. I shouldn't ever have to explain. Over the last 2 years, people have made my life hell. Over the last 2 years, people have become rude and ignorant, and I'm done. I'm done. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I'm done. This is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is what it's like to be Canadian. People get out, move.
Now, could you tell the commissioner what impact this incident had on you going forward?
Right from that night, the first impact was noticed as my husband was asking me to stop. I actually passed 3 truck stops, not even realizing I had passed them on the 401 eastbound. When I finally pulled in to the Flying J in London, it was full. There was no parking. London police are known for ticketing trucks. So I left. On my exit from the London truck stop, you get to a dead end and you have to turn right. On that right turn, I did not see a minivan. And I nearly killed the people in that minivan that night. I pulled out, I proceeded down the highway. And I stopped at the very next stop. I realized at that point I was just over the moon upset. I stopped at the Husky and I pulled in the back and I said goodbye to my husband. I told him I'm done. I couldn't do it. I told PIAC when they called me that night on the phone that I was done. I told the wily driver that came up to console me I was done. I couldn't live that way anymore. Every time I came back into Canada, we couldn't buy clothes. We couldn't buy supplies to work. We worked 8 months with no sanitizer, no face masks, nothing. We had no bathrooms. We had no showers. We were refused everywhere we went. You have no idea what it's like to pee in a park on your way home from work because nobody meaning Subway in Chatham, would let me use their bathroom. And I just delivered a frozen load of Subway bread. It was the same store I was supporting, and they wouldn't let me use their bathroom. You have no idea how demeaning those COVID measures were to our industry. And yet I felt it my duty to support Canadians and bring you the goods and services that many hoarded.
Thank you. And if we can move forward, it was later that week that the Canadian government announced that a vaccine mandate would be introduced effective January 15 for people coming over the border, including commercial truckers. I'm sure you recall that.
Yes, I remember the smugness of our Prime Minister.
And what did that mean for your ability to work as a trucker?
that would mean that the truck that my husband just purchased would go bankrupt. At that time, JBT, I had gone to that trucking company looking for Canadian-only loads and to move the truck, his company truck, over to JBT. We were refused because of a vaccine mandate. We were also looking for companies even just to drive. The rate had dropped from approximately 50 to 60 cents a mile to 38 cents a mile. It was slave labor. We then, and that was for Canadian only. And Canadian only loads, I have to tell you, between Ontario into Manitoba are some of the worst roads you'll ever drive. There are no places to stop. Nobody cares about the people up in Northern Ontario. And yet truckers do it every day, and it's a death highway. It's a death trap.
And sorry.
So during all of that, there was very little solution for our truck. It would mean bankruptcy of the company.
And I take it that shortly after that, you came up with an idea for a convoy, a protest convoy. Is that right?
Yes, and my husband and Chris Barber both told me convoys never work. They just never had a woman do it.
So what was your idea?
The idea was actually to work like CBSA. CBSA had a strike during COVID. They felt they didn't have enough money or enough benefits. They left truck drivers sit on the bridges. I was lucky. I was only there for 2 hours without food, fuel, or a bathroom. A friend of mine was there for 14 hours, stuck in the backup and the backlog from CBSA. So I thought, well, if CBSA can disrupt our country and be just fine and have a settlement within 24 to 48 hours, truck drivers could do the same. We'll just follow CBSA's lead. And that's what we did.
And am I right that it was shortly after that you came into contact with Chris Barber?
Yeah, I had been trying throughout the month of December, especially the more that our Prime Minister hit the airwaves, threatening Canadians with consequences, his favorite word. I kept continuing looking on TikTok because I found out you could use the search bar and put in truckers and find truckers. And I put into their comment bars, Convoy 2022, Convoy 2022. And I just kept going until somebody responded. And thank God for Chris Barber.
Oh, wow.
And did you ultimately get in touch with Mr. Barber?
We did. We touched base. I believe our first exchange was on or about the 1st of January. Our second on or about the 2nd of January, where he agrees and I build a flyer and we go from there.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you what I believe to be a copy of that flyer. The document number is COM 50869. And I take it you posted this on your TikTok in early January. Is that right?
Yes, that's the only place I wasn't getting banned.
True.
So if we look at that, come to join us, Convoy to End Mandates.
They're not playing the music.
It says, please contact Kathy. Who is Kathy?
Kathy was our Calgary, it says right there, Calgary. She was our Calgary road captain, leader, organizer.
So at this point, had you already started to identify organizers and road
It
captains?
happened overnight. Once Chris and I started taking to the airways, it literally exploded overnight.
And it says at the bottom, January 23rd, we slow roll. I think it's
It should be
every
every.
province until mandates stop.
Yes.
So what was your plan?
Our plan was to slow roll in place, not necessarily block borders. That was never the plan. It was to slow traffic, be a nuisance, but be within our legal rights to protest.
And you said that it all happened very fast. What were the things that you and Mr. Barber were doing to make it happen?
Putting information such as this out on TikTok with our email address, our phone numbers. Both Chris and I had conversations regarding how much our phone was ringing and we had no time for anything else. I would frequently stay up till 3 a.m. answering text messages, emails, messages through TikTok for information. I'd been contacted from the Yukon, from Nunavut, from BC through to Newfoundland.
And I understand that at some point, your original plan shifted to a convoy of trucks to Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, the idea never shifted. It was always for the mandates. I received a message from the Women's Federation of Trucking, and Shelley is a friend of my husband's, has been for quite some time. They've done cancer convoys together. She had contacted me with Mr. Bowder's convoy information, and I remember saying to her, those are my dates. I'm going to have to call him and tell him to change his dates. I wasn't planning on working together. However, James is a good salesperson, and he told me he had a lot of resources. He had done a convoy before, and that we could work together.
And so had you known Mr. Bowder before?
No.
And did he tell you about a prior convoy that he had organized?
He just told me he had a convoy.
And did you know anything about his social media presence at that point?
Not really. I have gone back through my emails. Somebody had asked me to sign
Literally
it.
so much going
his
on right
MOU. Basically gave me a rundown of what it was, and I went over and I signed it just as support. I've never read the full document.
And is he a trucker himself?
I have no proof he isn't.
Okay. Now, at some point, you also got together with Pat King?
At the same time, actually.
Okay. Who arranged that?
I was talking with James regarding the dates and him offering a whole bunch of support. And he had mentioned that Pat King was trying to get a hold of me. I'm like, who's Pat King? And we did a three-way call to connect.
And that was in early January?
January 12th.
And then the next night, you were part of a Facebook Live streamed event that Mr. King hosted?
Yes, sir.
And you were there, Mr. Bowder, Mr. Barber, and there were a few others as well.
Yes, there were.
And what did you talk about as a group? What was the discussion like?
I do know that it was being presented to the other convoy, who I would say the core group of the leadership, Dale, Joe, myself, and Chris, whether we were going to work together, what was being brought on the table, and of course, our silly truck driver selves was mixed into there. So it was just a basic, are we going to do this as a group or are we not? And I believe the consensus was that we were. I believe it was Joe that spoke up first that said, I guess we're going to Ottawa.
And Joe, do you recall his last name?
Jensen.
And Dale?
Evans? That's kind of with a question mark on the end of it. I believe that's his last name.
And so at this point in time, what stage was the plan at? Was it?
Well, we were growing very, very fast. Pat King had a huge media presence, so he claimed. His claim is true. And that helped us reach out to more people. James Bowder also had a huge media presence, which helped us reach even more people. At the time Convoy started, I had less than 1,000 followers. I was new to TikTok. Chris had explosive numbers. I think he was in the 160s. I can't give it an exact number. So these gentlemen had the numbers to get going. I had the passion, the drive, and the heart.
And I take it at that point, you hadn't reviewed either Mr. Bowder's or Mr. King's past social media posts, or?
No, I don't typically go spy on people.
Did you do that subsequently?
Not really. I like to judge people on how they behave with me or to me.
Now, at this Facebook Live event, it was reported that 3,000 people tuned in. Were you familiar with that number?
Getting nauseous.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. And I understand that towards the outset of this meeting, Mr. King introduced you as one of the organizers who was handling the Ontario section. Was that right?
Yeah, I'm from Southwestern Ontario. I believe I also expressed I would be doing Sarnia as my own personal, but I dealt directly with ADT Trucking, the Yonkers, David Steinberg. Sorry,
Yonkers was enormously helpful to the Convoy.
And
Thank you for everything you've
a
done.
whole
Jonker, I
lot
think
of
they're called.
others, Mike and Andrew throughout Ontario. Ontario being my home, it gave me the ability to grow faster in the area. They knew out in the Western provinces, so they had their connections there.
I would like to object again. We were told there was several topics that you were going to introduce and leave it open-ended for her to present her information or testimony, and it's not. It's being led. And there's a lot of information here that is not critical for such a short amount of time. She has some very important information.
Hello, Jane.
Plans or wants to put out there, and it's not coming out. And he's direct. And we asked her questions, and they said, "Oh, it's not questions; it's a list of topics." And they gave us the topics and said it was going to be open-ended for her to testify under those topics. But that's not what's happening here.
Okay. Is there a problem with the questioning, Ms. Belton, or are you okay with the way it's going? Is there a problem?
As long as we get the time to get all the information out, we can go forward.
Okay. Go ahead.
You tell him, Jane.
And by that point in time, we saw that I think you already had your departure date set as January.
Jane's doing some legwork
23rd
here
for your convoy.
That was set
That's
prior
incredible.
to even
All right, we'll do it.
Chris
Stanfordthee.ca, guys.
agreeing.
Go
I
support
was
Jane and
going
them.
forward whether he agreed or not.
I'm not associated,
I
but
was
you can
just
go and
lucky
make
that
your
it
own
was
mind
him
up
that
about
did
it.
agree.
I'll give him a shout
Did
out.
you plan your route?
Stanfordthee.ca.
I had a very good idea of what the Sarnia would look like. I understood a lot of the geographics of the highways throughout Canada. I've driven them for quite some time. I did realize that some routes we couldn't get close enough to the border, that we would have to push back into the city centers just so that we could keep rolling and not block things. We could actually get around in a loop. So those were all coming into play, and they were all thought of. There was no intention to block anything, just to slow things down and just be a nuisance, I guess. To be heard, to be seen.
Yes. And in the same Facebook Live presentation, I understand that Mr. Bowder discussed Operation Bear Hug. Were you familiar with that?
Yes, well, I'm familiar with the term. I'm familiar with James Bowder, and James Bowder can talk about his bear hug. I don't know his in and out workings. That's his organization.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in the Canada Unity organization?
I was on a live where James proudly and I accepted a mug, 2 t-shirts, and 2 stickers, maybe 1 sticker, but I think there were 2.
Okay.
And a keychain.
And you've already told us about your signing the MOU without reading it. In that same Facebook Live meeting, do you recall Mr. Bowder discussing his MOU?
I kind of roll my eyes when James talks about the MOU, to be honest.
And do you recall that Mr. King, in the course of the meeting, thanked you and gave you and Mr. Barber credit for lighting the spark to make this happen?
Yes, I guess.
Now, at this point in time, what did you understand from your point of view, the purpose or the goal of the Freedom Convoy?
To end the mandate so I could go back to work and every other essential worker could become essential again.
And did you have a vision at this point as to what would happen when you arrived in Ottawa?
I actually believed that the Prime Minister wouldn't run away and he would come and meet with us. I believed that our voices would be heard. I believed that we were validated in our complaint, and that after 2 years, maybe somebody would care.
And at some point, I understand you met Tamara Leach.
Yes.
Was it around that time or before?
Around which time?
Around the time of the Facebook Live presentation.
I don't have a date that I met Tamara Leach. I can estimate approximately the 14th of January.
Okay. And the people that I named, that is you, Mr. Barber, Mr. King, Ms. Leach, Mr. Bowder, did you regard them as the leadership group of this effort?
Not all of them.
Who did you regard as the leadership group?
Chris, myself, James, Pat was lead on media. There were road crabs. There's a lot of leaders. Tamara was not considered an organizer or leader. She was never presented to me that way. She had offered to do the GoFundMe, I apologize, and Facebook media. That's where I understood her to start and stop her involvement.
And so you've told us about your role in Southern Ontario. Were you doing publicity as well?
Yes, it was difficult as I was receiving phone calls from all over the country.
And was there a sign-up procedure?
I believe it came out later. Someone provided a document to hand out to the truck drivers to sign up. A lot of that didn't happen due to the chaos at each of these stops. Canada came to welcome us, Canada came to travel with us, and Canada came to support us.
And Mr. Barber was responsible for the Western convoy, is that? your
He was
understanding?
responsible for his province.
And what were Mr. Bowder's responsibilities?
For his group.
And am I correct that he already had a number of maps and routes from his prior convoy to Ottawa?
That's correct. He was our support. He stated that he would provide us with support, places to park, information, a group of people that would welcome us and assist us. I don't think he failed on that.
Was there anybody else involved in the this organizing process that we haven't talked about?
At the beginning,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of. Again, however, each leader had a group of individuals that they worked with, so it expanded outwards.
Okay. And did you have road captains?
That's what they tended to be called. I considered everyone I spoke with to be their own leader, to follow the idea that we had envisioned and go from there.
And how did you make sure everybody understood that idea?
When we had our initial contact, I mean, when I talked with Southwestern Ontario leads or road captains or organizers, whatever you'd like to call them, it was very clear, this is what we are doing. This is how we'd like to do it. In your area, this is possible. And we're always going to be about safety. A lot of these drivers that stood up to take leadership roles were business owners, independent contractors, or just owner operators in general. They know how to do logistics. I don't need to tell them.
So if we can move forward then to the date when you departed from with your convoy,
Yes.
is there anything else you want to say about what happened before?
Is there something specific you're looking for?
No, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
I had been in contact with OPP Brian from Sarnia. We were on the same page. I was following his advice. I was instilling it into the drivers that I was working with, that safety is number one. And we went forward. The day we arrived on the 23rd was overwhelming.
At that point, how many trucks were in your convoy?
There was too many people to count. The truck stop at Wyoming at exit 25, I've never seen more than maybe 100 trucks in there. And that day, it was hard to get a lane in and out of the truck stop. It was a snake. You had to snake around. London was no different, and neither was any other truck stop or our planned stop along the way.
So you had planned to have other stops along the way where other trucks joined you for the convoy?
They would just roll in with us, a lot of them.
Excuse me, there's one important element that's missing that was in her timeline, and it would have been included had I been asking the questions, and that was the things that she did to try and resolve the issues prior to initiating the convoy with the CBSA and MPs and so on. And I think she has, or I know she has entered those documents to the commission.
Okay, so if you could take a note, that's the sort of thing you're welcome to do. Maybe that question can be dealt with, but if you can make notes, those are the sorts of things that would be helpful to the commission when you get to do your questioning. We can fill in those blanks.
Basically tell them to stop.
Now, I'm coming to this, but if I can just have the clerk turn up COM.
Regardless, you got to admire that tenacity.
50871.
Thank you. If only there was more
Before
like her.
you start that,
That's gumption there, man.
questions.
She's gumption.
What was the route that you followed to Ottawa?
I'm sorry, which was?
What was the route that you followed to Ottawa, just in general?
I took 402 down to the 401, 401 to the 416, 416 to, I believe it was the
417?
417
Yes, it
to
was, Brigitte. Thank you.
Pinecrest, Pinecrest to Carling, Carling to the Parkway. And I was blocked in with the rest of the trucks at the intersection for the last bridge before Wellington.
How long were you blocked in there for?
The trucks remained there the whole time. I was in my pickup truck. I didn't bring a big truck to Ottawa. It would be easier for me to assist and help people move around in my pickup truck. So I took my pickup truck and I was able to turn around and go back the other way. So I was in and out same day.
She wasn't in a fortress.
Is that location where your convoy?
But she wasn't a
stayed for
siege.
That's where the map sent us. That's where the police sent us, and that's where we went.
I was going to ask you, did you have ongoing contact with the OPP or the Ottawa Police Service along the way?
I honestly can't tell you if I did or did not. I'm sure I did. I had a lot of phone calls coming in and a lot of police talking with me along the way. Once Sarnia met up with the GTA, Dave Steinberg took over lead as he had the most vehicles. So I'm sure he can answer those questions, and we did communicate.
They're trying to call
between
Jeremy.
myself, Mike.
They're trying to call Jeremy
Andrew,
McKenzie to testify.
The Yonkers, ADT
Commission,
trucking.
but they want a
We were
publication
all in
ban.
communication. We
Jeremy
all knew
wants a
each
publication
other at
ban
this
on his
point. We
testimony.
had approximately 3 weeks to
That's what we're hearing.
2.5 weeks to
Jeremy's asking for
prepare. So we were definitely
Hold on,
constantly
we'll
in
talk this
communication.
Your understanding, though, is that there was contact with the police along the way?
My understanding is yes.
And did they, is it your understanding that they directed you where to go when you arrived, as you've described?
My pictures show that where the police officer's moving the barrels and my truck is going through where he directed.
Now, if we can take a step back, you did another TikTok video along the route of what you were experiencing, and at least one.
That wasn't during, that was probably posted afterwards.
Well, let me bring it up and you can see it, and it's COM 5.
You made a TikTok video?
United? Slideshow, but it's beautiful.
From every mountain land where my father shines, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside,
That's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. Beautiful.
Now we see in
Council, when was this document disclosed to the parties?
Oh, we got everyone chiming in
Paul
now.
Champ,
Disclosed this morning.
Paul Champ now has his mask on.
Is this one of the documents that were disclosed?
No one can hear you, Paul.
Oh, it's off now.
Haven't seen him yet. He looks like he's trying to say something.
He's
what
pissed.
the hell?
He's pissed.
now,
Paul Champ is pissed.
in that video, we
Wait
You
a minute,
saw
this makes the people
on
look
sides
good.
of the roads
I can't allow
and
this.
The overpasses. Can you just describe what you were experiencing along the way?
Canadians finally peaceful. Canadians supporting each other.
Let's
Canadians
go!
finally not separated or segregated in any way.
Let's go. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. I've got to do
Casey,
some
you're
video
definitely
editing, Casey. Get involved. Jump in. Tag in here, please.
And
I got to do
just
some
enjoying
editing. We've
this.
got a 30
before
minutes,
you
30-minute
arrived
summary
in
video today. You
Ottawa,
enjoy?
Did you have a plan
do
as
some
to
work.
where you were
Thank
going to
you.
go, or was your plan
Yeah,
just to
work.
follow the
Do some actual
directions
work.
that you received?
Some comment.
I'll mute you.
That would be questions for James Bowder. He had the information, had
To
made
take notes, I have to
arrangements,
edit a summary video.
and
I have
we
to
were
do 6
following
Hey, shut up
his
so I
lead
can
on
listen.
that. So
Okay.
those organizational
I'll
details
get
went to
blocked.
him. I was following what was sent to me
Blocked.
from his organization. And I do believe I had to request it on the 28th, as I hadn't received it. But we were following the directions. He had done this before. I was following his direction.
And so you told the commissioner that you were in your pickup truck, you got out of that line. Where did you go?
After everybody was parked,
Yes.
I went up to Armprior to meet my buddy Chris.
And
That's where I am.
what did you do then?
I hugged him.
Okay. At some point, did you come back into Ottawa?
Not that night. I stayed at a relative's home.
Mm-hmm. And so you came back on the 29th? Is that?
I went back up to Armprior on the 29th, and I led Mike Stack and the rest of the convoy in. I knew the area. It's easier when you have a pilot car that knows the directions and the city streets. We were again told to go through onto the S-Jam. However, a portion of the convoy was unknowingly to me then directed by overhead signs to use different streets. Some of us were already on the S-Jam and others were being directed by overhead signage.
Do you know to use what streets? Do you know?
I was on the S-Jam, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. And where did you, and this was the Western convoy, was it, that you were guiding it?
Yes, sir.
And where did you end up?
On the S-Jam.
And at some point, did you
S-Jam is Sir John A.
make your
McDonald
way
Parkway.
into Ottawa?
It lines the Ottawa
Where the
River. heading
S-Jam
towards
comes
downtown.
right up. We,
West to east.
the Ottawa police had moved whatever barricade or blockade, whatever they had, preventing vehicles from moving forward, allowed Chris and myself to move up onto Wellington Street. I parked right beside this building, off the roadway. Chris found a parking spot on Wellington, and that's where he parked Big Red. Tamara and Chris got out.
And had you anticipated that vehicles would be parked on Wellington itself?
I understood what James Bowder had told me. I believe we had permits. I'm not sure if we did or not. I didn't double check anybody's work.
And at some point, did you become aware that trucks had been, were located in residential areas off of Wellington?
I came in and out of the city almost every day for approximately 5 days. I had no problem getting in and out of the city. If you learned how to snake around the city, it was open access. I did understand there were some concern about where trucks were, and Chris being Chris was taking care of that, so I let him do that.
Okay, and
I should rephrase that. I didn't let him do that. We agreed that he would do that.
And what did you do during the weeks
This
you
is
were in
good.
Ottawa? And just in very general terms, so how did you occupy yourself?
Oh, there was so much to do.
Occupy.
I made designs for sweaters for the show up on at Parliament Hill. I donated food to the Uville Center, which I'm a former girl of. I helped with logistics when I could. I helped with mapping. My hand was in every pot, although I was not in one section. They tried to, Tom Marazzo kept trying to fit me into a box, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't fit into the boxes, I'm up here. And I just went off and did whatever, wherever anybody needed me.
And can you give me some examples of where you were needed?
I had a call from a city of Ottawa resident that her and a few of her family members were having a hard time reaching a food bank. So I told her to give me her number. I would work on getting her support to get to the food bank that she needed to, since taxis, buses, and other transportation were not coming into the city. And that's what I did. I passed her number off to John. I do not know his last name. And I do know he's from Ontario. And I passed her number off to John, checked with him, made sure that was taken care of, and away we went. So when a fire came up, if I could put it out, I'd put it out. If I couldn't, I'd pass it on.
How did that person get your phone number? Do you know?
It was posted all over the internet.
Okay.
That'll do it.
And I'm going to, if you can turn up, Mr. Register, COM 50870. It's another one of your TikTok videos. But while that's happening, what were you seeing in Ottawa on Wellington Street?
Love, unity, people happy. This had been 2 years. People had been suppressed. 2 years. People were struggling. 2 years that our government had told us, shame your family. Do not allow them to come to Christmas. Do not allow them to come at Easter. Do not allow them to come to your home if they are not vaccinated, if they don't wear a mask. There was a lot of hate in Canada, and the Toronto Sun supported it, or the Toronto Star, excuse me, supported it.
I don't care if they
People
die. I
were
remember
evil
that headline.
towards each other, and that is
Right,
not
they
what I
were.
saw in Ottawa.
Fucking right, they were.
I saw love. I saw unity. I saw Quebec with Alberta. I saw Ontario with Quebec hugging. I saw people happy. It was the best thing that happened to our country in 2 years.
Okay, can we play that video then?
That's getting threatened is a little
She's
upset
right.
this morning or yesterday. He tweeted that he was getting threatened and he's got work to do in Ottawa. I've heard this rhetoric before, actually, but I'd like to tell you, sir, this is what it's like to be a truck driver crossing into Canada. Because of you and your staff and the mandates, you have threatened me for 2 years. How does it feel? Doesn't feel so good, does it? I've lost 22 pounds now because of what has happened to me at the border. Who's going to address the mental health issues that your agents, your CBS agents, they are a direct extension of you, have done to me? Nobody's paying for that. You've tortured me for 2 years. And you're worried about our peaceful protest? Maybe stop paying Antofia to show up if you don't want to be threatened. It's not our group. Have a good day.
What led you to make that
Yeah.
video?
One of the ministers complained they were getting harassed and they had work to do in Ottawa. We had been harassed every day for 2 years.
And if you can bring up, please, so another video, COM 50872. Did you, while you were, we were doing that, while you were in Ottawa, did you see, you described how you felt about the conduct there, but did you see any conduct that you felt was inappropriate or caused you concern?
I mean, there were people drinking. Maybe it wasn't in a LCBO licensed establishment, but I saw food not being checked by food agencies either. Is that the risk? I guess we all took it and we survived.
Okay, can we play that video then?
That's lovely. I sat in that truck and I honked that horn. Ooh.
And where was that taken?
Up at Parliament Hill on Wellington.
Okay,
That was the day I arrived, I believe.
thank you. Now, if I can just shift gears here for a minute, because that's not the appropriate expression to use for someone who drives a truck, but
If you can do it without clutching, I'm impressed.
At some point, did you learn about protests in Windsor and Sarnia?
Yes,
Oh, how did you learn?
media.
Did you speak to anybody who was involved?
Not involved.
Who did you speak to?
I spoke with ADT Trucking, who called me and asked me if we could block the Windsor border. And my response was, no way, continue to slow roll.
And who called you from ADT?
I don't know who called me from ADT.
And any other contact with anyone involved in what was going on in Windsor or Sarnia?
In Sarnia?
Yeah.
I saw TikTok videos of farmers on the roadway. Only through social media did I have contact. I had no idea that was planned. I had no idea anything like that.
And we've heard about other protests at borders in other places in Canada. Did you have any contact with anyone who was involved in those protests?
No, even my TikTok suggests that I don't know anyone at the Coots border, but I thought they had a lot of gumption, I guess you could say.
Now, coming back to your time in Ottawa, did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
Could you repeat that question?
Coming back when you were in Ottawa, did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
Coming back from where?
Oh, sorry. I'm just coming back in my questions to your time in Ottawa. Did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
I saw him every day. We were in the same hotel.
And did you have any idea about how large his group of protesters were?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conflicts or concerns with him?
We all have conflict with each other. It's human nature.
Anything of significance?
No.
Did you understand that there were concerns being expressed about his memorandum of understanding?
There were concerns expressed about pretty much all of us at one point in time.
And did you have any reaction to the concerns about his memorandum of understanding?
It had nothing to do with me.
And did you have any ongoing contact with Pat King while you were in Ottawa?
Yes, he offered to pay for the sweaters that I designed.
Anything else?
We hugged in the street. We live streamed together. He was doing his job as media when it came to me.
And were you aware of that there were some criticisms of things he was doing in Ottawa?
There were criticisms of all of us from somebody.
Did you have any concerns about what he was doing in Ottawa?
I've already said no.
Leading.
Now, I understand that at some point, you and some of the others that you dealt with at the beginning.
Hey, folks on
when
Facebook,
you
we have
were
to restart the
organizing
stream.
The convoy.
Facebook friends, we have to restart the stream because of the Facebook 8-hour time limit. So go ahead and jump back on. It'll be quick and painless. Or you can go onto YouTube and search YouTube Patriot Smoothie and jump right back in. We're going to restart it real quick. We got an 8-hour time limit, Susan.
Break away from the leadership group or anything like that while you were in Ottawa?
Not while I was in Ottawa. I did not show up as
Just saw a
often
giant
at
Canadian
the
flag.
Sheridan
Picked up with a giant
where
Canadian flag.
Keith Wilson and Tamara and Chris were mostly stationed with a few others. I felt more comfortable at the Arc doing more of the humanitarian style helping and just being me.
And we heard evidence this morning that from Mr. Let me rephrase that. Were you involved in distributing envelopes of cash to people in Ottawa?
Did I physically go out and do that?
Yes.
No.
Did you have any involvement in putting them together or anything like that?
I did have one or two let me start that again. I had one or two times where I put envelopes together. Due to transparency, I had requested that we film those, that when we got the money, we counted it, we put it into envelopes, and they were distributed. The group over at the Sheridan got a little upset with us as they were handing out $500, and Drew had suggested we hand out 2,000 since 500 is not a large number.
And the group at the Sheraton, who was that?
That would be Chris Barber, Keith Wilson, Tamara Leach, Joe Jensen, Dale, Ryan, Miranda.
And I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Who suggested $2,000?
I believe it was Drew. I could be incorrect.
Okay. And what happened with that? Did anything come of that?
They got $2,000.
And in terms of your relations with the group at the Sheraton?
They were upset. They said we made them look bad.
Now, on February 12th, 2022, you were aware that, or at least you're now aware that an agreement was reached with the mayor of Ottawa to move trucks onto Wellington?
I'm assuming I wasn't there.
Did you know or hear about such an agreement?
I heard the agreement was not valid.
And who did you hear that from?
Through social media.
Huh.
And did you discuss it with anyone to find out whether it was valid or not?
No, I heard the report and moved on.
If I can ask you to bring up COM 50868.
This is the commission counselor questioning.
TikTok.
We've never seen this commission counselor before. He must be the very senior commission counselor.
2022.
Thanks, boys. You got this gate right on the press.
All right, where should go?
Get down there. Hold that line, boys. Hold it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right now?
No, yeah, Phil's down there. Some of them down.
Okay.
So that was a copy of the agreement?
Yep,
Or a
could be.
notice of the agreement? I'm sorry.
Yep, I don't know how I got it. If I took it myself, I have no recollection of how that got to be, but I always forwarded information onto my TikTok.
And why did you put it as fake news?
Because I believed it to be fake.
And did you check with anybody one way or another? How did you come by that belief?
That's what I was told by whomever was around me. It was fake news, so that's what I posted.
And at some point in time, you left Ottawa to read.
The Ottawa red zone or Ottawa as a whole?
Well, let's deal with both. At some point, did you leave the Ottawa red zone?
Yes, I left on the 18th in the red zone.
And where did you go?
To Ottawa West, to a family member's home.
Okay. And why did you leave on that day?
Because the police were about to attack Canadian citizens.
And were you arrested at any time?
No, sir.
Was your bank account frozen?
Yes, sir.
For how, tell me about that. What happened?
I understood the government officials stated that they had notified organizers their bank accounts would be frozen. My husband notified me my bank account and his bank account and our business bank account were frozen. And at 10:04 on the 17th is when I received a phone call from a person stating they were from the Royal Bank and that they had frozen my accounts. They had a very nasty exchange with me because they had no right to do so.
This is the commission counselor,
I told them to open
and this
the
is Brigitte
accounts. They told
Belton.
me to call them when I left Ottawa, and I said, you need to open my accounts. We ended the exchange.
Yes,
I
they did,
realized
Patty. They
other
did all of
people
those
in the
things.
room were also getting that same phone call. Whether it was the same person making the phone call, I do not know, but I do know other people in the room were getting the same phone call.
And so what happened after that?
This has been
I
a
had
long,
no
hard
money.
day.
And what did you do?
I had to ask for money or let people know that I didn't have any money. And I was lucky enough that two gentlemen on the street actually understood my truck payment was coming due. And I was a few $100s short. I think it was $6 something I was short. They together collectively sent me enough money to
Guys,
cover
I
my
know
truck
I don't want to
payment.
beg, but if you do feel
A woman
generous,
by the name of
it was
Messana
a hell of a
kind
long
enough to
day
give me
today. Every day's
$100,
long, so if you
which
want to help
helped
out,
because it put gas
that's
in my
greatly
car, in
appreciated.
my pickup truck to go.
Thank you so much if you do that.
And from then we had to scramble on how we were going to pay for medication for my husband and how we were going to pay the mortgage.
And so this was while you were still in the, excuse me, the Ottawa area?
Yes.
And at some point were your accounts unfrozen?
Yes.
And when was that?
You'd have to ask my husband. He takes care of that.
Okay. And when did you leave Ottawa to come back home?
March. I don't have a specific date.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a specific date, but it was March.
Okay.
This is insane.
And is there anything else you want to tell the commissioner about what happened while you were in Ottawa?
I just want everybody to know that we weren't there to disrupt the city residents. We were there to be heard. I had given 32 emails approximately to MPs and MPPs. 32. Not one of them did anything for me. I followed how things are supposed to go. You first go and you complain. You try again. You try again. And when CBSA sent me a reply, pretty much, suck it up, buttercup, this is the way it's going to go, and you're about to lose your job, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
What
man,
did you want me to
ridiculous.
do? Sit down, lie down, lose everything over a mandate that was really no longer effect in the US? That's what my country was asking for me.
Thanks,
That's
Phil.
what Canadians that were supporting vaccine
doing-
mandates were asking.
I'm
of
doing
me.
like 5 things right
To
now.
lose
That's why I'm kind of
everything.
distant. I'm trying to edit this video from
Because
this morning.
they were
and
afraid.
We're all over the
Because
place
our
here, but
government did
there's lot
a
of shit
very
happening
good
here.
job at scaring people, making them so afraid that today still some wear face masks. Many of us here are not.
And
that propaganda hurt our country. And having our prime minister saying that there will be consequences for the unvaccinated, and we don't want them sitting beside our children on planes and trains and automobiles. And the amount of, I'm trying to control my anger over this gentleman, but the wording that he used was division
Fantastic.
the whole time. Pit one person against another, shame them, make them comply. And if they don't, they will.
Good work, Bridget.
I'm sorry. I draw the line when my government wants to throw something into my body I cannot remove. That is where I draw the line. Bodily autonomy, it is mine. It is not my government's.
thank you for answering my questions.
Commissioner's going to interrupt now.
Quiet or we'll kick you all out.
There's an applause. Here he comes. Oh, look at this there. He's like, was that a clapping going on over there? How dare you? How dare you point out how
We're gonna
divisive
take a
our prime
break.
minister is?
And
He seems very frustrated.
going to consider whether we're going to clear the hall. So I'm going to take a short break.
Woo!
And
Consider
when I
whether
come
we're
back,
going-
I'll decide if we're going to clear the hall. 5 minutes.
The commission is in
I'm
recess
going
for
to
5
consider
minutes. La
if we're
commission
going
est levée
to.
pour
Oh, I
5
see Matt
minutes.
Venn. Considering if they're going to kick everyone out, everyone that they don't like.
Yo, he is pissed, eh?
Yeah.
No clapping. This is a serious business. Unreal. Hold on, I gotta switch my audio back to my headset.
Commissioner is enraged that people are sharing their pain. This is a man. The commissioner is enraged that people are sharing their pain.
Yeah,
And people are happy, and the people are happy that their
Somebody's finally
grievances and their
heard.
pain is being heard in the commission, and he's upset. He's upset that people are sharing their grievances, that millions of Canadians share. Millions. Because our government has abused us from coast to coast, from Alberta to Saskatchewan to BC to Quebec to Ontario to the prairie to everywhere, to the Northwest Territories, every single province, none of it, everywhere, every territory, every province, the Maritimes, everything in between. Our governments have abused the fuck out of Canadians, taken their jobs, taken their property, taken their businesses, forced them. Put Canadian, like she said, put person against person, Canadian against Canadian, divided families over fear, over nonsense. When these therapies are proven now not to be remotely effective enough to justify anything close to this. And our government ripped our country apart. Our prime minister, Trudeau, ripped our country apart. So now that the grievances of millions of people, millions of Canadians are being heard in this commission, the commissioner is enraged that somebody clapped 3 times because the hurt that they felt for 3 years over this government running rampage, running wild, doing whatever the hell it wants, with no accountability or anywhere. And now he's upset. He's going to have a 5-minute break to clear the hall because it's too vocal. There's too much support for the pain being shared here. It's gone on enough, man. We need an election. We need an election yesterday. We need an election.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we had one recently.
Yeah, not recent enough.
No, I know. So the only hope there is that that Trudeau gets, like, this is looking bad, man. If it looks bad enough, then it's possible that Jagmeet betrays him.
Singh said that Jagmeet said, and I quote, no matter what
Jagmeet says a lot of things.
No matter what comes out of this commission, he's not changing his position on the government.
At some point, he's going to have to.
He said, even if the government, it came up, the government was wholly inappropriate in everything it did, we're not changing our support. We're not removing our support.
Sure. But if he has to, he will. He has no spine. He's got no spine whatsoever. He's going to do whatever's best for him.
So what happened these last, the commissioner's upset. He's upset that his master's looking bad, that Trudeau government hasn't been held accountable on anything it's done. These mandates weren't justified. They just hurt people. And he's upset that people are expressing that hurt that drove them to stand in negative 30 degrees for 3 weeks because Canada had been turned into a pit of toxicity where people and families, husbands and wives, wives and wives were hating each other because of words that people like our prime minister were spewing on television constantly, telling people to basically hate each other, to exile them from their lives if they didn't feel comfortable doing things. Unreal, reckless, hateful, spiteful, unreal on every account. They're so, and now he's upset that somebody clapped because the pain that we've all been feeling for so long is being shared on the record, unobstructed, in front of a national audience. So you can hear how hurt we are and how much damage you've done. You fucking ruined people. You made people kill themselves.
Yeah.
That's what you've done. You've taken lives. You have. You truly have.
A lot of them.
People's everything.
We all know people that are gone. We all do. For a number of reasons.
And what about the families damaged beyond repair? What about the families damaged beyond repair because of fucking stupid rhetoric from our prime minister who doesn't talk from science, but talks from a place of hate and division for political one-upmanship, for political points? It's disgusting. And now he gets called out for it in this commission, in a national audience, and the commissioner can't handle it. It's a joke. It's unreal. Unreal. Terry, there's nothing to be careful about here. I'm speaking from my heart, from the truth. The commissioner is upset because people are sharing their pain. Can you imagine the pain of these last few years?
Yeah. They're being heard. Finally, this is the first time that people from this point of view are actually being heard on any real stage. People are listening. This is going out places. And for the first time ever, these people, through these witnesses, people are feeling heard. Some stories are getting told. The story that was never told by mainstream media. The story that was never told by our government. So for people to have emotion is understandable. Yeah, it's understandable.
They want to keep it that way, that nobody hears how hurt everyone is. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, you're exactly right. And that's all that's happening here. This is emotion coming out of John because this is the first time that this has ever happened. Finally, people feel like they're being heard. We've heard weeks of the police throwing each other under the bus and blaming everybody else and this and whatever. None of it's relevant to the issue at hand. But now we have some actual facts coming out. Oh, order, Daisy, order. Boom.
Like they might have emptied out the hall a little bit.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
What's going on?
He's going to make a decision whether to kick everyone out.
Stand by for the crumbling of democracy in Canada.
The pain can't be heard and it can't be expressed. You have no idea how much you've hurt people and how much this government has hurt people. It's immeasurable.
Yeah, it's
millions of people hurt by this prime minister who just can't take responsibility. Throws everyone else under the bus, doubles, triples down. He's so fucking reckless.
Yeah. And people are dead.
Thank you for that.
Just for political points.
Indulgence. I've decided hesitant, but I've decided not to clear the room at this point. I did notice.
You've all been warned.
There's a significant group that is, I think, doing its best to comply. But I am concerned. I mean, this is, I firmly believe this is an important process and that it should be as much as possible respected. So we'll go ahead. I hope not to
Yeah.
have
Well,
more
you don't even respect
issues.
the rules of fairness in this
So
in
we're
this
about to turn to
Government
semi-sham of
of
a commission.
questioning. Are you okay?
It's a
Fucking
government of
sham.
Canada. Sorry, go ahead, Dacey. You know what?
Well, shit, man. To
Thank you.
talk
So
about,
first,
don't you
is
dare have
the
emotions.
Government of
Well, be
Canada,
honest, Commish.
please.
Shit sakes, man. Let these assholes lie for 2 weeks straight. We've been listening to nonsense. OPP or OPS throwing each other under the bus, man.
Good
It's
afternoon,
like a
Ms. Belton.
it's like a
My name is Andrew
soap
Gibbs,
opera.
and I'm part of the council team for the Government of
Now we
Canada.
hear some real stories, and we got a problem. No.
I have two quick areas of questions for you. The first area is with respect to, it was touched on a little bit with the Commission's counsel, with respect to some of the, I won't call them fights, but disagreements, as you indicated, amongst the leadership group. And in particular, with respect to the handling of money by Tamara Leach. Did you have concerns about the handling of money by Ms. Leach?
I understood Keith Wilson was directing her and taking care of it. He's a lawyer. There should be no concern.
Okay. So do you recall posting something on TikTok expressing concern?
The TikTok video was actually not even about Tamara. Everybody has taken that so out of context. The TikTok was regarding the Unified People of Canada, or whatever. I have an embassy. It's called the Canadian Embassy. This embassy was trying to associate with the convoy. I didn't know any of the organizers or if they were involved with Tamara. I know they had stated they were. I had never seen them before. I was trying more to denounce what they were doing. They had said they were advisors of Tamara. I was concerned over a comment in a car that had been made over spending money on a building. I did voice my opinion in the car that we were here to end mandates when we were done working with the government or getting our 5 minutes with them to speak with them, that we were planning on leaving. There was no long-term plan to stay.
Okay. If we can just call up the video, just to confirm for the record, it's pb.can.3401777.
Council, if you allow me a brief indulgence, we're just trying to resolve the hard drive issue. It'll be 2 minutes at
Okay.
most, if that's appropriate.
Thank you very much. And I only have one other question, and it's on a particular document. We were provided, the parties were provided with documents over the lunch break, about 216 documents that you had filed over the lunch break for us.
With my team, yes.
With your team? Okay. And so I've only gotten through some of them. There was one document in particular I'd like your help just to understand. So
Welcome to my life. You guys threw a lot at me in a short period of time.
yes, I think we're all in the same boat on that. If you can call up the video, please, the TikTok video.
It'll be just another 60 seconds. The videos right now are just about to be ready.
We've had to deal with a lot of documents, you can imagine.
Yes.
I could pull it up on my phone faster.
If council has any other documents in paper form, I do have those available.
The other document then is BRB 6062. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, those were things that had been posted on a Telegraph site. Who posted them? I'm unaware. We were very concerned over safety of, protesters and stuff like that.
And for the sake of the commission and others in the room who are perhaps less familiar with Telegraph, I'm starting to figure out TikTok, but what is Telegraph?
It's a platform that steals a lot of space from my phone. That's about the best way to explain. It's pretty much just a messaging, a fast way of messaging through a group of a bunch of people.
And is it a secure messaging platform?
I have no idea.
Okay, fair. If you can focus in on the bottom left-hand corner, I believe it's item number 3.
Right.
There's a mention with respect to.
Excuse me, is there any way to enlarge that for those of us with poor eyesight?
Yes.
Thank you.
I may have another pair.
There's a reference to tow trucks, which is a common theme in the commission, before the commission. And I'm just, if we can perhaps shift a bit to the, I can see it up here perhaps. Were you aware that people in the tow truck industry were being encouraged not to provide tow truck services to the police?
Not necessarily, but I understand they've been put in a very rock and hard place kind of position. Had I known they showed up to tow trucks, I wouldn't use their service. That's me. I'm sure a lot of other truck drivers would have felt the same.
So the message reads, the most strategic and effective way to protest once you arrive in Ottawa is absolutely nothing. Park your truck on the road, turn off the engine, and let it sit there. No tow truck company would dare tow it away. And if they do get it on video, get it on video and make sure everyone knows not to do business with them. Vote with your wallet. Does that capture the sentiment you just expressed?
We do that with lots of things. We don't like what Coca-Cola said. We don't buy Coke anymore. We don't like what somebody says about children or animals. We don't buy their product anymore. It's the same thing. Tow truck services are a product. If we don't like what they do, we don't have to buy their service.
So for them to assist the citizens of Ottawa and tow the trucks, or to assist the police and tow the trucks, that would result in not buying their services.
I wouldn't buy their service. They weren't supportive of Canadians.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have the video now?
If you could just briefly repeat the document ID, I should be able to.
Yes, pb.can.401777/rel. And for the record, Commissioner, I would have ended a lot earlier. I know I've burned a bit of my time in previous rounds, so this one I hope, here we are.
News out of Ottawa. Tomorrow's handlers or advisors have set up a permanent residence at St. Bridget's in Ottawa. That building's worth $5.2 million. I have no idea what the rent is, but I do remember sitting in a car with Sean, Tamara, a female family member of hers, her husband, and Chad Eros. Well, they laughed about spending $3.2 million of the truckers' money on the building beside the Swiss. You can look that up. It's still for sale. I looked it up in the car and didn't think it was very funny that they wanted to spend $3.2 million of the truckers' money on a building so they could continue to protest. I reminded them we were here to drop all mandates. And when the mandates were done, so were we. I wish I could say the news story is untrue, but it came from the mouth of Babes herself, the advisor to Tamara. It's pretty hard to deny when somebody puts you under the bus as being someone that was there to change political policy and was there for a political agenda. Tamara, when she joined up with us, agreed to only do a fundraiser. She then threatened me. She threatened others. And she obviously had an other agenda other than dropping the mandates and setting Canada free. As I said, it was more directed to St. Bridget's, but.
And you said she threatened you in the TikTok video.
She did.
And what was the nature of that threat?
The threat was that if I used my voice and did any more media, that she would include me in the lawsuit with the city of Ottawa.
And if you did not? If you were silent?
If I was silent, there was no if you're silent, but that was the threat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Oh.
Miller time. Is it Miller time or is it
Sir,
Bath?
I'm going to
Yes.
ask under,
That's
I
Miller.
can't recall the rule, but with respect to the order of examination, as we got the documents from this particular witness, several hundred of them, not until this afternoon, I do have concerns from the brief ones I've reviewed, and I have given a written objection to your counsel with respect to those. What I would like to do in the meantime, sir, is I would like your leave and approval to examine this witness following her paralegal examining her. I can tell you at this point, I don't have many questions for this witness at all. My concern is the beginning of a character assassination, as well as attacking my client, the corporation itself. And given what was just asked by the government of Canada and what was just said, I would like to sit back and see what the evidence is with respect to the character assassination evidence that I think this witness is intending to give before I do my examinations.
She did say we didn't know that this was coming.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We
knew that there was gonna be a drama.
Character assassinations, rather there are some issues being raised. I think let's try
Oh, now language matters?
not inflame things. And,
Language matters now
take
suddenly,
one step
Commish?
at a time. So
You're
you'd
fine
like
with
to
calling
defer,
trucks
at the moment.
fortresses?
and,
Siege talk?
Maybe I can hear from.
We're just about at
I'm
755
okay with
viewers
that.
across
I
all
don't
of our
mind
platforms.
if we go first, I think.
Get
that's what
there.
he's saying. That's okay.
Okay, so that should not be a problem. So let's go through the rest of the roster and then we can get to that. Okay, so next to the Ottawa residents.
Oh, here we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Belton. My name is Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, and I just have some questions for you further to your testimony today. You testified earlier, Ms. Belton, that it was not your intention to disrupt the lives of residents of downtown Ottawa. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you did recognize that the activities of the protests, the trucks taking up all of the streets and the horns and so forth did indeed disrupt residents who were living within the 6 or 8 blocks of those activities?
As did millions of Canadians that demanded people get vaccines and demand that they wear masks and demand that they be thrown to the ground. Yeah, I understood what had happened over the last 2 years, and I'm sorry they were affected for 3 weeks, but I suffered for 3 years. Well, 2 years.
And
Here we
did
go.
you
Champ is gonna
associate
get
the
it.
people
Jump
with
in here,
downtown
Dacey.
Ottawa with the government of Canada? Like, did you assume that these were federal government workers in some way who deserve that disruption?
No, that would be ludicrous.
And on your arrival in the city, we've heard some evidence about a strategy to gridlock the city. Can you tell us about that?
I wasn't part of that design.
What was the plan, as far as you understood, with the 400 plus semi-tractor trailer trucks converging on downtown? Where did you think they would go?
I understood there were 2 locations we were to go, but that the police had redirected us once we got together at the Arc. We started to hear concerns, and I believe the guys were working on it, doing whatever they could to deal with the logistics issues. I did not deal with the logistics issues in Ottawa.
You were a road captain managing the convoy of trucks from southwestern Ontario to Ottawa, is that right?
Yes, and I went where the police directed us, which was nowhere near your residence, by the way.
Sorry, Ms. Ani.
That means your residents were further north.
Right.
Ours were on the SJAM. There was no residence where we had been. We were in front of the War Memorial.
Right.
I believe that's the War Memorial.
There is.
Museum.
You would have
War
seen the
Museum.
apartment buildings there right in front of your trucks.
No, it was further back.
Okay.
It was not right directly with the truck.
With respect
pissed.
to
He's pissed.
mask
He's
mandates,
seething.
I understand your position with respect to vaccines. You're also opposed to mask mandates, is that right?
I'm not opposed to mask mandates. I'm opposed to women who are victims of violence to be forced to wear them or be thrown to the ground.
Oof. Oof.
Were people in restaurants and stores throwing people to the ground? Is that what you
Yes.
observed?
Yes, they
I
were.
observed video from Canadian Tire and Costco, both, where securities threw people to the ground. Also, a woman in BC that had no hands, arms from the elbow down was refused service at a grocery store because she couldn't put a mask on. So the general public lacked empathy and
He
sympathy
didn't
for
expect
those
this.
that could not comply.
Did you have sympathy or empathy for people who were elderly or had medical conditions where they'd be susceptible to dying from COVID-19?
Absolutely, but we have never locked up the healthy, ever.
Now, with respect to the mask mandates, there was a lot of people in the Convoy demonstrations who were very opposed to masks and mask wearing, correct?
Everybody had their own belief. Some wore masks, some didn't. There were people on the street that wore
Excuse me,
masks.
Can I object? That question doesn't go to the mandate that was established for that process. So why should she have to answer questions about that?
I don't even believe there was a mask mandate in effect at that time.
Indeed, there was. I'm not sure if I understand the objection. Should I?
The objection is that the protest was not about masks. It was about truckers, mandates for truckers for travel.
I think we've heard a great deal of evidence. If
Well,
you
no,
follow,
it-
sorry,
I'm-
I apologize.
I'm
Commissioner.
sorry.
I apologize.
There is a process. You speak through me. Ms. Scarf, I understand your point, but this is cross-examination, so I tend to give a little latitude. So if that, I think that question is within that latitude.
So, Ms. Belton, we've heard previous evidence
This is
from the
hilarious.
police
This is
and
great.
others about some convoy protesters being very upset about people wearing masks and doing protests by going into stores and shops and restaurants in large groups without wearing masks. Did you observe those kinds of activities while you were here?
I observed maskless people. I didn't see protests. You might want to talk to those that caused the issue. That was not me.
So when you went into restaurants and shops, you wore a mask during the convoy protest?
Sir, I'm a victim of violence and I won't put a mask on to make you feel better.
So,
Whoa.
So when I have to go
Whoa.
through what I have to go through and take out of it because you
Whoa.
want me to wear a mask and then you
Ooh.
don't want me to drive a car
That's right,
however I
Paul.
live in the country, I take issue to that.
Holy
walk
jumping.
home.
Holy sh-
I don't live in a city center like you do. So yes, there are issues on both sides and there is no compassion on this side. That is the issue. You are painting this exactly like the Toronto Star did.
Yeah, you
You
are.
have no empathy for us.
Yeah, you do, Charles.
So I take that
You
as a
don't, Jeff.
no. You didn't wear masks when you went into stores?
No,
or
because
restaurants
I'm a
and shops?
female victim of violence and you need to respect that.
Okay. And did you observe others that you would go with into stores and shops wearing, not wearing masks, the people you were with?
That was asked and answered yes. The answer is yes.
And how would people respond
and
when
answered.
shop owners or staff, sometimes young teenage staff, would say, please wear a mask? What are some of the things you observed in those interactions?
I didn't have those interactions.
No one ever asked, can you please wear a mask or leave?
No, sir.
I didn't have those interactions either.
With respect to the
Nor did I, actually.
Money,
He can barely compose
so
himself.
you were aware before you got to Ottawa that
blasted.
there was
He's
the
just
large
like, what?
fundraiser. People were raising funds to support the
This is great.
truckers with covering
This
their
is
fuel and their food
fantastic.
and their and
This is
so
so
forth. You were aware of that?
fantastic. It's
Yes,
it's,
Tamara did an
it needed-
amazing job at raising funds for us.
Sure.
it needed to happen.
And but by the time
It
you
needed to
arrived
happen,
in
thank
Ottawa,
goodness.
you recognized it was in the multi-millions that had been raised. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you came to Ottawa, how long did you think you'd be staying?
24 to 48 hours.
And you required $10 million to stay 48 hours?
Nobody.
Canadians thought our voice needed to be heard and we needed to be supported.
So you were planning to leave in 48 hours because you assumed the government was going to agree with your demands?
We thought we would get a meeting
Okay, so what changed? Why did you stay after 48 hours?
because Justin Trudeau did exactly what he's done for the last 2 years. He literally came out and called us a whole bunch of names. I'm sorry, sir, but if I came and called you a whole bunch of names and said that your ideals and how you felt didn't mean anything to anyone, how would you feel? And that you losing your job, your income, your way to pay your wife's expenses to put food on the table for your children was irrelevant, how would you feel? So because of his actions, there are consequences, and that meant we stayed.
So Ms. Belton, then, if I understand your answer correctly, your plan was to come for 48 hours, assuming the Prime Minister would respond to your demands. But if he did not, you were going to stay until he did. Is that
This is
right?
cathartic.
I didn't say
Cathartic.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying we were looking for a meeting.
And you were going to stay until you got your meeting.
Some sort of response would be good,
So you were going to stay until you got your meeting.
or a response.
Asked
Now,
and answered.
You
Asked
stayed
and
in
answered.
you
Break
stayed in the
this
Ark
up.
Hotel for most of the time?
Most of the time.
Who paid your hotel bills?
Joseph Bergault, from what I understand.
Okay. And there was also money raised in cash. You've told us in your testimony that in the Ark Hotel you were putting together envelopes to hand out to the truckers because many of them were living in their trucks, right?
That's where truckers live.
Yeah, they were living rough. That was very tough for them.
Living
And
rough,
so
very tough.
you
Let me
were
rhyme some
putting
more.
together envelopes of $2,000 to assist them with their expenses, right?
Correct.
Now, the fuel that they were getting jerry cans of fuel and so forth to keep the trucks running, to keep warm, I understand, correct?
I understand the same.
Well, you were involved in it though, right? You were involved in the logistics.
Not everything.
Not everything, but you were involved in meetings where there's discussions about how to get the fuel to those trucks that were still running?
Yes, and I may have been dealing with something else at the time.
Right. And the fuel that they were getting that for free because that was being provided by someone else. Is that right?
I don't know that.
You weren't involved in those meetings?
I don't know who paid for what.
Okay. Now, the envelopes that you were handing out, how often did you do that? How many rounds were there of envelopes being handed out?
I know of 2 instances.
From the Ark Hotel?
Yes.
And then the Sheraton Hotel,
beautiful.
they were also handing out envelopes, is your understanding?
You'll have to ask them.
Well, you testified, I believe, that you understood that the Sheraton was handing out.
Yes, that's the end of my understanding.
Fair enough. Well, just for your assistance, Mr. Barber testified about that, and indeed they were handing out.
And he was over at the Sheraton.
Right. And how would you know, or how did you keep track if truckers were getting were getting envelopes from multiple groups?
We would ask them.
Just a reminder, you're out of time, so if you could try and.
Yeah, you're out of time, buddy.
Don't I have 15 minutes, sir?
You used it.
I had a note 10 minutes, so.
Well, if I may, Commissioner asked for leave for 5 extra minutes. I think I was getting some longer responses than anticipated.
I'll give you a few more minutes, but please get to the point.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just give me
I'm
50%
trying to be
more
on
time.
point for my clients. Thank you. So with respect
For
to
my clients,
honking,
thank
Ms. Belton, as a truck driver,
All
you're
for
aware
it.
air horns and train horns can be extremely loud.
Yes, they have a purpose. They're warning signals.
Yeah, their trucks are heavy. They can be dangerous vehicles. They need very
Amazing.
trained people to drive them. And if there's a hazard or something far away, you use those very loud horns to ensure people absolutely know that the truck is coming. There might be a risk.
So we're noticed, yes.
Yeah, but the sound of the horn, it can be dangerously loud if you continue to hold on it, correct?
So it could be a racetrack, an airport, several other things.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Now, but the horns were used by the trucks as a sort of a symbol of the protest throughout their time in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Well, I noticed on your lawsuit, you didn't list every child that came and honked a horn. They're also responsible, are they not?
So I take that as a yes, that you were aware that horns were used as a protest tactic?
They were used by the drivers. Some were having fun. I do know that Chris and the rest of them had talked. We needed to get the horns down to a minimum. We also needed to do some sleep time because some were somewhere in the city making louder noises. We did try to assist citizens. It's not that we left you out to dry. We tried to assist citizens.
Well, Ms. Belton, there was a schedule of horns, was there not? There was a time they would start at 7 a.m. and go on throughout the day. Isn't that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not sure. Wherever you were downtown, you didn't hear those horns?
I don't know of a schedule for the horns.
Okay. You say that you tried to control the horns. Is that right? Is that what you're telling us?
I said organizers tried to control the horns. I never went out except for once during some speeches on the Hill where there was a vehicle that was making excessive noise. Actually, I think there were maybe 2 of them. I went up to both and I said, look, guys, that's enough. One complied, one didn't.
Some of the other organizers, though, very much supported the horns at any time. Is that right?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask the other organizers.
Well, in your discussions, like, for example, with Pat King was very much in support of the horns, was he not?
In emergency use?
In emergency use only?
From what I understood, his direction was, if you are in trouble, to honk your horn.
Okay. Just final point, Ms. Belton, you testified that the mayor's deal that we've heard about, your understanding at the time was that that was fake news. It wasn't true. There was no deal. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the people that you knew and you were dealing with at the Arc Hotel opposed any deal in any event. Is that right?
This is fantastic.
No, I never
And
said
I just
that.
want to applaud this so much.
So you would have supported a deal if there had in fact been a deal to move the trucks to different locations, you would have supported that kind of a deal?
Absolutely. If we could have lessened the events to the citizens, absolutely. We weren't there to disrupt the citizens. We were there to have our government finally hear us after 2 years. I did my due diligence, sir. I wrote 32 letters. I went the right way and no one listened to me. So I don't know what you expect of me, but bringing my truck, well, I brought my pickup truck. I didn't bring a big truck. Did they notice me? Did somebody finally try and come and talk to me? The answer to that is still no. So what do I need to do to have my government that is elected to talk to me, to help me
Brigitte.
solve my problems? You had horn honking. I watched people get thrown to the ground. I watched children in parks getting thrown off their skateboards by police officers. No one helped those people. Matter of fact, people were supporting this kind of behavior. This is not the behavior of a free country.
Thank you, Brigitte.
So in your view, the people of downtown Ottawa were unfortunate casualties. If the Prime Minister had listened to you, what happened to them those 3 weeks of
Thank you so much,
sleeplessness
Brigitte.
and so forth, that wouldn't have happened. It's the Prime Minister's fault.
Thank you.
I feel for them. I honestly do. But I feel for those truck drivers that were about to not be
Thank
able
you,
to
Bridget,
feed their
for a
families.
voice. Thanks for a voice,
Many of those
Bridget.
drivers had their whole families in those vehicles with no
Clap,
income.
clap, Daisy, just
They
clap.
lose their home. Kids are raised in a truck until school age. We had a 1-month-old baby that the city of Ottawa took fuel from, and we had to find accommodations so it didn't freeze to death. Which is more inconvenient? Not having fuel and watch your child freeze to death, or listening to a few horns? I'm sorry that your clients feel that they are entitled to $460 million for horn honking. Who was going to replace my income if I took a vaccine that killed me so my husband could survive? Not any one of your clients, I guarantee you.
But you inflicted that on my clients.
And
so
your
that you could
clients
get your
supported
message
vaccine
out.
mandates.
You're well over
Just
your
set up
time.
first.
You're well over your time. Out of order. Get out of here.
I don't think it's
Glad he gave himself extra 5 minutes. We got that gem because of his extra time.
Get out of
So,
here.
the Ottawa
Get
First
out
good
of
thing
here.
he's
No
done in a
sympathy
while.
for millions
I
of
have no
Canadians.
questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, the Ontario.
Hey, you gotta
Provincial
follow that.
Police.
The Ontario Provincial Police. That was, he tried to fucking spider, but nothing.
You're still on mute.
You're still on mute, OPP. Look at them. Look at them. You see them all panic talking down there? This is catharsis. This is cathartic. Thank you, Brigitte, so much. Thank you, Brigitte. Thank
Can
you.
you hear me
so
now?
much.
Double
Yes.
Bridget now. We got double
Thank
Bridget.
you.
About this, I
Thank
have
you.
no questions for the OPP.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you so much.
Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you so much, Brigitte. Thank you for your amazing testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Belton.
Thank you.
Rebecca Jones for former Chief Slowly.
Ditto. Of course, Slowly's going to ask
Just a
questions.
few questions for you this evening. You testified that you thought the group in Coots had a lot of gumption, right?
That's not the word I used in my video, but that's the word I can use here.
Okay. And I take it that's because
Wow,
they
she's not being pushed around.
stayed despite police attempts to remove them from the border.
No, that was just in blocking a border completely, just doing that act. They were all in. They were all in.
Right. They maintained their blockade despite attempts to remove them.
And then they peacefully resolved
I'm
it.
assuming so. I wasn't.
And
there.
then they peacefully resolved it.
I do.
Without
have
the
to say
Emergencies
before
Act.
Sean was
Point,
brilliant.
John.
That
Yeah,
was just
let's not
the
forget
Without
that.
the Emergencies Act.
most beautiful scene
Without
I've
the
ever
Emergencies
seen
Act.
coming across.
You also gave evidence
Thank you,
that
Brigitte.
Mr. Marazzo tried to put you in a box, right?
I believe
Man,
I
she
started
knocked
with
that.
Tamara
That
and,
was a-
yeah, as well as Mr. Moran.
What do you even
Okay,
say about
Ms.
that?
Leach and Mr. Marazzo. And by that, you mean, I take it, that they attempted to manage you somehow.
Manage me, distance me. I found my own way, and I found where I serve the public better, and that's from the heart and off the sleeve. So I found my place.
Right, okay. So can I take it then that you rejected or resisted those attempts to manage you and did your own thing?
Yes, I'm a truck driver, an independent truck driver, and a business owner, and I've been business owner several times. So yes.
Okay. And so I take it that if Ms. Leach or Mr. Marazzo told you how you should be protesting,
Do you think you could clip some of
you
this,
would have
Stacey?
resisted that as well.
It depends on what their message was. If their
Can you hear me,
message
Chris?
was incorrect, you'd be correct about that.
Yeah, not right now. I can't, but
If they told you
I will
it
after.
was time to leave Ottawa and that in your view was incorrect, you would
It
have
was the
resisted
most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Not likely.
that. Okay. And if they told you that there were too many horns and asked for your help to stop the horns, I take it your view would have been it's up to the individual protesters to determine how they protest.
I assisted when asked.
When asked, and I suggest to you when you agreed with what you were being asked.
You can suggest that, but you weren't there.
Okay, so you disagree with me. You would have gone along with what?
I went along with a lot of the things that made sense.
Right.
If it didn't make sense, I mean, horn honking, I can understand why people want that reduced. Absolutely. However, when the government goes and says you can't honk your horn, but we want you to leave, they obviously didn't read the Schedule 1 of a truck, which means you have to honk your horn in order to leave the city. So what was it? Did you want us to leave or did you want us to stay? We couldn't complete a Schedule 1.
Okay. And just a couple more things. We've heard some testimony about the swarming of police officers. Did you witness that?
I did not witness that.
Okay. And do you have any information? I take it you didn't witness it, but do you have any information about which groups were involved in that?
Nobody has any
I do not.
information about that.
I'm just blown
You
away.
also testified that Pat King was the lead on media in January, correct?
That's what he agreed to. He agreed to put out media for us, to put us through to his followers that would allow us a broader reach. Just kind of like, I don't know, when you do a newspaper ad, except it was free. So thank you, Pat.
Okay. And did Mr. King, to your knowledge, did he continue to take a lead role in the information that was being disseminated into February?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. King took on a media lead role in January in terms of giving information to the public or other protesters about the convoys, right?
Right. He also had his own podcast.
Sure. And my question was only, did that sort of lead role continue into February?
I know some of the organizers asked him not to do so much. I do remember in one news conference that Pat and I were in together, that my job was literally to make sure that Pat didn't ramble. Pat likes to go on, and my whole job was to sit there and nudge him if he decided to ramble.
Got it. Final question. You referred to bans that were put in place on your Facebook account, right?
Yep.
Over time. And was that on the basis that Facebook said you were spreading disinformation?
Yes, but it was true information. They just didn't like the truth in Canada.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Next is the CCLA, please.
Good evening. I'm going to be asking my questions via Zoom. Can you see me?
I can.
Perfect. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel to the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And I just have a few questions with respect to the freezing of your bank accounts. I know you already spoke about this in the examination conducted by Commission Counsel. And I understand from that evidence that you learned from a phone call you received from RBC that your bank accounts were frozen on February 17th.
That's correct, but it wasn't from RBC. It was actually from a police officer.
Okay, I see. So the telephone call that you received on that day was from a police officer that your bank accounts were frozen?
Yes, when I called it at a later date, it's a police officer.
And do you know whether that police officer was a police officer with the Ottawa Police Service, the RCMP, or the OPP?
I believe he was Toronto service or from the Toronto area.
And the police officer told you that your bank accounts could be unfrozen once you informed them that you left Ottawa. Is that fair?
That's what he stated.
And did you check at the time that your bank accounts had in fact been frozen?
I was already informed prior to his call by my husband.
So your husband called you to let you know that he was not able to access your joint bank accounts?
His business account, which had my name on it to pay for expenses, his and my joint household expense account, as well as my personal bank accounts, were all frozen. He informed me at approximately 8 a.m. Could be sooner than that. And I got the call at 10:04 by the person claiming to be from the Royal Bank.
So they claimed to be from the Royal Bank, but you believe that they were a police officer? Am I getting that right?
Now I believe they were a police officer because I called the number afterwards. A few months later, not directly, a few months later.
A few months. Oh, so they left you a telephone number to call back at?
No, I screenshotted the message when they called. I screenshotted their phone number.
And you called them back later, and then how did they identify themselves when you called back later?
I'd have to recall the number. Would you like me to try?
No, I can't ask you to try that now. I'm just asking, how do you know that when you called back a few months later that they were a police officer?
Because they had no connection with the Royal Bank.
When you spoke to them a few months later?
I did not speak to them. I called them back and got a message machine. It stated their name and no association with the Royal Bank.
So it was not, for example, a corporate voicemail where the person would answer, "I'm so-and-so at the Royal Bank of Canada at this branch."
You're correct.
Okay. And you said that your bank accounts were frozen for a period of time, but you said you don't recall for how long because your husband manages the banking. Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah. He dealt more with that. I was dealing with, of course, other situations, other people not having money, trying to help truckers get home. the freezing of the bank accounts created a larger problem than solving the problem.
Okay. And in terms of the length of the problem, do you know, can you provide your best estimate of whether your bank
Unreal.
accounts were frozen for a period of days or whether it was a period of weeks after February 17th?
I can't nail down a time for that. I know it was a very long time that I did not have access to funds, or it felt that way.
And do you know that because by March 1st, you had a mortgage payment due that you weren't able to make?
That's right. A friend went and made that mortgage payment for us. They went and deposited the money for us. So that would be correct.
Okay. And so can you just elaborate for me how on a personal basis, the freezing of the bank accounts affected you with respect to your personal bank accounts, other than a payment of your mortgage?
Other than the $100 that was gifted to me by another participant.
Unreal.
I couldn't put
I'm just blown away,
fuel
Dacey.
in my pickup truck.
I don't know what to
lived
say.
9 hours from Ottawa, so I couldn't get home. I couldn't pay for my husband's diabetic medication. We were looking for solutions to that.
Thank you, everyone,
Because
for
the money
watching.
we had
What do
to
you say to
decide
this?
what
Just
that
listen,
was going to
guys.
pay
It's
for.
unreal.
The one unfrozen bank account,
Paul
which
Champ's
wasn't a main
jaw
bank
was on
account.
the floor.
That's not where we put
Oh,
all
I
our
know.
expense money.
Wow.
Yeah, I was here.
So my expenses are now he's trying to cover. He's trying to cover his expenses. He's trying to cover his business expenses. He's trying to cover everything out of a very small account that's just meant for him to do with, buy groceries or food in the US. Our lifestyle is a little different, and it's very hard for people to understand that do not truck. There is usually a joint account to pay things that either husband or wife can do because we never know when we'll be home. My estimate time away is approximately 289 days a year, equivalent to 4.5 trips around the earth in a year. So we need to work together to make sure bills are paid.
So if I can summarize, your access to the joint bank account that you have with your husband is essential to manage your household finances
fucking
because
brilliant.
of the time that you spend away from home.
That's correct.
And the only bank account that you had access to was the personal bank account of your husband's that was not frozen.
I did not have access to that. That is his personal bank account. So he had access to money on the road. I was in Ottawa 9 hours from my home, and I had access to nothing.
Can you, I asked you about your experience personally with respect to the freezing of your personal bank.
You're well over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up, please.
Okay, so this is going to be my last question, and I apologize, Commissioner.
I don't know what to
Can
say.
you just elaborate on how it affected your business to have your business account frozen?
How it affected our business?
Correct.
We ended up having people, we actually, I believe, deferred the payment a month. We had to call and defer the payment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. These are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund and JCCF.
This was cathartic. I just feel catharsis. That's all I feel.
I think you needed this, maybe, John. A lot of people needed this.
Hey, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Belton. My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing the peaceful demonstrators in Windsor, Ontario.
I love how he introduces
Just have a few
himself that way.
questions
Beautiful.
to clarify some of your earlier testimony.
I love it.
The first TikTok video that was played today, the one that you indicated was broadcasted while you were detained at secondary at one of the Windsor borders crossings. Was that the Ambassador Bridge you were being detained at?
Yes, not Blue Water. Yes, it was Windsor Ambassador Bridge, yeah.
Perfect. And what was the approximate date of that video?
November 17th.
I feel you, Terry. I
It's
feel
either
you.
the 16th or the 17th.
That's 2021 or 2020?
2021.
So many
2021.
things to say.
And you had indicated in your testimony
Pain
that
in the
you
last
were
few
afraid
years,
that,
just
Windsor
unreal.
police would be involved, other policing agencies. Did other law enforcement actually have become involved in that interaction with you, or was it just CBSA that day?
On that day when I crossed in, I tried to explain to the
I know that there's
Windsor
drama
Border
between
CBSA
Brigitte
agent that I
and
could not
Tamara
wear
and
a
others,
mask,
and
that
I
my
think you've all picked up
visor
on
that
that
I
by now,
usually
but
used had
I
been
want to
broken
express
during the
sincere
trip.
sympathy,
he would
appreciation
open the window and go,
for the way that
put
Brigitte
on a
has
mask, and he would
shared our
slam it.
pain
Then he would
in
open
this
it up
format
and
for
yell, put
everyone
on
to
a
hear.
mask, before I could answer again and slam it. We finally got to the, she's not got one. And I tried to explain it was not good enough. He was on some sort of power trip. And he told me to enjoy my time with the Windsor police. I took that as a threat to my safety and security as a Canadian entering my country.
Yeah, you should.
But when you entered, did you actually have an interaction with Windsor police on that particular day?
No, my interaction first was with a CBSA officer that was yelling at me to get back into my truck. I had waited a long time for them to come see me, so I was like, have we gone back to the old rules where you got to go in? So I went to go in and I was yelled to get back in my truck. I got back in my truck. I did as I was told. And then I had the officer ask me if PIAC had called me. I believe at that point they hadn't. The second time
speaking
they
of that,
had, PIAC said they were waiting on police to
That happened
arrive to
today.
issue a $6,000 fine or
That happened
of
today.
that nature.
And just for clarity, PFAC here,
Yep.
you're talking about the public health.
Yeah, I know, I saw that too.
That's what they call them, yeah.
Perfect. You also indicated in your earlier testimony that you had witnessed a CBSA strike a number of years ago and that you had been left to sit on the bridge for over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about when that occurred?
I actually have it within my files. I believe it was 2020, possibly August. It's in my files. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, and that was the Ambassador Bridge as well then?
I was on the Blue Water at that point.
No, wait, it's not the CCLA.
CBSA
This is
strike
the JCCF.
was more than one bridge. It was unilateral. It was all over the news.
Okay, and when you were on the Blue Water Bridge that day, your truck was at a complete standstill on the bridge, as in no traffic was entering Canada through that port of entry because of the actions of the CBSA officers. Is that correct?
It was entering almost in reverse mode. It was extremely slow. I sat on the bridge. I looked down, and from my location, you can see their parking lot. In front of their parking lot, they had their picket signs. They had approximately 3 or 4 agents who walked, pointed at the trucks on the bridge, turned around, walked backwards, walked so slow to their gates. I'd never seen them walk so slow before. You'd think they were on vacation.
Did not appear that they were concerned in speeding up the access. to
They
Canada.
did not care about Canadian truck drivers or American truck drivers coming in, not one bit. My buddy was there for 14 hours. A lot of these drivers, especially for
No, this is the JCCF.
garbage removal, go in and out a couple of times a day.
Oh, testing.
That could have meant that any one of those truck drivers didn't have a full supply of medication on them. They didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. Canadian government didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. Doug Ford didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. CBSA's top management didn't care what happened to us either.
Understood. And you had indicated that you had received a report that one of your colleagues had been stuck at one of these ports of entry for 14 hours. Was
Yes.
that also at the Blue Water Bridge, or was that the Ambassador Bridge?
He was also at Blue Water.
Understood. Thanks. Just turning to the convoy that it sounded like you led from Sarnia to Ottawa. Can you remind me again the precise date that you left Sarnia and would have passed through London, Ontario?
We left on the 27th.
27th. And for those less familiar with the structure of the highways in the area, is it accurate that the 402 merges into the 401, either westbound or
Justice Center
eastbound,
for Canadian
right outside of
Freedom,
London?
I believe.
That's correct.
I think it's the JCCF. Yes, it is.
Yeah, what's it
And
stand
at
for? Then?
that juncture where the 402 and the 401
Justice Center for
connect is about
Constitutional
200
Freedoms, I believe.
kilometers
There you go.
away
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Windsor, Ontario.
That's correct.
Were any of the trucks from the convoy you were leading from Sarnia directed by you at that junction to head towards Windsor, so westbound instead of towards Ottawa eastbound on January 27th?
No, sir.
A subsequent video was showed earlier today in which I believe is one of your TikTok videos where you're speaking about being threatened by CBS agents, being extensions of the federal government. You mentioned a group that was carrying out some threatening activity, and I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but was this Antifa? Is this the same group that was referenced earlier today by Mr. Charland?
I don't know what was referenced earlier today.
Okay, understood. And a final question here is, were you physically present in Windsor at any point between January 23rd and February 14th of 2022?
I'm sorry, the date again?
January 23rd and February 14th of 2022.
I may have been there on the 23rd. I would have to recheck my logs. I did come in late into the convoy. I was having issues with my load. When I had left to Alberta, I ended up being delayed, and I did arrive back to the convoy late to get started. I had a gentleman by the name of Carl start my Sarnia, so I may have been a day late, which meant I would have gone there, parked, dropped my trailer, and then joined the convoy.
And so on January 27th, then when the convoy left Sarnia, you were not with the convoy at that point. You joined them at some point.
No, I was only a day behind.
So then on January 27th, you started in Sarnia. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it's Ms. Belton's representative. So do you have any questions, or has everything been covered?
No, everything hasn't been covered.
Okay, go ahead.
Classic Jay.
The original map. I believe the.
Oh my God, here we go.
Commission number is.
Buckle up, guys.
BRB.
Buckle up.
Holy fuck.
5
Here we go.
0
Everybody strap in.
217.
Strap in right now. Put your seatbelt on, Daisy. Here we go.
If it's helpful to council, would is there a place where you'd like to start, or would you like to just start?
Yeah, there is a dialogue on it. You need to play it. Yeah.
The first one is not available to me. This was the other one that the printing came out a little blurry, so we didn't use it as much. We did put some notations on it, but this is.
Can you start it at the beginning? We missed some of it. It was sort of muted. Okay.
This is the secondary map that we had in Ottawa. The first one is not available to me. This was the other one that the printing came out a little blurry, so we didn't use it as much. We did put some notations on it, but this is the map that we had in our boardroom. And this is the Transportation Master Map Plan 7, or Map 7, from the City of Ottawa website. It was blown up. That was supplied to us by Andrew Pelozzo. So on January 28th, the Southwestern Ontario, GTA, and Niagara region arrived in Ottawa. We were led down the Ottawa River Parkway by the police. They told us to take this route, even though it was a non-truck route. And the Carling exit onto the Ottawa Parkway was very difficult for trucks to make, bobtail and with trailers. The police had it barricaded and removed the barricades in front of me to allow us to go onto this jam. We arrived here and were brought over by the War Museum. The police had a blockade right here and wouldn't not allow trucks to go up onto Wellington. On January 29th, when the Western group came in, led by myself, Mike, as the second pilot car, and Chris Barber as the lead truck, came up onto the Ottawa Parkway. Police then moved their barricades, which were barrels, they were barrel barricades, and allowed Chris to bring his truck up onto Wellington, approximately this area right here.
It's a long video.
Just before
Just
the
realizing how
Parliament
long
Hills.
this video is.
He was pretty
What a
much
great
across
map.
from the parking
Brandon
area, 'cause I
Dicker.
remember parking close to there.
I don't know. Look at
They
you.
did not let the rest of the trucks come. They all remained behind the
She's wearing the
barricades
poppy on the wrong side.
that were put there in place by the City of Ottawa Police. Trucks were on both sides.
You tell her,
A
John.
lane was open on both
I didn't say
sides.
that.
They used
Shut
the
up.
center medium
I didn't say
for
nothing.
their kitchen, and along the
I didn't say
sides
nothing.
of each roadway, each
Well,
direction.
at least we're getting
is
this on the
where
record.
they, cars and trucks parked. The full intention with this map was to make sure that we left lanes open and emergency routes available for quick access for police. We knew that there were several hospitals or care homes in the area. That was very important to us to leave those open. There was Elizabeth Briere Center right up here. And we wanted this route straight here, straight down, open, as well as
On
through
Mackenzie?
Dorito and
Liz
down
Briere.
to the 417 open. It was imperative. It was very important for us to leave
North
access
Sussex?
for emergency vehicles. I had a friend who was a resident at Elizabeth Briere, so that was very important to me. And being a long-term resident of the Ottawa area and a former city employee, safety is definitely top priority for myself. And we worked as a team to make that happen. So we were aware that there was a lot of vehicles in the area. We were trying to solve the parking problem and get more trucks off the street, making almost 2 lanes open. Some places we succeeded around the Bank Street area, lower Bank Street area. We were able to do that. So we were looking for other parking. The problem was getting them in and out of areas. So we knew there was parking down here. We knew there was parking over here. But to get big trucks in and out was an issue, and to make sure that the police didn't block off the access so trucks could come and go at their will should they decide that they wanted to leave. We also had notes on this map you'll see over here at the side.
Hello. Thanks for joining.
These notes are of leaders, excuse me, and their designed roles. The first one we have would be Pat. It states right here that we knew right from the beginning, because this map was done within the first 2 days of being in Ottawa. So approximately between the 29th and the 2nd of February, I would say. Approximately the first 2 days we started working on this. To the best of my knowledge, this map was done within the first few days of us being in Ottawa. We were working on a smaller printed map, but Andrew, of course,
We're gonna play this
provided
whole
these
video?
for us, which was a great help. As you can see, Pat was on here. This is not my writing. To the best of my knowledge, this is Tom Marazzo's writing, but he would have to confirm that. Pat was here for video information and output of social media. That was his primary goal. However, Pat was very, very instrumental in helping us solve problems with great suggestions for the truck drivers. As you see, Tamara had Tamara Leach, and that was Pat King, sorry. This is Tamara Leach. She has no dedicated spot to her name. However, when we were on a Zoom call, approximately Between January 12th and January 14th, her role was designated as
We are
social
2/3 done the
media
video.
and fundraising, crowdfunding. Chris, this is Chris Barber, PR, talking to the troops. He did a very, very good job at talking to a lot of the
This has to be her entire
and,
time, this video.
getting his
After
picture
it's
taken
over.
and being there for media shoots. These marks represent the amount of people I was giving credit to for bringing trucks here. And I have forgotten a lot now that I look at this map. There are far more than 8. And then we had 4 more, of course, those were the key. 8 were the 4 starters. So that would be myself, Chris Barber, Pat King, and James Bowder. Then we had 8 more underneath. Those would be ones that we had brought into the organization through social media calls, however we touched base. The BC organizer is listed here as Sean. This is not the same writing. I'm not sure who wrote this on the map because the BC coordinator that I was dealing with was Colin, and his last name escapes me at the moment. We also have it as all of the West as Chris. Somebody wrote that in there. West was, there was a lady by the name of Kathy. There was Chris. There was
Thanks, Frank.
James Bowder. I don't know Kathy's other name, her last name. Southwest, they have Ben. That would be myself. Ben, I don't have his last name. He's 880 Trucking. We have myself and Tim and Harold Yonker. The GTA was David Steinberg. Steinberg. We also have
Frank,
in
we all did.
Ontario, we have Mike Benson and Andrew Dieter. Those were also
Thanks
associated
for all you've done,
with
Frank,
myself.
eh?
Quebec.
Thank you so much, Frank.
Joni. Not
For all
sure her
you've
last
done.
name. I know it starts with a P. The PC coordinator was
This has to be their entire
Joni.
time.
Her last name, to the best
Yeah,
of
this
my
this has
knowledge,
to be
is
like
Paquette. I
their
haven't
time here.
checked my emails to give you that information.
I think James is
100%.
anticipating more
I
time.
apologize. New Brunswick was PEI.
I wouldn't put it past her to demand more.
Leanne, Indy, and Ben. I have no idea what these 2 indications are on the map at this point.
So I wanted to also have you indicate what transpired to change the leadership from what you've described there to what it ended up being.
That's this is James Scarf, who's representing Brigitte, I guess.
Of Freedom Corp and Keith Wilson, JCCF, I assume.
You have a number of emails with interactions between various members.
With Chad.
Yeah. Okay. Can you bring those up?
I have no idea what
they'd
they're
have to
enotitled.
Identify the number.
So,
Do we have the number for that?
Sir, I'm going to rise at this
Where's
point.
it?
All of this happened after the fact, well after
Brendan
the
Miller's
events in
opposing.
question. And there's actually, as I understand, also some potentially privileged records in here. And
Okay.
I would like. I would
Privilege would
submit-
mean I would have had to
Excuse me,
sign on a
excuse me,
privilege.
Excuse me, we're just,
Holy.
I have
you
the
worked through
numbers.
me, sorry.
So,
We knew
sir,
that there was gonna be drama.
With respects to relevance
We knew
and
that.
materiality, I think that
Now it gets nasty.
if you gave a direction that this witness is limited with respect
Now
to
it gets
giving
really
evidence
nasty.
regarding the time frame up to and including, say, after the EA was no longer
Yeah, I know some of those
invoked,
people.
I believe that would be appropriate, sir.
That's okay with us. Our information is prior
Soccer
to
team,
the
Cameron.
EA invocation.
Okay, because I think, as is probably obvious, we're dealing with the declaration of the Emergency
Yeah,
Act. And
that's fine.
I have a
so
good
on. There
idea,
may
Patty,
be,
of some of that.
Things after, okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm not
that's-
talking about that. Actually, could you give a timeline where you saw difficulties begin. And then just, we have the numbers. So when you indicate what document, we have the numbers.
We have the numbers.
Those documents were provided to me afterwards,
Yes, okay.
but they
Yeah.
said they don't want anything outside after that time frame.
Well,
Oh,
it's
damn.
it's information about what happened in that.
Right, but they
time.
don't want all the truth out. They only want selected truth out.
I know, but he didn't confine us to.
I think he
if
did
we-
confine it.
Again, it's turning into a discussion. If it relates to events that occurred before the invocation, that's can be relevant. I don't know if it is,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we're
ultimately
okay.
we're concerned about the declaration of the emergency and the organization of the convoy
This
and
is unbelievable
its
stuff, guys.
function or what happened in Ottawa.
I'm just
And
feeling
if it's related
cathartic.
to that, then tell us what it is, and we can then think about whether we go to the documents. But I don't know what we're talking about. So
Okay. It's
Nobody
documents
does.
that were generated before the EA. But
Stop it,
we
Chris.
can
Stop it, Chris. You're in
just talk
dangerous
about,
territory. Stop it.
the meetings, what
You're on a
was
thin line
happening
there, bud.
when
You
there
know
was-
what's going to happen if you do.
One of the
shift.
first meetings that I went into was with Tom
Hit her,
Quiggins,
get off the pot.
Chris, TBOF.
Now, Frank, I don't know if you
James
missed Bridget's
Peloso.
earlier testimony. I seen that.
Don't believe
But
there were
Bridget
any
did say
lawyers
some
present
really
at
good
that
things
time.
earlier, and I'd just like to appreciate
Tom
the
Quiggin
good
had
things
come
that
in
she
and
did
looked
say
at Tamara and
shared
said, this is
our
all
pain.
because of you. I asked Chris to deal with that and to solve that issue so that people understood that that was not exactly true. Her
Christine's
fundraising did
typing from-
amazing.
oh.
She did a great job, but she did not start the convoy. And I didn't want that to go on. That fake kind of presentation, I guess. I don't know. I want it to be cleared up. It ended up that Chris asked me to not divide, not to create an issue, to go along with things. And we repeatedly had those conversations amongst us, Chris and I, for me repeatedly asking him to clear up this fake narrative that had been presented and that just kept being presented.
Okay, also, you had mentioned to me a meeting that you went to in which your character was assaulted.
That would have been on a Zoom call thereafter, though.
Oh, was that a Zoom call?
Thereafter.
After the emergency?
Yeah, but well after.
Okay, we'll leave that one.
That's why I was saying some of that as well
Yeah,
after.
some of it. Okay, so the emails concerning the new leadership, like who became the leader or who directed the convoy, at what point can you pinpoint the period of time, like roughly, not you don't have the specific date because it's a process, but at what point did you recognize that it had been taken over?
As soon as we got to Ottawa, there were issues and they continued and started to magnify.
Okay. At any point, did you feel that you were specifically undermined and targeted?
Yeah, it just seemed like I provided the lawyers with a complete list of organizers. Not one of those names showed up on the Freedom Convoy documents for the NFP. My name didn't show up on there. I understood that the Freedom Convoy Corp dealing with the monies that we had raised as a team, and we were to be a team. My name didn't show up. I was obviously being omitted.
Okay. Who do you regard
Exactly, Michelle. Thank you.
as the,
I'm just dead tired.
how do you say, the new leader?
Thanks, Frank.
Like who was giving direction after you guys were kind of,
It
whatever.
seemed we took a lot of direction from Keith Wilson,
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
just in whatever documentation that I've provided.
Okay, so can we be specific? It's like I've got the
Again, that would
titles.
be after the EA.
I've got the titles and then there's.
There
the-
was a video where he's
Think
telling
of what we
people
could
to
have.
come to Ottawa. I do not know what video that.
Think of what we could accomplish if we weren't fighting each other right now. But in any case, that's what's happening. So we'll watch it. Oh my God. I let him put it
Hang on a
in
minute.
so he can feel good.
Thank you. Boom.
Like
I'm back.
900 people here right now. So it's good for Dacey's ego.
We'll get you a logo soon too, John.
Maybe you could just, it may be helpful.
We need a scribe and a logo maker.
If you
Stat.
sort of summarize what it is that
And a
you're
video editor.
trying to give as
Yeah.
in terms of
We need a lot of stuff, guys.
the story, and we
Okay.
can leave
And
the
gals.
documents. They're in.
What could we do
they're
with a
in,
full staff?
The record, and if
Dude,
you
I don't know,
can
man.
bring them up, but
I don't know how I've done any of
I know
this.
what it is. It's an interview with the
My water
commission
jug's empty.
and Keith Williams.
I'm way over the line here, man.
Wilson, I'm sorry, Keith Wilson.
so it's,
Bless my
it's
coffee.
9 hours, 22
Wilson's witness statement. Is that
Yes.
And
what
count.
you're
Yeah,
referring
Yes,
to?
for
that
the
was
commission.
so that's Jane Scarf, and in the back of her, that's
the-
Rebecca Shepherd.
The document ID for that would be WTS.
Both of them stand
Stanford,
for the
58. I'm not sure how many zeros. I would note that that's, sorry, WTS 60.
Having a lot of trouble finding
It
some-
is a interview
That's
statement.
a whole lot of zeros.
Water leave.
How many zeros? 80 zeros?
6.
So is that what you want to refer to? Is that, or is there a need for that?
Oh my God, man.
It's just becoming
Is
like
there a need
a.
for the
This is really a gong show now.
We need to move on
Okay,
from
well,
this.
let-
Like,
Is it this
drop
one
this
that
line
we're-
of questioning
Yes.
and move on
Can
to
you
something else.
indicate the
Talk about
three
the
places
convoy,
that we wanted to
not
go?
about character.
I imagine she has something really
If you
particular
could
she's
turn
trying
up
to get to,
the,
if I know
the
Jane.
witness
If she's got a
statement,
good-
let's see where we go with this.
Yeah, we'd
They're
like
talking
it brought
about
up,
character
and she's
differences
going to identify.
between.
What's that? Assistance.
Oh
This
God,
is
are you
the
gonna
kind of thing
fight in
she
there?
needs Assistance for.
She needs
Oh, do you
assistance.
have it? You have it. Okay.
She needs assistance.
So
Oh my
which page
God.
are you looking at?
Starts on page 2.
And on the second paragraph,
Second paragraph, page 2?
yes.
Thanks, Commish.
So the numbers actually across all the different platforms. So
Paragraph, which paragraph was it? 4?
Page 2,
Amanda wants to help.
paragraph 2.
Susan wants to hit us to hit her
Okay,
up.
so and
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
okay.
Nice.
That-
her up.
that
Susan is here.
paragraph, If,
I'll hit you up, Susan.
Oh,
do you want me to
she'll
read it
she'll
or do you
scribe
want?
us. Okay,
to
good.
read
If you wouldn't mind, please.
Okay.
Good.
Wilson found the TBOF leaders in the Arch Hotel and informed them that the Freedom
She's a
Convoy
paralegal,
organizers would be
she's
doing the press
representing-
conference. Leach told Wilson that she was not in a position to respond to all the questions that may be posed by the press. Wilson agreed to lead the press conference. He decided the event needed to be focused with a clear message. Around this time, Wilson met with Daniel Bulford. Bulford suggested he
Frank, are you still here?
speak
Frank was here.
at the
Anyways,
press
thanks for coming by,
conference
Frank.
about the convoy's work liaisoning with the police regarding safety and emergency vehicle access. Wilson agreed Bulford should also speak at the press conference. So the position is
Danny
that
Bulford?
that statement indicates that he's taking a leadership role with regard to the members of the Freedom Convoy.
Okay.
That's
Okay, well, I think it should come from the witness, I
Okay,
think. So
yeah,
what are you trying to,
Holy
why are
cow.
you referring to this comment?
Yeah, I know, right?
Well,
I don't want
Keith
to say
Wilson
anything.
was writing the speeches and directing what we said. Many times he came into a conference room and he goes, let's get the messaging straight. And he said, what are we here for? Mandates. What mandates? All mandates. This was the message that started the convoy. So was he out of touch with what was going on? Did somebody not fill him in? This message was already in place.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Oh,
So
we did have some good
anything
testimony.
further
But
you-
But there was
this is
one
going to really
document
overshadow
there
that. I'm afraid.
that he distributed to everyone with regard to persons coming in on plane. What's the name of that document?
I believe he says that in this one as well.
There was some really good testimony earlier. Is that correct, Dacey? There was.
That is correct.
At one point.
So I had to unmute myself.
I
He's
don't
gonna have
think
an
we marked
outburst.
it, but he did make
Get kicked out of the
statement that
stream.
He came aboard on a flight with others that he picked up along the way.
Okay, what did that letter say? It was addressed to all of the convoy organizers, was it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but if we're still on this document.
The one about the planes now.
What page are you referring to?
We're trying to go to another document.
I'm thinking.
I don't know where the document is. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness, come on.
This is totally going to overshadow everything.
I'm not sure which one we're referring
oh
to.
my.
This is why I had some help from Rebecca, because everything got jumbled this morning when it was sent back to us. I have no idea where my documents are at this point. I find it extremely unfair that this has happened. If they would have left the naming that I had on the documents, I would have been able to pull these up for you, and we could have referenced, and Rebecca and I, or Jane and I would have been able to be more effective up here.
Okay, well, maybe somebody can help her.
If we're able to get the title of the original document or more information about it, we can try to assist in identifying it.
As I understand it, it's a notice.
Rebecca has a list of the documentation. If she could come up here, she can show me what it is that we're pulling, if that would be all right with everyone.
Or if I can see a copy, I can take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, we can even.
What are you thinking, Dacey? You're looking spacey.
Good. I'm just taking this all in, man.
It's too much.
Well, and I know some of these people kind of too, right? So it's weird. It's weird.
Just get it done.
I know all of these people to some varying degree, pretty much. Some a lot better than others.
No, I just think that this is.
Sorry, that's okay. That's okay.
And now to Rebecca Shepherd's up on the stage. Oh my! The commissioner's.
There's nothing to hear right now.
Well, it's like what's happening here? Yeah. What is happening here? This is not. Brigitte, Belton, there's some drama between them and other people in the movement, like Tamara.
Yes, Daisy.
Like. Yeah. And it sounds like with Tamara and everything, there's some drama there. But
yeah,
I don't want to take away from the fact that Brigitte, just with Paul Champ and with others, made some very good testimony that made a lot of sense, a really good point to everything.
On February 2nd, right? Wilson traveled to Ottawa on a charter flight
not take apart
Eva. I'm sorry, Eva. I'm sorry.
It's all about their personal
and
drama,
I'm going to butcher your last name, so I'm just not.
We waited a while for this.
Dwayne Leach, Chad Eros, and others. Wilson and Eva boarded the flight in Edmonton, and others were picked up along the way. That's not what you were looking for?
Oh my God. Okay.
The commissioner's going to.
You're going to have to speak
on plane. Yeah. The one.
The email where we were instructed not to talk about anything to do with the plane.
Yes, that's the one.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't make it clear.
That was a signal message.
Yeah. Do we have it?
I don't know what it's been numbered, and I'm not.
Okay, maybe you can just testify to that if you remember now which one that was.
The email was to a group of us in regards to they had found out somehow about the plane, and they were curious whether the lawyers and Chad and Mr. Leach had come in and followed mandate requirements. I didn't think it was a big deal, but we were told we were not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, who were you told that by?
Keith Wilson.
Okay. Are there any other emails?
May I stay here to help her read her documents?
Yes.
Wow, the commissioner's going to let her stay there.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Is there anything further?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we'll leave that. She had some other ones, but okay, there was just one more item. Actually, two more items, but one, the CB, what is it? Okay, now I'm frustrated too. CBSA, the letter that you wrote to the CBSA and their response?
Right, we don't have it.
You can just speak.
Okay, the CBSA letter came in December, and it basically made no accommodations for those that couldn't wear a mask, those that they just wouldn't make accommodations. And I had
Can't help but wonder.
PIAC there at one point in February of 2021. And the woman's name was Jessica, and she had given me exemptions.
Yeah, there's a drama.
My company that I was working for at the time even wrote a letter based on her name on the
It's hard to say.
face mask requirements from PIAC that they give you. She wrote her name, said that if there was any problems, just to refer to her. That never happened. So every time I went through, there was an issue. It depended on what agent I got, whether the issue was a small issue or a massive blown out fight between CBSA and myself.
Okay, and you wrote a letter of complaint? to
My
CBSA?
husband actually took the initiative because I was done. I didn't plan on staying in. I didn't plan on breathing. I couldn't do it.
And further,
I plan to end my life and give him everything, but for some reason I was here to cause a truckus, I guess, and
Truckus.
I
Cause a
couldn't do
truckus.
it as fast as I would like to. My husband went ahead and filed the complaint first on my behalf. CBSA wouldn't allow it. I told them that I was afraid of repercussion at the border, that this would continue to strain the relationship between myself and CBSA. And after their letter of basically not providing accommodation, following the rules of Ontario, which were if you didn't have to be masked if you actually had a valid medical reason. I think going back to a terrible time in your life is a valid medical reason. They minimized the suffering and the experience with them at CBSA. And I wrote them back and I said, please don't underestimate what you've done. I had at that point started on a downward spiral of rapid weight loss. My southbound trips were fine, but my northbound trips were unable to sleep, tossing and turning, not eating, losing rapid weight, shaking, driving up to CBSA. At first it was just a little bit, then it became more and more strenuous, more stressful, and it just started compiling. Shaking, driving from Texas to Ontario, and actually being so overwrought on the second day that I had to take a day, and I couldn't move. I couldn't get out of bed. I had to take a day, kind of get my stuff together and continue on. So it was a very traumatic experience, although CBSA thinks they were just doing their job.
So after you got the response back from CBSA, you wrote to various MPs and other officials. Can you state the names of those individuals and roughly what you were asking them for or to do?
I was asking for help. Help. I wanted help. I wanted someone to help me. Some of those messages, I believe, start with 911, help, I need help. Randy Hillier, Roman Barber, Leanne Rude, maybe even Monty McNaughton. I know there were letters to him. I went federal, I went provincial.
Thanks everyone for your kind
Nobody
words.
listened.
Support.
Nobody helped.
It's appreciated.
I don't want to listen to your staff member when I'm having an issue that is life-changing. I want to talk to you. I want to sit down with you, whether it's with a Tim Hortons coffee or a bottle of water, and let's figure out the problem and find some solutions. But those weren't available.
And
How many of those emails did you send?
Approximately 32.
Okay, so I just have one last statement. You indicated to me that your grandfather had given you an explanation of the conditions under totalitarianism or communism. You recounted that to me. Can you recount it here?
Yeah, it was November 11th. I was 14 and I was visiting. And being a teenager with attitude, I sat while the services started in the minute of silence. My grandfather grabbed me by the back of the shirt, by the back of the collar, lifted me up, and he said, "You'll stand here and you'll respect our dead." Afterwards, after the time had passed on the television, I remember we were watching it on television. I went to sit back down, and he made me stand for a full minute. When we were done, I was ordered to go to the kitchen table. I sat with him while he explained to me what it was like to be in Nazi Germany. He told me about the snitch lines, that if you wanted your neighbor's piano and they weren't going to give it to you, you just called up the Nazi snitch lines. And they would take care of the family, and you would go and get their belongings. He talked to me about children who would go to school, and the teachers would ask, "What did your parents talk about last night?" And they would come home and find their families murdered because they said bad things about Hitler.
No. What are we talking about right now?
We're here.
What are we talking about right
had
now?
people snitching on people
Story her
at
grandfather
Christmas
told
time,
her.
enjoying family members because there may have been 6 people in a
Getting stuff on the
in a
record.
home that person doesn't own.
Yes.
And then we watched Quebec police officers pull people out of those homes, throw them to the ground, and arrest them because they were spending time with their family. We
Yeah,
were
that was a hard
headed down
video.
the road
Grandma
that my
getting whipped out
grandfather
the door.
talked to me about.
That was in
Yeah,
Gatineau.
kid.
I don't want to live that way. I want to live the way we have been in Canada. I want us to be united again. I want us to look at people and smile as we don't walk down the street. That works everywhere but the GTA. I mean, I want us to get back to where we were in 2019. That's
Yeah.
all I want. It's not that much to ask for. We're
Gotta
not
get that
that far
story.
away. And we need to stop yelling at people and dividing and pitting each other against each other. We have a prime minister that was a former drama teacher, and all he has done is has made Canada full of drama. He's very good at what he does.
Okay, so that was the last question. Thank you.
Do you believe that the Canadian Bill of Rights will help maintain our freedom?
I'm not sure that's relevant to what we're doing here, but I'll let it go.
I'll let it go.
Heard your message,
Let it go.
Yes, I understand. Providing it's allowed to be addressed in courts, I do believe that it's still valid and still exists.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank
This
you.
guy is fed up.
Question, sir, for the Freedom Corp.
Okay, I have just one little.
Of course you do, Chris.
Trying to understand my notes, so it shouldn't be long. You talked about ADT Canada asking you or contacting you about Windsor, and my note isn't clear.
ADT Canada was a company. I just got the ADT phone number. I know Ben was one of the heads, had owned the company, but the number came from the company number. So I can't recall who I was talking to at that time. It very may well have been Ben, but I'm not sure.
And what did they ask you?
If the Windsor border should be blocked, and absolutely not, I said.
And I thought there was something, and I have a note about slow roll.
Yeah, continue to slow roll, which is what the whole convoy was originally built on, was that we would slow roll in a convoy together across Canada.
Okay, so this call was from ADT Canada, someone, and it had to do with the Ambassador Bridge, was it? Or was it the Blue Water?
It was Ambassador.
It was Ambassador. And you said slow roll. So would this have been before the Ottawa, the 28th, or just trying to get the date of
No,
the
no,
stop?
this would have been before the Windsor blockade happened. I was asked, should it happen? And I said, no.
You said slow roll.
Slow roll, as had we been. What happened was a lot of the convoy came to Ottawa, but in each region, there were people that couldn't make that trip. So they continued supporting us in their region.
And I'm just trying to understand also about your pickup truck in Ottawa. You said you turned around when you got here and went, and because you had a pickup truck, you could turn around and go to Arnprior, I think it was?
Yeah, I did go. I went to Ottawa West first to a family member, and then I went up to Arnprior. I actually have a video on my TikTok where I'm telling Chris to hurry up because I haven't got to meet him yet. Him and Tamara, I think. I'm saying, hurry up, guys. But in all fairness, they didn't know I was going there to meet them. So I do have a TikTok edit on that day.
You have to be fair.
I have to be fair. I mean, I couldn't bust them up for not being.
So then you picked up that convoy and went into Ottawa and you described that and so on. Did you then stay there? That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, I wasn't there for quite a few days. I actually came in and out of the city. And as long as you know how to sneak through the city, there was no issue. I got in, I believe it was on or about the Wednesday before I was offered a room. And I was told by Tom Marazzo that I should get a room there because I needed to be more accessible instead of coming in and working late, going home, going to my family's home and coming back in the morning. So.
Okay, and just to close up on this, and when you would come back, where would your pickup truck go? Would it become part of the convoy again? Either on.
Oh, no, sir. I paid for parking.
Okay.
And when I have those parking passes, if you'd like to see them. And I also have the little pass from the ARC where I parked my vehicle. I never parked on the street.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to understand.
No, I'm respectful.
I'm just trying to get the information.
Now ADT is going to be
so
summoned
that,
probably.
ends, I think, for the day. It's a long day today, and the good news is it'll be a long day tomorrow. So
fantastic.
9:30, please.
Bedtime.
What kind of sense of humor is
The
this?
commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Oh, no, I'm so tired. I think anything's funny right now.
Okay, we're not going to be here long.
I haven't even had my freedom stick today, man.
Okay, guys, speaking of that, if you appreciated our coverage today for 9 hours and 44 minutes, please visit buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie if you so feel obliged. If you don't have money, you don't want to give money, no sweat. Thank you for being here with us and in appreciating all of the craziness that has happened today. What a day. Wow.
Yeah, it was it's different. Like I could tell you went through one heck of a range of emotions here today, my man. Like anger, like rage, screaming, catharsis. It was quite the day. It's quite the day. Yeah, it was quite the day.
Sorry, two ways of saying angry.
I got excited.
Okay, so you could visit there if you want to support this. This allows credit cards and so forth, or you could just send an e-transfer over to Dacey over there at daceymedia@gmail.com if you so feel obliged. Also, if you don't want to do any of that, following me on Twitter at Patriot Smoothie, it's fairly appreciated. And we'll see you here tomorrow again at 9:30. Look forward to all of the summary videos coming. What do you have to say, Chris? The floor is yours.
I just, that was it was definitely a great day. That was kind of crazy at the end there, but let's not miss some of the amazing takeaways we got today. We got to finally hear from the other side, from my side, I guess, our side. We got to hear from some convoy participants, and we have more to come. So I'm looking forward to what's to come. John, take us out of here, buddy.
And with that, have a fantastic day. Thank you for joining us, everyone. See you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
Smoothie and Dacey out.